She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Good morning, everyone. We're ready here with the RES qualifier. It's going to be exciting. We've got the Counter-Strike coming up, and my name is Anders. With me is Neo. Neo, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I am actually really looking forward to it. We've got some really cool games on the docket. We've already seen these teams be kind of grinding it out in the open quals to get to this stage, and now we get to lock it in. Who are the teams that are going to be heading forward, moving on? And of course, we've got big tier 1 lands waiting down the line, and we've got a lot of teams here in these closed qualifiers who are looking to try and book their spot. So I'm looking forward to it. It's a very exciting time. We know how important these, well, all important VRS rankings are, right? And getting to these top events, just one top event for a side could, if you can make a deep run there, could lead to so many more invites following that if you can get some decent VRS points. So, you know, a qualifier like this is ultimately incredibly important for the 2025 year and just the circuit as a whole. This is how the new kind of age of Counter-Strike looks.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are discussing it, right? The VRS system and how it's all going to be playing out. It almost feels like it's sort of an unintended side effect that now suddenly getting to these VRS events is absolutely everything. And turns out there aren't many ways to get there. This is actually one of the few chances that you might have to qualify from the outside. So, you know, sometimes qualifiers are sort of like, yeah, well, you know, there's always another qualifier, you know, so on and so forth. But like today, it's actually super important for some of these organizations. It's going to be absolutely everything to try and scrape some of these points together. So I'm actually pretty excited for this.
Yeah, exactly. And for those who don't know as well, what we're fighting for here is an invite to Blast Open Lisbon 2025. So, you know, as things go, that's not a bad place to be heading. Not in terms of, you know, obviously VRS ranking and all the rest, but it's a cool location. As someone who's been to Lisbon a bunch of times, it's an amazing place. So, it's a very, very cool country. Let's take a look at how this bracket is going to look. These are our games, of course, that we've got to start off the quarterfinals. Game Legion taking on Paravision. Heroic taking on Passion UA. Astralis taking on 9. And Big taking on 500. A big day of Counter-Strike. We've got 2 best of 3s today on 2 different streams. We've got an A and a B stream as well. So if there's a game on that is not on here, it'll be on the other stream. And of course, if you're on the other stream and you want to watch this one, here we are.
Yes, I think this is going to be, it's going to be kind of crazy. For some of these teams, like, you know, you wouldn't say normally, does it matter, you know, to Astralis or Big or Gamer Legion or whatever. Like, usually you see these teams in some decent-sized tournaments. But that was also a lot of it last year. And, like, in some ways, I think the positive outcome for the VR system is it should be the case that if you can't qualify to the tournaments, then maybe you just don't make it at all, right? Obviously, we probably prefer to live in a world where you can still make VRS points outside of the big systems, but, you know, I'm sure Valve are looking at all the feedback and all the criticism. There's been a lot of it recently, some of it directly from Gamer Legion, funnily enough, who I think made sort of like a public appeal and basically said, like, there's some miscalculations, stuff's going wrong, this is a bit rough, obviously. Messi also, with Complexity, has been out there sort of saying this is really rough here. So yeah, it's a lot of interesting feedback, but it's just to frame it for you guys as well to say this is important. There's a lot on the line right now. If you're Gamer Legion or if you're Paravision today, like if you don't make it, then there might not be a ton of other events out there that you can get to. Could get lost outside of the VRS systems. That could be a bit rough, but yeah.
Exactly.
Here are some of the matchups for you on the B stream: Heroic and Passion UA, and then Big and 500. So both games I think could be kind of interesting for sure. You know, that 500 team we enjoyed watching a lot last time.
Yeah, dude, we got to catch them, about a couple of weeks ago, and on LAN, they were looking actually pretty insane. So this is a bit of a sleeper kind of dark horse pick for me. 500 were so strong when we caught them a couple of weeks ago. And I think a side like Big, who have definitely had their ups and downs as kind of a roster in terms of their performance levels, they actually can't sleep on this 500 team. They can scalp some decent teams, and we've already seen it. They beat M80 pretty handily. Sure, it was M80 with a stand-in, but even still, I think Big have got to go into that with the right mindset and just say, okay, let's not, go in towards this one a little bit too lackadaisical. I know they're a team that are generally tier 2 and we're kind of a tier 1 quote-unquote team, but we should actually take this one really seriously. 500, they've got some seriously heavy hitters, and you never know, right? You never know. Cirque can every now and again just kind of wind back the years back to those old days where he was kind of one of the best AWPers in the world at one point, so who knows? But we've got some great games, I think, is the main thing on the B stream, so I'm looking forward to it.
I am too. Yeah, you said Cirque. I mean, Chips as well.
Chips is insane. Yeah,
he's a maniac. He's running wild with it. So I'm curious to see how he's going to play against some tougher opposition. I'm curious about the same thing for Perivision that they're going to be playing here in a couple of minutes because. We saw them actually win the last season of CCT, or the season 16, I believe we call it. But and that was impressive, right? Like I didn't expect that. I think most people didn't.
First tournament for them as well.
First tournament for them, pretty cool stuff, right? But this is in my opinion, it's a massive step up in competition level for them here, right? Like there's so much that they have to battle through here. And also, beating Bait here is, again, I don't think a non-achievement for. I think Bait's a pretty cool team right now. So, yeah, there's but they're constantly. I mean, this is how it works, right? You constantly have to beat tougher and tougher opponents the further you go in tournaments. I think Gamer Legion is going to be a really hard team to take down right now for Perivision. That's my early sense of it. Do you have a strong opinion here?
Yeah, I'm going to agree. I really, really like what Game Legion are cooking. PR is somebody that I've been highlighting quite a lot, and I've been trying to, especially as this start of the year has been opening up, I've really been trying to say to people, do not sleep on PR. He is an insane talent, and he's deservedly got the shot of playing tier 1, and he's out proving it. We've seen how good this kid has been. He has been ridiculous, and you got to throw it up and once again just say another Ash masterclass. He literally never misses. I would say arguably, kind of, if we're talking like pound for pound in terms of the investments he makes to the results he gets, got to be one of the best coaches in the world. I would actually die on that hill, and that's not even just UK bias right there. So yeah. I think they've got a really tough task ahead of them, but at the same time, they've got a couple of young stars themselves. Nota looked incredible, 17 years of age, ridiculous talent. Belchinok on the other side as well. When we caught him, he looked so good, man. Belchinok was such a heavy hitter. So at the same time, they've got, a few problems up their sleeves as well. And, in that AWP battle, Jane versus Slend, as much as I love Slend, coming from UKCS with Endpoint, I got to take Jane there. He's still got that tier 1 ability about him. Now that he's not calling either, right? He only has to focus on one thing, and it seems to be working. His numbers have been fantastic. He has been MVP material most tournaments and series for them so far. So I've been a fan of God. This is the other side of things. We've got Passion UA making it through past BetBoom, which, first of all, that's a pretty substantial team to scalp as well. BetBoom have not been looking bad at all. As much as I found it very funny to hate on BetBoom because their previous iterations, with Nafany, were so bad to watch.
Sure.
But they actually have picked up a big win there. I think the real surprising thing for me, Anders, is no NIP.
Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, I guess NIP losing to BetBoom actually isn't that surprising to me. But obviously, I wish this team would have come up with more of a swing. I mean, it is a brand new lineup, so maybe it takes some time to build. But I think for them, again, given where we are in the circuit right now, it is rough to have a slow start. Like, you can't really afford that right now. So I think it could be a bit crazy, unfortunately, for NIP having to sort of rebuild into this new VRS world that we're in. Seems like it could be a bit of a tough break for them. But I mean, I think losing to BetBoom, I don't necessarily think is that crazy. Again, like, I think they're a hard team to play right now, so I'm not too surprised.
I agree. It's just the fact that NIP team looked like a bit of a super team, like a tier 2 super team in a way. They all the right puzzle pieces on paper, but it obviously, like you said, new team takes a bit of time to slot in and kind of work together, unless of course you are Paravision, who just win your first tournament 11 days after coming together. Boom. So it happens sometimes, but for me, this should be really interesting. We're kickstarting things, of course, with Heroic taking on Passion UA as kind of two rosters are actually in two kind of very different parts of their life cycle as well, but I'm actually really looking forward to it. Of course, we've got the Heroic lineup who are still finding their feet, but I think finding their feet quite quickly compared to other teams, right? This is the Sangao core I've exiled LNZ and Youngstar, who obviously, actually, if you look at it, weren't actually the real kind of hero names for the most part. I think if we're taking core and we took upgrades and downgrades, I think Sampaius for Samey, tenfold upgrade. Sampaius is a much better order than Samey, so very, very good decision. However, Tanir, originally for me, I was like, Tanir to Jota? I'm taking Jota, but Tanir's form has been insane, so they're looking really good. On the flip side, Passion Yue, same core from last year of Jambo, Jacasmo, and Zero Fix. Of course, don't have Fear anymore, but I gotta say their pickups of Topper and Kvem, I really like. Both of these guys played in the Ikla UA lineup, and actually both of them were really, really solid when they played. Unfortunately for Kvem, he was basically in contract jail for a year. I don't know if you caught any of that on Twitter, but it was
a little bit, yeah.
You know, quite sad, but, you know, kind of funny from the outset. He was just stuck literally for 12 months in Ikla because no one would pay the buyout. But now he's free and he's on Passion UA and he's doing really well. So this is a cool lineup. I think Heroic probably coming as the favorites, though, just because of their recent experience.
They surely should, right? And also, like, again, like the Heroic story. Now, we talked a little bit about some of the other teams, obviously, but for Heroic, it's crazy that they've managed to get into this spot like so quickly. Like, it's almost out of nowhere. Like, we're always praising Asher with Gamer Legion, and I think we should. But somehow, like Heroic have managed to do a really great job. Like Soar and the rest of them, like they're cooking something too, and kind of proving that you can go really far, even with a couple of unknown names, and maybe I think surely better than I was expecting. I don't want to talk for anyone else, but I feel like most people thought this is a mess, and this is going to go nowhere, but it didn't, and that's really cool.
Yeah, I got to agree. I think originally when I saw this sort of ex-Sangao core, I didn't actually love it in the sense of it's like it's basically a downgrade, right, ultimately from the previous kind of Heroic core, but credit to them, they've actually been doing really well. I've actually been really impressed with them. They've been climbing the ranks, they've been looking very solid. They now find themselves 20th in the Valve ranking, so this is kind of guaranteed tier 1 invites time after time. Let's take a look at the veto. Let's take a look at the series that we're going to be getting here as well. There's a few different maps that should come through, but for Passion UA, I'm always expecting an Ancient. They go into it all the damn time, so it's such a good map for them, and there it is. Pretty standard stuff. Mirage going to get picked out for Heroics. That probably leaves Anubis as the decider, and it will be Anubis as the decider. So this is a veto for me that actually makes a lot of sense. Ancient has always been an incredibly strong part of Passion UA's map pool. Every iteration of Passion UA, whether it was the Fear lineup or the Kvem lineup now, they've always had Ancient as basically their go-to pick. They play it a hell of a lot. It's not a bad map for Heroic, though, on the flip side. They've won 2 out of the last 3, so that's not too shabby. The Mirage pick, the reason I was a little surprised there, first of all, you're going against sort of young, puggy aimers on the other side of Passion UA, so picking into them on a puggy map I would think is a little bit risky, but then again, so is this Heroic core with the sort of ex-Sangao core. They're also quite a puggy lineup themselves. But it's actually just the fact that Heroic are 0 for 4 on this map. They've been picking up some losses on it. So it's a little worrying. Some of those losses as well, you got to say, are, slightly concerning. We're talking about, like, back at kind of the Perfect World Shanghai Major, we're talking Tifa Eklot, for example. That a little worrying. But this is the Sangao core, this is. So just for kind of, I guess, a bit of consistency there. But then Cloud9 and Miles before that. And then most recently, of course, at Blast Bounty, they lost the Liquid. And that Liquid side had not thoroughly impressing me, especially with Ultimate having his issues. So the Mirage pick's interesting. They've got to have something up their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's. I think either way, it should hopefully be a fiery matchup. I think in any other day, I would probably find myself saying something like, well, maybe it's like a official practice kind of situation where they wanna hammer out. I don't think that's the case. I think you're trying to pick maps that you think you can win here because it is just so important. Like we've already talked about it, but you need to qualify here. Like any of these organizations, it makes a really big difference. So I think they must have felt like this is something that they can really do. Like they must have some strong confidence because otherwise, you're not rolling around here trying to look for practice. You're really trying to win. It makes a big difference. So I guess we'll see how it plays out when we get there. But a good selection of maps. I'm happy. Anubis is the decider. Recently. So Donk, who was saying he thinks the map is kind of trash, but I don't know. I like it. I'm going to disagree with Donk a little bit here, at least for the minute.
Sure. I'm sort of in the middle. It's not my favorite map. I think like my favorite maps at the moment to watch are like Nuke, Ancient. Actually, in all fairness, Train. I actually been loving the Train. The Train that we caught from Paravision the other day, that like double OT thriller. That was one of the best maps of Train I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
So, it's been one of those, I think there's sort of my top 3, but I don't include it in the maps that I hate. I'm talking maps like Dust 2 and Inferno. I don't like watching them, don't like playing them. I think Anubis is alright, but I wouldn't say it's the worst. But the interesting thing about Anubis, it's a very good map for Passion UA. It always has been. They've always had it as part of their pool. Not always picked into, but floated more often than not. And because Heroic have been having their struggles on it, at least to some degrees, or this lineup have tried it. They've played it 5 times now, and of that 5 times, only won it twice, and they were wins against 3D Max and Liquid. And then since then, we've spoken losses to Spirit, granted a very close loss, 13-11, lost to Liquid again at the Kato play-ins, 13-9, and then an OT loss against Eternal Fire, also at the Kato play-ins. So we're talking about close losses, but losses all the same. It is a world in which Passion UA could maybe potentially put a bit of pressure on, right? We're kind of delving into the online world. That is sort of Passion UA's domain. If this was a LAN event, I'd be going Heroic, comfortable 2-0 all day, but it's not. We're talking about online comfort at the home, and this is where Passion UA have been a demon in this kind of upper echelon of tier 2. And I feel for me, they're a real gatekeeper side. You have to be able to put up a solid online performance if you want to be qualified to these events. You've got to go through teams like Passion UA. So I've got to say, I think Heroic still come in for me as the favourites in towards this matchup, but the veto favours Passion UA. So Heroic have got to have just a few ideas up their sleeve to be able to take them down. Passion UA, they're no joke of a team. Jambo is, he's a tier 1 level AWPer. He was getting, there's a world in which he was going to Falcons not even that long ago, right? With you jerks. And then obviously they went for the Heroic core instead for the VRS, but there was a real world in which he was going to a tier 1 kind of organisation. So Jambo is a tier 1 player in my mind. We've seen, really good moments out from people like, Kazma has his moments, but in particular, I'm looking at Kavem and Topper. In particular, Kavem. This is a guy who has an incredibly high ceiling. Yeah. It's just about consistency, getting back into the flow of things after being sort of not playing for a while. But this is a Passion UA side that they're no joke. I still think Heroic are the favourites. They should still take this, but they might have to really fight for it.
I'm excited. I mean, I don't think I've actually got to cast Jambo yet. So, like maybe once. But yeah, I mean, I'm always excited to do the catch. I've obviously his name's been out there a lot. I've heard a lot of people talk about him. So there is that. But yeah, it's different when you get a chance to kind of see yourself with the first person experience there. So I'm excited for how this is going to be playing out too. I do think one of the issues is that I think for Passion UA it might be a huge benefit if they could be playing like a more sort of old school team. I think the problem is Heroic are going to be super sharp. I don't think Heroic are kind of sleeping to this game. If they were playing a lineup that had been together for a while that was considered more of a tier 1 lineup, then sometimes those lineup in these online games just kind of they show up a little bit sleeping, maybe a little bit too confident, maybe a little bit we can do this, no problem, and then they run into a stronger team that they haven't played that much, and you think, oh damn, these guys are actually way better than I thought, and you find out too late. I don't think Heroic are going to be making that mistake. I imagine they're going to somebody like Taneev, he's been so aggressive in finding kills, and he's afraid of nobody, right? So I imagine we're going to be seeing more of that. So if I had to flip a coin, we both agree that in the other match that's going on at the same time, it was probably going to be not James and his boys who are walking their way through that one. But I think for this one, I guess if I had to make a strong prediction, I'd have to go with Heroic on this one.
Yeah, I think you're right. Taneer has been a bit of a revelation for those kind of, myself. I was following him back on Gun 5. I wasn't always super impressed with Gun 5. It was basically Taneer and Zelo, or Zello, however you want to say it, is sort of were the two main names on that team. But Taneer's been around for a while. I remember him playing in a variety of teams like Namiga, for example. He's always had these stints, but you never really, we knew he had firepower. It just felt like maybe not consistency, I guess is probably the way to put it. But man, since going towards tier 1, he has been so good. And it's also caused, a little bit of a couple of conversations for Heroic themselves in terms of their lineup, right? They signed, we obviously have Madden on the bench as well, sort of waiting. Granted, I don't think he would be the main guy who would be kind of taking the spot, but there's also Nilo there, right? Nilo is a player who, is sort of benched, and he didn't want to play at the start. Obviously, he kind of came out and talked about personal reasons. But now Heroic have kind of rightfully said, you've got to fight for your spot. Tenir is playing so well. Since he's been in this lineup for the last basically 30 days, a month, essentially, he's putting up a 1.11 rating. He is by far the best player on this lineup. And funnily enough, actually, nobody else on this lineup's positive. Nobody's even neutral. Everybody else is 0.99 or worse, right? Where Tenir's 1.11. So he is putting up an insane amount of firepower, and yeah, it does really make things kind of interesting, right? You got Nilo, who sort of assumed he was just going in towards his lineup, and now has to really fight for his position because of how well Tenir is playing. And again, when we talk about this is the online space and this is sort of Passion UA's domain, it's also Tenir's domain as well. As much as that Sangao core played a lot of this, Tenir has been for the last few years just graphing online Counter-Strike. Very, very few lands, if any lands, if I'm being perfectly honest, with Gun 5 and Amiga before that, etc., etc. So he's not going to feel uncomfortable. This is going to be right back to where he kind of does his best work.
I think it's crazy that somebody like Madden is on a bench. He is, for me...
I don't know if he still is, by the way. I think he was a substitute, I know, for the first two events. But I think that maybe he was a substitute when Nilo wasn't playing, so maybe he might not be anymore. I'm not 100% sure. He's not on HTV at the very least.
Okay, fair enough. Because I was going to say, for me, he is like a really valuable player. Like, it'd be insane if he doesn't find a strong line. By the way, shout out to you guys in the Twitch chat. We're tuning in, I don't want to say early. It's 11 o'clock in Europe, but still, somewhat early. Gamer hours and all of that. I'm keeping an eye on you guys to try and behave the best you can. I'm seeing a lot of excitement for Passion in the chat. People are, they believe in them, so that could be sick. Like, I would love a surprise. Like I said, I think Heroic gonna win this one, but if I'm wrong about that, even better, because it's just it's always fun to see those kind of upsets and just kind of get into it. So yeah, either way, I hope it's gonna be a sick game that we're gonna be seeing. We've got the maps for it, got the players for it certainly, and like we said, there's a lot on the line here. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna be seeing some focused Counter-Strike from these two teams. I mean, this, again, just to highlight, in the CIS region for cranking out talent, it's insane. Like, it's unparalleled right now. Nobody is even close to that, which is kind of wild when you think about it. So,
sure.
Yeah, they just keep coming up with new, super young players that are talented. I don't know how it's happening, but it is.
Yeah, dude, that scene over there, I don't know if you saw as well, Spirit just signed a 9-year-old or 10-year-old. Did you see this thing?
I know, what's going on?
Yeah, it's and I think he's 9, I'm pretty sure. I think it was, and he's 2,300 elo, and he's got 8,000 hours or something like that, which is someone worked out it was 19% of his life so far is on Counter-Strike.
There's
and,
no way.
He'd been playing so much CS, and then obviously kind of this tweet goes viral about Spirit signing this 9-year-old kid, and yada yada. He gets banned on Facebook because you got to be 13 and over. So kind of hilarious. It's just the hilarious side of the fame. But yeah, I mean, this is where we're getting to the level of football levels, where most academies start at under 8s, under 9s, and they kind of start seeing potential future footballers or whatever from that age. So we're kind of getting there with Counter-Strike. We already have a couple others. There was a kid called Malo9. I think he became really notable 14. He was grafting and doing really well in kind of face and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a pretty wild world that we kind of find ourselves in. And a lot of these players themselves, especially kind of the Sangao core and for the most the Passion UA, they've all probably been playing since they were kind of in their kind of mid to early teens.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not find them and coach them as early as you possibly can? But we're into the game, so apologize for a little bit of a delay, but here we go. Passion UA versus Heroic. A big welcome to everyone who's just joined us to the stream. We're going to be starting on Ancient, and let's see how this one plays out. I think we are missing a little bit of a minimap, but apart from that, we should be good to go. It's going to be Heroic. Look like they're going to be starting on the CT side with Passion UA on the T side, and a bit of a mid position coming in here from the Passion UA guys. Actually, just almost walking past. They run into Xflood and Tenir. I was going to say they walked past the most dangerous part where they're in that crossfire, but maybe it doesn't even matter. Still getting shot down, and a bit of a problem now here. Just 2 players left.
Already a little weird in this one. Cosmo trying to regress back in towards mid. We know this is a, you know, a very good map for Passion UA, but Heroic are a very good team, right? We've seen their recent form and kind of how, I guess, you know, where we're at the moment with this Heroic side. They're trying to stay up with themselves as a top-level Tier 1 talent, and they kind of are. XR for one. Quickly traded nade or bounce at Zero Fix's feet. Soften him up. This one's done. A 1v4. No real chance. He's got the bomb on his back, sure, but getting a plant is super unlikely.
Yeah, it is. And Heroic are, you know, they're also proving here pretty disciplined. No one taking too many fights. Wait until he's actually on the bomb side. Tenier gets a little taste at the end for a double kill. And that's how we get off the ground. So, not at all bad. A 1-0 lead for Heroic. The HUD is lying a little bit to you guys. Don't worry about it. We'll get it fixed right away. No fear. But yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily I don't hate the idea of sneaking towards that donut position. If they could have found an opening kill there for the T side, I'm sure they could have got in and got the bomb planted, but they never got the opening, and as a result, they end up losing the round. So now they're gonna have to battle through this next one. No bomb plant, so no real money in this one. One flashbang to go. Oh, it's a great idea, but Youngster's on the other side, and he's gonna get a couple of good kills. So they've shut it down. I still think it's worth it. $200 investment, you get a kill.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, just the money in the pocket with the MP9. You love to see it. Might be more here as well. LNZ, bad idea. Jumping across. He's actually gonna get caught by the Glock. Oh, wait, hang on. Zerofix has got two with a burst fire Glock. Let's not throw this one away for nothing, fellas. This is a 1v2. Granted, it's unwinnable, but they've made it expensive. I feel like Heroic just ever so slightly made life a little bit too hard for themselves, fighting alone.
Yeah, honestly, that's a bit silly. Like, it's not needed. I guess, in a way, it just cuts short their bonus round, which means that they're just going straight into this one with, you know, M4s and AWP. But this would have been the bonus round normally where they had the MP9s and a chance to make some more money. So it's not the end of the world, but it's a bit silly. Like, there's no reason to. Anyway, here we go into the next one as we look to see if Passion UA could find some success early on here. Going to be taking over a little bit of control of the B lane, but those grenades landing are seriously hurting them. Flashbang going over as well. Tenier well aware. Oh, he does take his eyes just on the ramp for a second. They know, though, with the damage already done, I mean, even playing for a retake here is not necessarily a bad idea. Blowing open the smoke, and even though there was a secondary smoke, he still finds the kill, so it's a decent start right now. 4 versus 3, and let's see what the T side's able to do. X-Cloud goes down next, and now I would say you might just want to save this. You don't have the money to lose everything, they will anyway. The AWP, Sunpires alone, and again, because they lost so much in the last round, it's going to be straight into a save here.
Yeah, I think so. Sunpires just keep on as AWP. However, that's not going to be the easiest thing in the world. You know, you can already see a bit of a deep move through A here. So Sunpires, he's got to try and dodge Kvem, but Kvem's sneaking up behind. If he can stay sort of in and around Red Room, he should be all right, but this could get a little funky right at the end. He's going straight into the trap. Kvem's holding for exactly this. If he just stays around here, he's fine, but he continues to move forward. Sunpires should be in trouble. Oh my god, back turn. He's going to get hunted. He's going to get chased and dropped. Orb scooped up, and that is a, you know, just an extra cherry on top to a very good round coming forward. But now the Passion UA find themselves their first on the board. Now Jambo in towards the AWP. Double AK alongside him. Gil, Forger, Kazmo, and Topper. He's going to need some level of investment. I don't actually really know what he can get. I might actually, unfortunately, be a little bit of a lesser buy. No, AK on the floor, so we're okay. But big one, though, for Passion UA to be taken. And now we get to see Jambo with this T-side orb. Now, granted, T-side orbing agent can be a little uncomfortable. It's a very awkward map to find space in your favor compared to the CT side, but Jambo's aggressive. He's a lot more kind of puggy in its nature than sort of Sunpires generally is, so might have something to work with.
Yeah, either way, I'm excited. Again, I feel like I've been promised big things about Jambo, so, you know, I'm super ready for it. This is going to be a wacky round, but we do have a couple of 5-7s, and obviously that new FAMAS that, you know, we've seen decent things, I would say. It's not been world-changing, but I guess that's probably good, you know. It would suck if it was like, oh, every round is just like 3 or 4 FAMAS, and, you know, that would probably mean that Valve had got it drastically wrong. But I feel like it's, you know, we've seen decent things with it. It's not taking over the game. That's probably good news.
Yeah.
5-7 still, obviously overpowered, but nobody cares about that.
All right, well. This round feels very kind of locked in place already for Passion UA, but just make sure we don't let things slip away. Don't drop an AK over to the wrong hands. If I'm going to make a move in towards Red Room, he's going to get a lot of space here for free. It's this fight that's going to be the awkward one. You got one to the left, one to the right. It's an MP9 to the left and a 5-7. But to Near's Deagle, what a shot!
The fact that Topper is just, he's already looking there, like he's like, oh, I'm a bit nervous. And then Tania just cruises in, just straight headshot to bang him out. That's sickening. Not a lot of time left here, but the bomb plant looks like it's going through. Xcloud shows up with a kill. What did they stop the bomb plant? Oh, they might be in a little bit of trouble now. Krem alone in a 1 versus 2. The bomb got planted, but they've lost control of everything else here. And he's so low on health. He should be dead every time. They don't quite know where he is. That might be the only advantage. Now they do, and now they should be able to get the full defuse here. He can't really stop them. He can't wallbang that defuse, so yeah, he could try, but he's going to die anyway. That is not okay for Passion UA. I feel like they should have been much more secure. I don't know why they stopped the bomb plant. There was way too much confusion.
What a round to take, by the way. What a round to take. One of the wilder, weirder ones. And it all started with an insane shot from Tania with that Deagle. You know, I was sort of no right to be getting that one at the best of times. But, you know, a cracking shot. Sure, they get the bomb plant down, but it's all in all a very good round. That comes through from Heroic to recover. And considering what they had brought to the table, we're talking about an MP9, a FAMAS, and 3 pistols. It never should have been, you know, simple and easy to kind of waltz into, but they made it look exactly like that. So, yeah, real credit to Heroic and showing themselves how you can never fall asleep, even when you're in a commanding position. They can make things stick. So, a timeout gets called, understandably so, and it's going to be a weird buy for Passion UA. We've got 1 AK, 2 Galils, a Tech 9, and a Mac 10. You're looking for a bomb plant here, sort of, maybe at the very least. I don't really know what else Passion UA could be getting out of this, but a bomb plant and a couple of kills, you take the small silver linings.
Yeah, it's such a shame, right? Because the TSI managed to build up so much momentum in the other couple of rounds there. You know, they stole the AWP, they got all those kills with the burst fire Glock, and then you kind of throw it all away to not that much, you know. That is pretty rough. 3-1, and going to the round number 5 here, we've got Xcloud with a lot of damage to the wallbang. Wow, whatever is going on, he definitely feels it. So Jacasimo taking a fair bit of damage here. We're down to 1 AK, and then Galil's 1 Mac 10 for the rest of it. It's a hard round to really do much with here. I mean, I'd be shocked if they could get onto a bomb site fast, but it's obviously possible, and maybe especially when there's only one player really anchoring that A bomb site. We'll see where they end up going. They're so far investigating the middle to find out what is going on.
Yeah, and so far, the answer's not really a lot. There's a bit of a movement, but Kvem's not kind of committed with that bomb on his back. However, this is a commitment from Jambo. He's in the open. He's going to win out a long-range fight against an AK with a Mac 10. That's probably more slight on the other side. 1 for 1. Youngster, not towards Chikazmo, but Kvem's still making good work here. Or for the first, is Deaton. The second is there. Sampires does not miss those. Topper got a lot to do and not a lot to work with. Tania drops them quick on the tray. Big round for Heroic. Making sure, again, the Passion UA don't get a lot out of that round. Sure, we get a few kills, but no bomb plant means no real rebuy back in towards the next round, and Heroic should get a 5-1 start.
Yeah, this is it's not to say that they necessarily got lucky, but I feel like Heroic, this could have been such a different affair, right? It could have easily been almost like a round lead for Passion UA at this stage, so a lot's been given away. Heroic, let's see how far they can run with it. It's Jambo running out into the middle with a deagle. You know what? His crossfires in the right place. I bet if he pulls the trigger there, he will get a kill on Xcloud, but obviously very flashed, so not really ready for it. Good spray down. I expect nothing less. Bomb getting planted. Oh, just barely with the wall bang from Linus on the other side. It's going to be taking out Krem, but you know what? That's reasonable. Get the bomb plant at the very least.
Yeah. We'll take at least something out of that, but flawless round nonetheless. 5 on the board now as well. This is a tough predicament that we're really in at the moment. I don't really know what Passion UA have kind of got in the locker. Sure, their money has been a little funky, a little weird, and it happens, but they're in this brutal cycle where even with bomb plants, even with the kills they're getting, we still can't close our post plants. It has been a little difficult. Seems like we've been booted from the server, so hopefully we can get back in as soon as. But for now, we'll chill. It's 5-1, of course, for Heroic. And another thing kind of, touch on here is that this is basically the strongest map in Passion UA's pool, kind of always has been historically for this organization. Yeah. So if we're coming in now, we're playing on what is meant to be your go-to map pick, the one in which your AWP shines on the best, your riflers find the most form, and we're not playing well, we're struggling. This is a worrying kind of situation because, Mirage up next, sure, it's a simple map in terms of its fundamentals, and sure, Heroic have been struggling on it a little bit, or at least the Sangao core have. It's still the case of, you lose your own map pick, and there's a real chance of a 2-0. Heroic, they're not going to be picking it towards Mirage if they don't have ideas of how they're going to be able to sort of manipulate the map in their favor. And I think that's where I'm now getting a little worried. 5-1, it's not the most egregious of score lines, but it's actually the situation that we're in where, because it's economy that continues to get broken over towards this Passion UA side, they're building up no longevity, no sustainability, no foundations in this first half. We could actually be talking about a pretty brutal scoreline in this first half at this rate, and it doesn't look like anything's going to change. 6-1 as we come back into things, Anders, and it continues rocking and rolling. It continues being a one-sided showing. Passion UA, they're actually really getting quite rapidly into a troublesome period.
Yeah, I would say so. I think, man, that one opening they had at the beginning, you give that one away, how many more are you going to get? There's probably not going to be an easier time to really wreck Heroic. And it was right at the start. They had the economy low. They'd stolen that AWP. It was really all lined up for them. And unfortunately, the truth might be that they might only get one more chance in this half to really have that kind of an impact. And I mean, it's got to be really soon. You could also see the Heroic economy starting to just explode from what's happening here. Winning 4 in a row and, obviously stealing a bunch of AKs and everything else. This is unfortunately just it's a bit of a brutal start to the day. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's not much to say other than we have to wait and see if Passion can find a way to sort of recover a little bit of loss there, because it must be frustrating to have given that kind of stuff away. I like this from Topper in the middle, just trying to see if he can, get a bit close. They might have heard his footsteps. They certainly are reacting like they're aware that he could be coming through, but still the push towards the bomb side here in Tanir. Already spending a couple of bullets with a bit of a wall bang. He will make it out safely, and some good bursts just raining down. Zero Fix is going to be dead, and wow, yeah, they're very aggressive here. Jambo is next in line. Linus is he's out hunting. He's actually feeling really fresh right now.
Yeah, exactly. This is a pretty insane game. I just think Passion UA are being beat in terms of sort of the reason why, at least for me, I was saying I think Heroic are the favorites here, because it's not about the veto, which I think favors Passion UA. It's not about kind of that kind of pool or even the fact that we're playing online. It's just about the individuals. We're talking about, guys who are just at a better level. This Heroic lineup are seriously good on their day, and even towards last year, yes, Passion UA had some good runs, but Sangao were probably consistently the better team, and some players. What a shot. Jakal's going to get caught early. Bit of a spam will do damage on towards Kavem too, so already the things and signs looking once again very good for Heroic. 7 rounds already on the CT side is really good. 8 or more, I feel like this map might be done.
Yeah, it's really hard to make a comeback from the stage. There's just no question about it. Good 2-for-1 trade out there, and it blows open a massive hole in the offensive for Passion UA. They wanted to get some mid control and a little bit of outside lane control there, but they just get completely denied. Fem goes down last. It's a triple kill for Linus, who is 11-4 right now, just powering his way through. And Heroic, I don't know, I don't even want to say it's a slow start, but I mean, they did give away a lot of economy early on in the game, and that was a bit silly to watch in a way. Losing to the burst fire, hate to come back to, but that should have never happened. But maybe that was also a wake-up call. I'm sure they also took a moment to say, hey guys, let's focus up. And so they have.
Yeah. Oh, I don't even know how to kind of paint a nice picture for Passion UA at the moment. Back in towards mid-control.
We don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have to. There's no need. They are struggling in every single vein. He might get the drop on Youngster here. He should get the drop. He won't get the drop because X-Cloud has bailed him out. That is a lethal setup that Kavem completely overlooked. And Youngster are going to add another one to the tally. Topper will trade, sure. X-Cloud should be known of here, but even still...
They don't know.
This is so weird. They still haven't cleared him.
I almost wish you would have stayed inside of the smoke just for the fun of it. Now, they have called a freeze, but I mean, it's not going to make it any easier. Oh, they will actually get the kill there. Yambo, pretty quick to react. And X-Cloud, he himself might get gamed a little bit here in the middle because there is a player hiding right behind those boxes, and he wasn't quite ready for it. So a 2-on-4 turned into a 2 versus 2 with Sunpius and Tanir kind of both in the middle right now, which could actually work out brilliantly for them. If they know he's still locked in here, nice smoke to block that off. That's huge. Otherwise, they might have been in trouble, or they still will be, because the HEs can blow open the smoke. You keep forgetting about that, but Sunpius doesn't, and Jambo's now alone.
Oh, man. What a game we are getting. Swing, and a miss from Jambo. Now on Quanti, gets tagged once again. He's trying to take this fight at range. It's such an awkward one. And Sunpius just completely disrespects it. AK up close. He swings in with the AWP as his 3rd kill of the round. This is a masterclass on Ancient right now from Heroic. They are pulling no punches, taking complete control of the map, and giving up not even an inch to Passion UA. It's decimation. The only round that Passion UA have got is their first gun round against the bonus buy where, you know, Heroic didn't really have money to work with. And look at how things have kind of so rapidly changed. You know, at one point we were talking about where, you know, Heroic, they won a round on a FAMAS MP9 and a few pistols, and it's just completely continued snowballing since then. If Passion UA had won the round they should have won, it could have been a different story. It could have been a bit more of a back and forth affair, but it's anything but.
Well, let's see if they can find a little bit more in this round. I like the idea of trying to do this a bit of an explosive hit towards the A-bomb site, but unfortunately they don't have the smoke that lands right here at the donut position. So you can see Youngsters having an easy time, you know, sort of diving in and out of that position. And the problem is you can't literally swing him either because there's always that threat of the AWP somewhere in the back line. So, yeah, brilliant stuff. And I don't know, like, here's the other problem, though. Like, it's even been hard to talk about what Passion UA have been doing in terms of strategy because a lot of the strategy on this map involves taking control of B lane and middle, and then you kind of figure out what to do from there. When you die in those positions before you even do any of that, then, like, I mean, there's nothing left, but, man, the playbook shrinks quite a bit. And, I mean, again, credit to Heroic, I guess, for being able to shut them down that hard because, you know, there just haven't been a lot of things to talk about, unfortunately.
I think you're right. You know, we want to talk about what the setups are for Passion UA, but they're not even getting really into like stage 1 or 2 of their setups. It has just been a simple display of kind of aggression from Heroic, and it could be more of the same here. Hot flash avoided easily. Lines up, and he nearly gets 2. He gets so unfortunate not to get both, in all fairness. So Sunpius tuck his head back in towards Donut. Outrage, M4, damage dealt, but not the kill as Jambo will deliver.
What's even worse is that they already knew this was coming because they'd already pushed outside of the B-bomb site. Oh, hold on. Youngster giving up on the kill a bit early. It's a relatable feeling. We've all been there. Sunpius and Tania now. 2 versus 3. I was going to say that Heroic already knew this was going to be some sort of an A attack because they already had pushed out, but it doesn't matter at the end of it. Jacasmo taking 2 quick headshots and will finally find another round for Passion UA. The second of the half for them. I doubt if it's going to be enough. I'd be impressed if they could find a way to turn it around, but you know what? I guess we'll have to find out. What a brutal start for the Passion UA guys.
Yeah. One of those where, in the position that we're in, I really don't know how we get into this. Is 2 rounds enough? I highly doubt it, to be perfectly honest. A pistol round's a real necessity, though. If they can get that, there might be a world that we have sort of something to work with.
Yeah, I mean, we need to see essentially a different team. Like, they need to find a hard reset, come into the second half, win the pistol round, and just be reignited. And while saying those words is pretty easy, actually doing it is typically kind of tricky. So I doubt if it's going to be possible. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt anyway and see if they are going to be able to turn it around. But yeah, that was such a disappointing way to get started, because the truth is they really had the opportunity, and they know it as well, right? It's not like they don't understand the game. They knew that was a golden opportunity at the start of the half to really crush Heroic and get up to like probably an early like 5-6 round lead that could have definitely been built, but they didn't take that opportunity, and as a result, Heroic come back and just absolutely crush them. So yeah, we'll see how this one plays out once we get back into the second half. Quick shout out to all of you guys again in the chat who are hanging out. It's a good day of Counter-Strike ahead of us here. We're only the first map of the best of 3. Let's see how this one plays out. Now it is going to be Heroic starting on the T side, Passionate on the CT side, and pretty default setup. They're expecting a bit of a B push, but it's middle for Heroic that they want to try and attack, and actually losing a bit out to the USP here.
Weird fight, very weird fight. As tapping away, LNZ gonna get an important one though, and this will give them a bit of space so they can just get this bomb down. We said Passionate, if you want a chance in towards this game, a pistol round is a necessity, and it's not a good start. Heroic bomb down, 4v4, post blind set up, and slim pickings of the Utah. We got one flash to come over. It's not a good start as X-Filed or 5 Jambos was already crumbling. This fight is so important. Topper will get it, but even still, Julie's drive-by from Zero Fix. Looking for more as well as he's riding around that corner. This is so janky, and Youngstar will delete him. Heroic are making light work of Passionate right now, and this is looking like we're having a very quick map number 1, Anders.
Yeah, that is what I hate to say, but you're probably right here. That kill from Exile in the middle was huge because it does also put a lot of pressure on the retake. They don't really know if he's going to be flanking through the middle and CT spawn to shoot him in the back, so they're just feeling really uncomfortable. They're investing everything. Who can blame them? We are, we're in need of not just one miracle, but probably a whole long string of them here for this to really work out. It sucks as well because I really was looking forward to seeing more sort of T-side strategies coming out here from Heroic, but there's a good chance that we're gonna, the game might be over, or the map at least might be over before we can really see that put into play here. They're gonna get the control outside, which is not surprising, and it's pretty standard stuff. Smoke off, wait, try and see, is there gonna be a reaction? Is there a timed pop flash setup somewhere that that's waiting to be executed? If not, then continue with the plan, which at this stage looks like it could be another crunch towards the A bomb side taking over Donut, but I understand why they're waiting a little bit here. Heroic, why risk it?
Okay, so close. X-Cloud, nice final towards Topper. Flashbang bounces around, and he looks for more. We'll get caught with the 5-7 up close. We know what this gun can do, and he gets 2. That ain't bad.
No, it's very proficient. Unfortunately, running into the bomb side, maybe a little bit disjointed there. The smoke is going to make it harder still. The bomb being planted now, and nobody wanted to try and push through that one. So it should be an easy enough cleanup for this stage. We'll see if Jukasmo could change the outcome here. Or maybe not now because they've lost a teammate. He spins around and put the MAC-10 straight in his mouth. Youngster with a 19-6 scoreline, and he's not the only one that's been playing well, but stealing a couple of headlines here. Staring down a 12-2 lead right now for Heroic. So, for those of you who are, not so proficient in math, not trying to single anyone out, people in Twitch chat, know, they need 10 rounds in a row.
Be worrying if they weren't that proficient, but, not going to judge. 10 rounds, of course, like you said, is what they need, and it doesn't help when all you've got is MP9 to shut down this pop on towards B. First is good, second not too bad either. Jacasmo actually maybe giving them a little bit of charge here. 5 versus 3 opens up, double swing, double find, and a shutdown now to a 2 versus 2. This is falling apart rapidly.
Oh, this can't be real. Pashu actually had the perfect setup to deal with this. They were so well prepared for it. Bomb does get slowed down, but it might not make a difference. Tinir with a running headshot, taking down Topper, and now Yambo smoked off here. It's a question of timing. Flip a coin, try and see how you do. He walks right into the AKs waiting. It's another double kill for Youngster, and it is a victory for Heroic on map number 1. Man, what a tough break. I was going to say, they actually had a 2-man setup at the B bomb side. They had I think they had 3 in the middle that were basically coming in to crush that B take. So, they had the setup on the CT side to deal what was coming. it just doesn't matter apparently. So heroic, they hardly even play the first map. Like what a ridiculous showing.
On your opponent's map pick as well, just light work. I mean, an insane performance. You know, you got to get credit, and basically to everybody, right? And this even wasn't one of those games where we like needed a Tanier masterclass. Everybody had their moments. I think LNZ put up better numbers than he usually does. Youngstar looked very, very solid. Some Pious hitting some incredible shots, especially on that CT side, anchoring towards A quite a lot. He's doing a really solid job. Get one, fall back, get another, fall all the way back. You know, he's very good at kind of positioning himself the way AWPers at this top level do. It's all about kind of, you know, take your shot, reposition, whether you hit it or not, and just keep your angles in a kind of favorable position, wait for support. And this is kind of where you can see this heroic synergy is really growing at a very, very rapid pace. So, I mean, what a performance coming through from them. Super solid display, very, very easy to kind of make Passion UA look like a non-existent team, and this is a team that was super scary in towards kind of the upper echelons of tier 2 last year. And it actually, in the vein at which things just played, which was an incredibly one-sided showing, but it was actually one-sided because it was just heroic out-aiming them. It was a mechanical outplay, right, in every single way. It now makes this Mirage even more damning. You look at this and just say, if this is what heroic are like on what is quite a puggy map like Ancient, how are they going to be on the puggiest map of Mirage, map that everybody knows, which is so reliant on individuals and the mechanics? I mean, you got to say now this feels like the most destined 2-0 that we've seen in a while.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to convince yourself otherwise. Again, like sometimes a bit of a break can make a big difference, but like the focus on heroic, like and I think the willingness to go find those kills is just so high right now. Like they have no fear. They really are playing like it's. I think it's the coolest kind of Counter-Strike when you just see someone who's like, you know, they're very confident. They're not backing up from anything. I think it's sick. So we'll see how it goes. Second map is coming up after the break. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, we return once again. It was a bit of a quick map here to begin the day with, unfortunately. Much quicker than we were maybe hoping for, but Heroic just had no patience for whatever passion we were bringing to Ancient, so that means we're quickly on a Mirage. Second map here in the qualifier. Again, all important to try and make it at the end to Blast in Lisbon. Everything is on the line right now, and Heroic, they're playing like it. You know, a bit of a fumble for them in like one round at the start, but apart from that, it was pretty damn solid.
Yeah, 2.13 rating as well for Youngstar, who led the pack. An incredible showing from him. And on the flip side for Passion Away, Jambo was kind of the highest rated player with 0.74, going 9 and 14. So it doesn't really paint a pretty picture for a Passion Away side who just could not get in towards that map. They couldn't get in towards it. And now they've got to try and sort of survive the series by playing on their opponent's map pick. It's Mirage coming up next. And sure, we said Heroic were coming in as the favourites, but we didn't expect it to be this damning. We said that how Passion Away have won the veto, are they're the side who feel like they're in kind of charge, at least in terms of the map control. It's just that Heroic's individuals are so good. Well, they were that good that it wasn't even kind of a conversation that we could even have. We were talking about it a little bit, saying, okay, how does Passion Away, may I say, set up their T sides? How do they try and go for executes? How do they try and get map control? They weren't even given the small luxuries of that. They had to fight for every single yard that was of the map, and even then, it was normally more costly than it was worth. So now, Heroic looked incredible all the way throughout, both on the CT and the T side. There wasn't that much of a T side, but what we saw of it was really, really decent. The CT side was pretty damn incredible. So for Passion Away, I'm incredibly worried. It was, you know, Ancient and Mirage are both quite puggy maps in their nature, and Mirage shouldn't really be any different.
It shouldn't be. We're going to find out if, you know, Passion UA can kind of like recover themselves. It's not really a long break either to get it back. I mean, obviously these guys are playing a lot of games in general, so, you know, they've been here before, I'm sure, but you know, there's a lot on the line. So we'll see how it goes. I'd love to be proven wrong. I'd love to see Passion kind of come in and reconfigure themselves. But the problem is, like, you need not just like one player, because like you said, Heroic have like a whole like roster of people who are just very, very passionate about playing and very aggressive. So yeah, it's going to take like 2 or 3 players to really, really come out swinging. You got to put an end to somebody like Youngstar or somebody like Tania. And even Linus, I mean, in this game, like they were so aggressive, like they were just looking for the kills, no fear in any of their engagements, and yeah, they have a stranglehold on the entire map. Really, like it's kind of crazy to watch, honestly. So yeah, you know, it's got to be a strong start here for Passion. Like win the pistol, win that first rifle round, like get off to like a good 4 or 5 rounds at the beginning, and just like really like slow down Heroic. That's got to be the way this has to get started.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, we've got to get, honestly, just a bit of consistency out early doors. I feel like it's one of those where I think for Passion UA, they were caught sleeping a little bit at the start. They definitely weren't kind of awake and ready, and the issue is they can never get to a point of being ready because they continually just got overwhelmed. I mean, you know, even kind of seeing kind of, you know, some Pius kind of shotgun AWPing at times. Didn't get a load of kills, but he was still super good in the ones that he did get. And my assumption is that we get a T-side star coming through for Heroic, being it as their map pick. But even then, you know, the T-side is where Tania will do a lot of his best work. He is the entry fragger. He's the guy who creates space for the side. He didn't get a lot to do in towards map number 1. They weren't really even hitting his sight, to be perfectly honest. But this is now where, you know, we haven't really seen that much out of him. It was mainly kind of Youngstar, who's on those kind of CT anchors, was doing very, very well. Same with Sampaya, same with Xflower, who were playing in through mid. This is where now we have to see on the flip side of, okay, how good is Tania looking? So, you know, even with Passion UA, you get that slight advantage of, okay, sure, we haven't got Youngstar who's untouchable on the anchor positions, or some Pious in support of him, or X-File playing through mid, that kind of vibe. We've still got to now deal with a Tania who has been running rampant at tier 1. And, you know, no offense to Passion UA, but they're not a tier 1 level team. Not especially from what we've just seen in Ancients, right? So this is where Tania should do a lot of his best work. Linus as well should really get into the fray of things. So I'm kind of quite concerned about what could potentially erupt there. We could see a very quick series just as a whole.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the strategies a little bit for the Passion UA setup, and there are a lot of rounds, like more than normal, where they actually run like 2 mid, 1 B, 2 like, or so like, you know, like 1A, 2 B, 2 mid, and that means that A bomb side, at least in some of the buy rounds, could be a little bit less defended. I wonder if they already know that, and they're going to try and do some pretty early pushes to this A bomb side. That is an interesting smoke that kind of like waterfalls off the top here. See if it's going to be, you know, baiting anyone and maybe jumping in the box, or maybe it's just a miss. I'm not sure. But either way, Jambo is going to be going down early. The bomb being planted, and it does kind of get covered by the smoke. So, you know what? Maybe it's all worth it. Yeah, you seem like you're going to get picked off there. That smoke towards CT spawn that lands on the box is so easy to throw. Even I can throw it. So I don't think they're going to be missing those smokes. So maybe it's some new interesting setup that we haven't seen too much before. Zero Fix and Topper are left here, trying to do what looks like an impossible retake, especially without the smoke and the kit involved here. They're going to get shut down in a big way. Zero Fix in a 1 versus 3. And yeah, I mean, I don't even mind him trying to back away. He's never going to retake the bomb side.
He had no chance at all. So in the end, a continued flourishing performance from a Heroic and a good start in towards this map. We said we needed a good one from Passion, and we don't. That's going to worry us a lot. AKs come out, or at least one does. 2, in fact, for some Pious and LNZ. We've got a Mac 10 as well. A Galil and Youngstar can also pick himself up a Mac 10 too. So a lot of opportunities to get a lot of money in the back pockets here. Passion UA, no real buy for them to work with. We've got a couple of upgraded pistols, and that is about that. This looks like a mid to B split in terms of its initial setup, but Bomb is heading towards mid. LNZ needs to be a little careful. Sure, you've got an AK-47, but those Eagles can rip.
I like this setup towards the middle for Passion UA. I still wish they had a flashbang. They did it in the early start of Ancient. You know, you got essentially 4 people that are close to the middle. You know, why not flash your way through? Even jump through the smoke in the window. I don't really care. Just you know, it's a $200 investment. They don't do it, and good cleanup here for Xcloud, who gets 3 kills with a Mac 10. Youngstar looking to make even more money. They're going to be pretty rich going into the 3rd round here. And now on the hunt for the Deagle, because why not?
Deagle, well, gets close for another shot, but running it down. That's it's a really, you know, all 5 of those kills are found with Mac 10s as well, so that's a lot of extra cash in the bank for Heroic. The bonus they'll take, well, every day of the week, to be perfectly honest. So 2-0 to Heroic. Passion are going to come in for their first buy. We've got a triple M4, 1 MP9, probably another MP9 for Topper, unless there's a gun on the floor, just so he can pick up some of that U2. He's actually going to go for the FAMAS instead. FAMAS, I've noticed, has been wildly accurate running, more than usual, since those changes have come through. I don't know if that was an intended byproduct of the change, but seems to be the case. We'll see whether maybe we see a bit of it from Topper. Here's what you spoke about, though. A site looking a little on demand. Just one player here. Back triple, spotted, spammed, and he should be dead. Oh my god, it's so awkward. Xbox gets a reload off, which he never should be allowed to do.
Yeah, he probably should have been dead right then and there. But yeah, actually, it's kind of fun to see, right? They play into it very early on. Kind of proving, again, the tendency here for Passion UA to do that 2 mid, 2B, 1A setup. So if you hit the timing early, and they threw all the smokes from middle to sort of, you know, try and hide the fact that they weren't in middle, right? They had 3 smokes, I think, on the Heroic side that were landing in middle. So for Passion UA side, they feel like, oh yeah, there could be a bit of a mid-fight here. Now, awkwardly enough, the afterplant is actually looking a bit tricky for Heroic. Down to a 1 versus 2 with Tania. Interesting position. Zero Fix waiting for him. Jambo's on the other side. Actually, a pretty good setup, and they're going to be able to pick up the round in spite of, I think, what was a nice timing attack for Heroic. They had the right idea. They had the right early kills, but couldn't win the fights.
Yeah, I think, honestly, that's actually a very solid retake from Passion UA. And it looked very damning at the start. You know, you got that initial fight on towards A, which goes south, and Mac 10 kill behind it as well. But it actually pulled off a very solid 3v5 there. So, well played too. Opening 2, like that, go in their favor, but then slight overfaces that come through. I think for Heroic, they tried to take a little bit too much map control and too much space in that post plant, and it cost them. one of the few times where you'd say the best thing we could have done there is just sort of shell up a little bit, but it doesn't happen. So an opportunity and a lifeline extended to Passion UA. And of course, a couple of AKs now to work with. An AWP in play for Jambo too. Didn't get to see too much of him AWPing, unfortunately. And we won't see too much of it yet as he gets caught by some Pius. I didn't even see him, so I'm not sure. That's got to be an instinctual shot from some Pius. And maybe another one there for LNZ.
That did look very interesting and weird. I kind of agree. Oh, we're at another crossroads here for Passion UA. You know what the truth is? If they win this round, they're going to get a bit of a time to breathe. But unfortunately, that isn't happening. Look at the money Heroic. If the CT side wins this round, then Heroic pretty much have locked in the next round. And there is a chance that they can sort of, finally rest a little bit now. It's a great push with the smoke for a double kill. But still, it's a 2 versus 3. Looking for the fight here. And Tenier actually comes out on bottom. That's a bit interesting here. xCloud, he knows he could be here, and he will find the headshot. So still, with 50 seconds on the clock in a 1 versus 2, Jacasimo, he'd be the hero right now if he could find a way to pull this one through. Because, again, if not, it's Passion UA that are out of money, and it's Heroic, just skating by, close to the edge, but skating by on that economic front, and they're going to say, oh, it's fine, it's a great start,
So, it goes eerily quiet. For a moment, XR picked up the AWP as he went into this 1 versus 2. I was going to say that feels like an interesting call, sure, but he's gone back to the AK, and I think it's the right call. And I think it will just be the safe for Jacasimo. Are we actually going to give this a go? Maybe. He spotted one in towards C2, so it looks like potentially, or maybe it's looking for upgrades. There's an AWP, so yeah, he'll take that. Now we're definitely going to be saving. Keep this hold, give it back over towards Jambo and towards the next round, and I guess just reset for Passion UA, but it's Heroic doing what they did best. And this is the exact same spot as where Passion UA were able to get their first round, right? We saw them do this in towards map number 1. Those 1xBet odds are pretty damning, and I think understandably so. Actually, the other way. They're actually slightly favourable, but we'll see. Maybe if you're a Passion UA believer, you can head on over there.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if I am. I'll say that I'm very much a Heroic believer right now. But those odds didn't look very, they look pretty lopsided.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't know. Again, we've already covered a lot of the main talking points. But somebody from Passion has to step up and match just some of the raw confidence and impact that Heroic are bringing. And it's not just like one Heroic player, right? It's a lot of them. So you need like if it's where you want somebody from like Jambo, if he's gonna be like a superstar type player. Then, like, you want to see it in a game like this where he suddenly says, "Okay, you know what? Like, we're done with this. I'm gonna start some of these rounds. Pushing, getting a couple of kills, like really stopping the madness. If they don't, it's going to be a problem." Another timing attack here coming through from Heroic, but this time they're super ready. Passion UA with essentially a 4-man defense at the start of it. They're already rotated everywhere. There's nobody to be bomb site even. So I'd probably call this an over rotation, but in this round it doesn't really matter because they're in the right spot. So it's still scary when you're rotating that hard really early on, but we're gonna give them the benefit of the doubt here and say that they had a good read and they knew what was coming. Certainly going to be able to win this round. Sunpai's in a 1 versus 3. He does have the bomb, but man, they should never give up this round.
Sunpai's 1v3. It shouldn't be possible, and I think it might be one of those where it's a proactive save. Moves around the map, sees he can isolate a fight, but he's not trying to give this a go. I mean, he does have the bomb on his back, but it's not like he's committing back over towards the B side. And you can even see as well, Jambo's now rotated back over there. You get a mid player and A player. It's a very simple, solid set of Passion UA, and I think for Sunpai, he'll just stick around here. So, Passion UA already doing better in the early part of this game than they did in map number 1. That in itself is, a real silver lining. Basically, we'll take what we can get, Anders.
Yeah, that's true. And whatever it takes, just try and get some rounds on board here. I think, I think it's a good read for Passion UA. Again, the rotation, I wonder if Heroic had a sense of how many people were there, because that's one of those things as an in-game leader. If you realize, man, they had 4, almost 5 people, like, pretty much right at the start of that push, you start to wonder, okay, well, let's try and use that in a couple of rounds if we can. So, We'll see how it goes. The problem is there is not that much data on Heroic in the, with this lineup on this map. Like, I can really only find one map that they've played. So, like, the amount of it was like, it wasn't necessarily a lot of rounds either. So, kind of sucks a little bit to get a read on here. So, yeah, I have a little bit of data, but I don't know, it's statistically hard to know what they're going to be doing on this T side. Maybe for them too, maybe they're just feeling it out a little bit. But for Passion UA, it's another one of these big openings in the game. If they can win this next round now, man, they're going to be in a good position.
Yeah, there might be a world in which Passion UA can kind of just build upon this CT side a little bit. If we can get, anywhere in the region like 5 rounds, I'm going to start to look, or at least feel a little bit, potentially powerful that there might be a chance if Passion UA pushes towards the third. I still think it's a big odds. I still think there's a lot to do, and we did see Passion UA lose rounds to these sort of by Zero Fix. That is a quick shot, it has to be said, from xFloud, who gets a dink but it's through the wall.
Yeah, all quiet in the middle for the moment here. Actually, everyone kind of collectively deciding it. Maybe we're okay with just standing still for a second here to see what's up. P250 on Tanier. They've got 2 more flashbangs. If they want to set something up, then, they can do it. Try and get close to the connector and maybe pop flash somebody in there. But actually, Sunpius is going to do it the other way. He's the one carrying the flashbangs, and he's just going to be crouching in here, re-smoking the window. Ooh, his timing is almost there. If he was a little bit further forward, I wonder if he could have seen Krem there. Oh, he might walk into it. It's so risky. There is that sniper right on the other side. The smoke is going to be fading, and they're moving forward here. Close range, but they're all looking at something else, and it actually works out incredibly well for the CT side here. Sunpius alone in the middle, and I don't even know with this much time left. Are you even going to be allowed to save? They're kind of coming for him. One good kill, but an instant return. Nice. This is, super important.
Yeah, that's actually a much, much better showing for Passion UA. And now we've got something to work with. Now we can sit here a little happier and say there is foundations here. There's something to build on. This is a Passion UA side who are offering up at least enough of a kind of a game plan from us that we can feel happy about them potentially returning, potentially responding, pushing it towards that third map, right? It's not completely out of the kind of case. They've already done better than map number 1. Wasn't very hard, it has to be said, but it just fulfills us with a little bit of hope. On the other game as well, currently Gamer Legion find themselves 12-7 up against Paravision on map number 1. So that map's still going while we're already about a quarter of the way through ours.
What are they doing over there? Like, speed it up, guys.
It's James Bull. It will happen. Whether he's IGLing or not, James is inevitable.
True. Yeah, that could be something to it. Well, let's see how this one plays out. It is going to be 3 versus 3. And I think you're right. Like, I mean, a third map right now would be huge for Passion UA. And again, it does involve slowing down, humbling Heroic just enough that they don't feel the level of confidence that they have been in the game so far. And I don't think they're there yet. Like, this is a bit of a start. They've got a little bit of money in the bank. And obviously, Heroic don't have that much. So this is another big round. Like, win this one. I'd say don't lose more than one person here. Just try and make this a win that you can kind of...
Yeah,
you can celebrate a little bit. You say, okay, guys, we're back on track. Like, slow start to the day, but now we've got it. Like, you need some story to be able to tell yourselves, and that's a very good peak for Krem. Nice.
Shouldn't have outsold too much, and I don't think it now will. Zerofix and Kvem gonna see it off alongside Topper. Nice round for Passion UA. We didn't expect it to go south regardless, but nice to make the sort of the easy ones stick and make them look easy as well. That at least once again reinstills just a bit of confidence. All right, we've got an idea here, we've got a plan, we've got sort of a formation of how we're going to make this one work for us. So simple stuff. Well, Passion UA, Heroic going to come back into a buy though. AK's out. While some buy just a little for him, it's picked up a little bit more utility. Jambo going to have the benefit at range, just whether he can utilize it.
I mean, we haven't really seen too much out of him yet, but then again, we haven't seen too much out of Passion in general, so
yeah,
maybe it's a bit hard to read at the moment. Smoke's going up for an A execute, and that is what they're going to try and do, but with a pretty strong mid presence, and my god, what a beginning. It's xFloud with a couple of kills, Linus in the middle to get a quick flick, taking down Zero Fix and Jambo on Topper in a 2 versus 4, and I mean, It wasn't even about the particular smokes on the execute. Obviously, we all know how these work anyway. Like, most of you probably know how to throw them. So it's not a, you know, it wasn't necessarily the brilliance of that, but the mid-timing there to get that double kill, you're wrecked on that A defense no matter what. So, tough call here.
Yeah, agreed. And for Jambo, it's just about keeping this AWP alive, which he should be okay. But then again, he is slightly getting swarmed a little bit. He's getting suffocated. He might not even realize it. So it still could be a little awkward. He's going to go in late. See if he gets any exits, and he will. Lovely shot there, it has to be said. So nice work all in all. He all kept alive. So we'll take the silver linings. We'll take the small wins where we can, I guess. But Heroic back to their winning ways. And this is the other worrying thing for Passion UA. As much as they've been building up a good little repertoire themselves, the worrying thing is that if we start to see things start to fall into place, you know, really, really well for Heroic, and they start to get 2, 3, 4 rounds in a row, this is where we just look back to Ancient and just say, it's just beginning again. This is where Heroic, they spiraled, they're untouchable, and that could be the case. Passion UA have got to make sure that the second Heroic finds success like they just have, you've got to shut it down immediately, get right back in their face.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, the confidence spiral for Heroic is definitely not broken at the moment, so you need more. Krem dies. He was trying to push that underpass position, holding it, and I mean, it's not a bad idea, but xFloud, he's good opponent to be up against. He's played a lot of Counter-Strike. I think he was like topping the boards for FPL last year. Like, he was just crushing. You know, again, even if you're not playing necessarily team Counter-Strike in the same way, like it says something about like the level of dedication, and just interaction with the game for sure. Topper here, it's a wide peak, and even if he wins the first one, the spacing is great, and they're gonna get the refrag on him. It's a nice little flick there for Jambo. Need another one, and he does actually shoot. Oh no!
Oh,
Youngster just sticks around that corner. Even if he got legged through the box, he just doesn't care. And Zero Fix on his own. He knows that Linus might be a bit low on that other side, but is it enough to do the retake? There is a flank coming in as well, and he kind of has got the read on that. xFloud, he knows that he could be coming from there. They've seen each other, and now it's going to be a lot harder here. Zero Fix, the element of surprise is gone a little bit, and even with no bomb plant here, how does he actually find the kills? They're slowly walking away. All right, bit of a swing, and now it's interesting again. xFloud, oh, he's so quick. Peeks right into it. Perfect crosshair placement, and will be taking down Zero Fix. That's a close round, but again, the confidence going the way of Heroic.
yeah, I mean, honestly, that round comes down to the wire. It's probably a lot closer than Heroic would have liked, but all that matters is they step up. xFloud in that 1v1 loose term, but of course, utilize all the same. LNZ was sort of already 1 foot in the grave, but this just really pulled back into a doable position at one point. Zero Fix was so well to give them a chance there. And if he pulled off a 1v3, it would have been an insane clutch for Passion UA to take back the lead, but instead, it's now put them sort of on death's door a little bit in this first half. You look at that buy that comes through, sure, it's great, but long term, the funds are all dried up. So, an AWP out here, double M4A1S, an M4A4, and a FAMAS is great to pick up. But if more than 3 or more people die, it's going to be a lackluster reinvestment for Passion UA in towards round number 11. So this could be tough. Missed shot from Jambo. The panic catches him off guard. LNZ will get traded by Kevin, but they've got the B site.
Yeah, super hard to retake right now, especially because they can't even do it from the market. Like, that's being Molotoved off. xFloud has another Molotov, so we're talking about a retake, all of it from Catwalk. Can it be done? Yeah, maybe, but I actually don't blame them. As upsetting as it is to maybe watch, they're saving in the 4-on-4, and I don't know what they could have done. Like, imagine the choke. Like, such a narrow choke point to get 4 people through here. I don't think it's going to happen.
And it's just also, coming back to that fact that they've got nothing long term. They have to use this buy heading in towards the next, or else they would be in a lot of trouble. So, Exit's going to look for something here. xFloud post up by Murder Hole, but there's the team falling over towards CT. So, no real fights towards the tail end. Orb kept alive. It should be dropped back over towards Jambo. It's fine, right? But I think it's the awkward thing because of Passion UA's circumstances that they're in. They have to go for 4v4 saves where, you want to be in a position where you can say, okay, let's give this 4v4 a go, and if we lose it, it's not the end of the world. And that's just not a luxury that Passion UA have at the moment, or have had basically all series long.
Yeah.
Tough spot for them. 6-4. Heroic have done more than enough on this seaside. 6 rounds, I think, is really, really great. Anything more would be Sort of fantastic. They can get up to a 7th, they're loving life.
Yeah, they're already cooking pretty hard. Great flashbang, but somehow not able to get the kill. Tinia trying to get it back. We haven't had to scream his name too much. Actually, the first kill that he's got right there. I don't know how that's happened, but you know, if he gets warmed up, it's going to be a bit of a different game, no question about it. Youngster getting caught right on top of the smoke there, so okay. I mean, again, on the other flip side of the coin, I guess, for Passion UA, if they are able to tie this up 6-6, not a great first half, but you know what? It could be salvaged. There is a way to get back, and like we said, Heroic don't have a lot of experience playing this map. You know, bordering on nearly none really for this particular lineup. So, you know, there is a way to do this, no question about it. And I feel like you know they've definitely cooled down a bit more. You know, it's not the complete madness from the first half. So, let's see if they can find a way to land this round safely. It's going to be a nice headshot there. That's what we like to see, and this should pretty much confirm it.
Yeah, it's a great shot. No complaints about that one at all. Swing out here for some bias. It's not an easy fight for him now. And, well, he gets the first and immediately traded back of him to follow it up. Great response from Passion UA. Big round for them to be taking. And the final round of the half. If Passion UA make it a 6-all, I've got some belief. I've got some hope. However, on the flip side, if it is taken by a 7th, I start to lean quite favorably. Just in the sense that I know 7... You know, 9 times out of 10 is such a good amount of rounds to get on the T side of Mirage, which is generally just a CT-sided map.
Yeah, you just know it's not going to be easy. And again, just in terms of the the confidence thing that we keep bringing up, I know it sounds like it's a bit of a loose term, but you know, you win the last round of the half. You know, you go in, you have a good speech ready. You're like, okay, let's win the pistol, and then we're off to the races. So it all does matter at the end. We'll see if they're going to be able to find a way. It's Sunpies to start with. Takes down Zero Fix. Half through the smoke, half through a box with a headshot and the AWP. It's going to get the job done anyway. Jacasmo, it's a good shot and a good read that they were going to be boosting on the other side there. So, looks like it's a bit of a delayed push towards the B-bomb site, which is almost well-timed. Got to be careful here. Reloading as he comes back. It's so scary. But at the back bench, there is a bit of a fight brewing as well. Topper goes down, and Jacasmo out in the open. I was going to say, he surely won't be allowed to escape that position. And Sunpies will take him down. They've stolen the M4 on Linus, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2 here for the afterplant. And Linus gets a free kill taking down Jambo. He was never really ready for that. Leaves Krem in a 1 versus 2 here. And he's already been spotted and taken down. So here we go. A 7-5 first half in favor of Heroic.
Yeah, really, really nice work from Heroic. I think even though it was harder fought, just the fact that if we're looking at this and not including sort of all those talks about map number 1, I think the way you look at it and just say that's very solid. We're going to throw this one to a little break. We'll be back in a second.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after a bit of a break here. It is Passion UA versus Heroic. We're on the second map, and this is qualification for the Blast Lisbon event. And at this point in time, you know, you've got to play the hardest you've ever played. It's super important. You're trying to get into a VRS certified tournament, and right now, Passion UA, they're not delivering hard enough. Not yet, anyway.
No, I think you're right. Let's see really what we've got kind of to offer up from Passion UA heading in towards the second half. I think there might be a couple of moments, but the T side at the same time when you're not flourishing with confidence can be really awkward to kind of build up. Right into a bit of a tech pause. We lost Linus and Tania, but it looks like at least one of them is back in. Just waiting on Tania now, and then we can get things back underway. But still, as is with those 1xBet odds, I'm leaning pretty heavily in favor of Heroic. I'm not blaming them for that one. They're just the side for me who feel like they've got that extra edge. We saw how good map number 1 was, but even like I said, if we just completely ignore map number 1 and just treat Mirage as its own entity, 7 rounds in your T-side is actually really good, and it's enough that you would, 9 times out of 10 be really happy with us. And especially if you get a pistol here for Heroic, which they've been very consistent with. We're talking about them being 3 for 3 on pistols so far. If they can go 4 for 4, it pushes you up to such a commanding lead. You're basically like 9-5 up at that point. If Passion UA lose that true gun round of theirs, then it's basically game over. So it's fine margins. Even though it's only a 2-round game, it's actually real fine margins that Passion UA are in. They lose this pistol round, they probably go 2 rounds down because, unless they get a bomb plant, they should be really buying in towards the next. They lose their gun round, and then at that point, we're talking about them being like 5-6 rounds down, and it's already done.
Yeah, the forecast is looking pretty grim at the moment, but let's see what they bring here. Looks like it's going to be an A fake, which actually is one of the things they really like doing in the pistol rounds. I was looking at it a bit earlier. They do like faking this A bomb site in pistols, Passion UA, so I'm not too surprised by that. See if it actually comes through. Oh, but they might turn it into a split instead. That's very interesting if they do that. I was expecting maybe they were going to try and throw one of those smokes all the way from the other side, but actually, they do just follow through with it. So clearing out the middle, smoke is up, and trying to take the fight through it. It's a bit close, but they're going to live through it for the moment. They throw the flashbang anyway, even though they're half in the middle of the reload, so not quite ready to pounce on it. I kind of don't necessarily even hate the idea, but now it's a bit weird. They've been slowed down. There's a player in Palace as well, and everybody kind of knows what's coming next here. Linus with a stunning headshot. He keeps it going, gets a quick double, and if Torba doesn't get that kind of return, they're already lost in this round. And they don't have the Palace control. They don't even really think about that right now. Oh, walking out, he's going to ignore that one, trying to stop the bomb, but a little bit late, still gets the kill regardless. Down the ladder we go, trying to relocate here with the dualies. It's back into a 1 versus 2, and I don't even know how, but Passion UA has found a way to come out on top of this one. They win the pistol round finally with, I must say, not the most impressive execute, but got the job done.
Yeah, that was... It was a little rough, I think, from Heroic. They were just over-fighting, but never fighting together. It was very individualized. There was no kind of consistency in terms of these kind of crossfires that they were setting up. They really made life quite awkward for themselves. And, yeah, tough to see. And it will, of course, give Passion UA way back in towards this game. We're going to get a buyout, though, which is an interesting choice. So, double scout, MP9. Or double MP9, that is. And 1 upgraded pistol. The first isn't bad, though, right? Sampius will make it sink as he gets his. Tania taking damage, though. He's going to have to fall away.
Yeah, again, this feels like almost like a bit of a bully buy coming out from Heroic, saying we just feel like we're going to be able to find a way to make this work. Tania goes down. Close range here. Oh, okay. Someone to work with, maybe. So... 3 now versus 3, and X-Floud, the boost up. He very nearly gets the double. That would have been sickening, but some great headshots are coming through. Casmo with that AK, and that might have just saved the round. I mean, that's such a close round, all things considered. Youngster, he shouldn't have a big chance of doing this without the kit or anything else. We'll see how much they want to fight him. Oh, he's so deadly accurate, but it's a good return. Good triple. Very close round, all things considered, and... but yeah, still, they tied the game.
I gotta say, that was worryingly close. I think just in the fact that because there was a little bit of damage dealt, that 1v2 had a, potential bit of, a lifeline there. But either way, because it's a failed force fight out for Heroic, it now puts us into a spot where we can start working with Passion UA building on this C side. We got a little bit of a reinvestment back in, though, interestingly enough. Let's start for the first. That'll be all he gets, though, with that Farmhouse. There was another spotted in towards window as well as Tania takes a tag. So, interesting choice for Heroic to go kind of back-to-back force buys, but this one not as hefty.
Yeah, again, I don't know, like, I feel like it's a bit silly to do this in the round, but you know what? Fair enough. Linus, I think, might have disconnected, so might be a pause coming up. Oh.
That's unfortunate.
He got the gods. They smited him for buying the scalp.
Yeah, it's like, have you ever played those like servers where it's like, this is gonna be a real niche reference, but I don't know if you ever played like Battlefield or anything like that. But there's some of those online servers in like Battlefield 4 where it's like you're not allowed to use like grenade launchers, for example. So if you shoot one and you get a kill, it instantly kicks you. That's just what happened with the scout there for Tanea.
Yeah, no scouts allowed.
Because damage has been done, though, the round is live. Like, that's just simply how the rules are, at least in kind of most rulebooks. I'm assuming it'll be the same case here. So the round plays out like it is. It's 1v2. And Sampires, I don't know if he's actually a known quantity here. So if they do wrap towards A, it could be interesting. And they are. Oh, hang on a moment. Sampires is in a very good spot to maybe deny this. Look at the time. 15 seconds. We've got to go here. This bomb's going to go down. They're going to bomb open. Sampires knows. And he drops it. And then he falls back away towards ramp. Time's ticking. 10 seconds. Sub that. And if he swings, he didn't need to fight. Sampires. We did not need to fight there. But he chooses to. And he loses his head. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I don't know why he's chosen to fight there, though. It's 8 seconds.
Yeah, I think he's trying to find like that timing as the guy's picking up the bomb and you know trying to relocate or whatever. Like there's probably some. It's hard to say, but like you're right. Like from our point of view, he definitely could have waited. Like the thing that he wants to avoid, I guess, is the situation where the guy gets the bomb and makes it around the box to actually plant the bomb, because then he's at a disadvantage. So he's like trying to hit that timing somewhere right before that happens. But regardless, like. What an absolutely ridiculous round with like a scout and 2 people disconnecting, and they still nearly lose it. Like again, if you're talking about confidence and talking about like trying to reclaim some of that, like how do you do that after this? You're gonna be, if you can't be real, how are we getting close to losing this kind of a round? But they are, and we'll see if we get everybody back on the server. Hopefully we can continue, but it's very hard to feel good about Passion UA at the moment.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Passion UA, they're giving me a little bit of something, at least. Just a bit of respite of thinking, maybe there is a world we can push this towards a third, which felt completely, unlikely, to say the least. And just while this game's been going on, by the way, Gamer Legion Paravision, that was 12-7 Gamer Legion at one point, is now 14-13 Paravision as they've gone in towards overtime. So Gamer Legion have had a colossal crumble over there. Let's just take a look at it now as well. It looks like, judging by things, Paravision have got, 7 rounds in a row, 8 of the last 9 rounds too. So the T side is where things fell apart for Gamer Legion. That's tough to see. Rez is 11-24 as well. So he's struggling. You hate to see that.
Yeah, that is that's maybe a bit concerning. But again, sort of teams with Jamie, even if he's not technically the captain or whatever, like they have always been kind of hard to play for a variety of different reasons. So maybe that's just what they're running into. Interesting result so far, nonetheless. We're slowly trickling people back onto the server, and hopefully that means we can be, we can be back live with the game and ready to go in a couple of seconds here, because, you don't want too much of a slowdown either. I'm sure Heroic are probably not celebrating yet, but they are thinking about, the potential 2-0 victory here, and
yeah,
you don't want too much delay for that.
Well, we wait for Marnus to get back in. Hopefully. Not going to take too long, but you never know. You never know. Sometimes these things can take a little bit of time. He did drop out just as the map was starting as well. Both him and Tanea. Interesting if they both drop out like exactly the same time. I wonder if they're maybe boot camping or in the same area or something along those lines. But who knows? Yeah,
it could be. That does actually make sense. So yeah, it's the nature of the beast. Sometimes online Counter-Strike, you hate it, but it kind of is what it is. We've had it going on for a bit, and usually the fixes are not that far away, so
yeah,
we'll see. Restart some pings, restart the server, and get everything back online, and we should be pretty good to go. Yeah, even if it goes a third map, like at this stage, I'm not seeing the breakthrough players on the other side. Like Jacasimo had that. He's had like 1 or 2 really good rounds with the AK where I thought, okay, like that's more how I like it. But like 1 or 2 rounds isn't going to save you. Like it has to be a real threat in the back of their mind, like all the time, where it's like, damn, they could be showing up,
Yeah. Well, good news is everyone is back in the server, at least that I can see. So there might still be something brewing here. We just fix things, make sure the ping's all right, and this, that, and the other. But when you hear typing, that's generally a good sign. Generally means that we should be getting things back underway. Buys are coming through as well. So it's 8-7 Passion UA. They're in a very good spot for them to potentially push us towards that map number 3, Anubis. Is a map that we know has been pretty good. It's been pretty kind to Passion UA in the past. At the moment, if they can do that, that'll be an insane response off the back of losing Euro map pick 13-2. We did say Mirage was a worry for us, though. It's an interesting pick for Heroic here. 0% win rate, 0 for 4 on this map, and Passion UA, a hockey-style team, won't say no to a Mirage any day of the week, and it seems like this gamble on Mirage is not paying off at the moment.
No, maybe not. But we are into another round here.
Yikes.
Linus going to get taken down. Just don't know if anyone can see anything inside of that smoke. But regardless, we're back into a 4 versus 4 here. Bomb getting planted. And honestly, Passion... Oh, did he just find that through the smoke? That's absolutely ridiculous. A lot of kills like that in this round so far. X-Floud, he's managed to get a great deep position. You can see they're not at all thinking about the fact that he could have been there. And the bomb has been delayed. And now, probably not even getting targeted here. Zero fix on his own. I don't know what, like, they had people on the bomb site almost instantly. After that first kill on Linus, they had the bomb site, so why does it take another 20 seconds upon the bomb?
Yeah, it's true. I really, really like that move, though, from XR. You know, pushing that smoke and just waiting for his moment. And Panthers catch the play in towards apartments. Pressure on towards the guy who's trying to get that bomb down. He knows there's a van player as well, so he doesn't even need to peek in a way. Really well done. And a good round that sort of quite quickly flips the script again that we were having. We were saying how we were feeling, you know, just a little worried for Heroic. And now, not so much at the moment. 8 all, 1 AK, and 1 Deagle is all that Passion UA have got to wield in towards round number 17. This should be a 9 for Heroic.
Yeah, putting themselves in a decent position. Oh. Flashbang to look into the underpass, and actually, in spite of the delay from the top push here, it still kind of works out. Bit of an awkward timing for X-Floud, who wanted to peek behind the flashbang, but at the end of the day, they're going to be fine. And Heroic, 9 rounds coming up for them. It's not necessarily even the number, because Passion UA, not that far behind. The obvious problem here is... Oh, Champo. I kind of like that. Yeah, the obvious problem is just, like, again, we need more players from Passion UA that really step up here.
Dead here, and will be. Both waiting. That exact fight. Heroic up to 9. Lead back in their favor. Slim, but... stronghold the same. And here's where now we've got to answer back. I mean, Passion UA, as we get this reinvestment that comes through, basically everybody bar Kavemi. He has a hero AK in towards that previous round, of course. It means that his money is a little short. So we've got a Galil up for him, which is okay. Topper's going to be the one to wield the Tech 9. But this is an important round. If Passion UA lose this, genuinely, it could actually cost them the map. That's how important this round is. You lose this, it gives Heroic a 10th. They basically get guaranteed an 11th, and it puts all the pressure onto one more gun round, which pressure hasn't exactly been the best friend so far for Passion UA. Linus at the first, Zero Fix going to get caught. Not a good start, but they're trying to hit towards B.
Yeah, the problem is there's already a bit of a crossfire, even if one of them is a bit low. Not that easy to break it open, so... slowed it down. They're going back to check out, are there any CTs that are aggressive anywhere? You know, they're not really sure. They lost a little map control by having the entire team over in the B hallways. So it makes sense, I guess, to sort of canvas the rest of the map one more time. It's also a time-costly thing to have to go back like this, so we'll see how soon before they could reestablish something. In terms of the utility, 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs left. Nice headshot in the middle to take down X-Cloud. That's actually going to give them a bit of an opening. But just to say, they don't have so many grenades that they can just, like, you know, do a full A execute with all the smokes here. That's not quite going to be on the cards for them, but they're actually backing off to make it what looks like more of a B split anyway.
All right. It does go eerily quiet with 30 seconds left on the clock. Smoking towards corner. It looks like Jambo wants to get up in towards window, and he'll be given this control. So this B split's actually got a lot of legs behind this. Youngster should be dead here. Is dead. Window player finds one. Linus is so low that he's also potentially in a world of pain too. As Kevin finds one, this round feels like it's done. Time is ticking. Down goes Tanir. Down goes the round for Heroic. Some players he's got to save.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's cutting it very, very close, right? When you're down to about the 10-second mark, and you know there's still a couple of players that are in the area, you really never know what could happen. But you know what? I appreciate that. Like that seemed like a round. If you look at it from like a leadership point of view, where you know Passion UA kind of in control of that round. They realize, hey, this is obvious we're going B. Let's go back and check out the rest of the map. They do that, and they pretty much find enough mid control that they say, you know what, let's go for a B split, and it works out. So good read, good understanding. Get more of that. Like you have to replicate that kind of round, you know, a couple of more times, and maybe it could work.
Let's see. 9-0. Passion UA continue putting pressure on. We still start to see, it's a little more so, just the doubts of Heroic a little bit for me. You know, they're kind of good, but you have a couple of issues which can plague them. Molotov misses, goes too short in towards window. So Exile can still play around this. Smoke will come down, though. We still do have that buyout for both sides. It's not so much a swing round, but it is very important for Heroic. You lose this, and the same conversation that we had about Passion UA, if Heroic lose this, they go 2 rounds down and leaves them with 1 gun round to salvage their own map pick, which is not a good spot to be in.
Yeah, definitely not. Ooh.
Oh.
Bit of a hiccup. It's never a good sign. It leaves us worried.
We're back.
We are back once again. I mean, you know, you got to give some credit to Passion, I suppose. Like they definitely have stepped it up. They're waking up a little bit more, and again, Heroic maybe also cooling down a bit, or being cooled down, whichever way you take it there. Youngster gets wide swung up on, and Tanir, it's a nice lurk position back there, but for the 1 kill, probably not worth it. So 4 versus 3 with the bomb down, not a lot of money in the bank here. The truth is, Heroic, they should probably save this round.
They should. I really feel like this is not one you want to give a go at. Unless they can get 1 very early kill here. Maybe like that. I mean, low HP in towards Topper. Oh, if they had HE and they banked it in towards Firebox, we were talking about something here. But this one still feels done. Topper just holding the gap for the swing out from jungle. It should be done. Smoke down on towards site. If we're giving this a go, we've got to go now. You have a kit on the back pocket of Linus, who taps on towards the bomb. Spam is good for the first. Looking for the second as well. Stopper tries to play around that smoke. Running towards connector. It's just not planted for him. And that'll be Passion UA winning another all-important round. Kavem does super well there at the end just to make his presence known. And that bomb was planted open. Smoke on defuse on towards the bomb could have been maybe a world to work with, but in the end, Heroic, we look back at it and we say, as you touched on, it should have just been a safe call for Heroic and a rebuy in towards this round. Instead, we've got nothing to work with.
Yeah, what a weird time for Heroic to kind of cool off here. Like, this is where, you know, you'd love to see like a tactical timeout. You'd love to see them refocus on what's going on, because they should be able to keep this going. I love the flashbang and a lot of damage behind the fights. And look at the confidence in Youngster. That's the kind of style I want to see out of Heroic. Just really going for those fights. But eventually, the 5-7's going to get defeated. It's Tinny with a deagle shot, and still a 2-on-3. I mean, weirdly, again, this is a much closer round than it seems. They should be able to make it through here on the T side, but still, this is, you know, it's chaos, and Heroic, a lot of damage they managed to do in this round.
Heroic are in a rough spot, that's for sure. Tough old predicament for them. 2 rounds down. As we buy back into this round, it basically puts us in this spot where we say, lose this round for Heroic and you lose the map. Your money gets shot again, and it will be, of course, Passion UA hitting 12. So this is the make or break. This is a game that feels like it's still, for me at least, it has sort of overtime written all over it. But interestingly enough, in that other game, Game Legion, they were 12-6 up and lost the map 13-16 to Paravision. So a very interesting map that won over on the other stream as well. As much as we had a very quick one and there wasn't too much to talk about, that one had all the bells and whistles.
Yeah, it's going to be a... Yeah, potentially a hard day of Counter-Strike for some of these teams. Like I said, there's just so much on the line to qualify, so... Look at who's stepping up, though, in this game. Jacasmo up to 17 kills, Zero Fix at 15. I mean, you keep this up. That third map suddenly looking very, very likely here. Zero Fix in the middle, out to take the fight and very nearly defeat Sunpires with the AWP, so... All the attention on the middle right now, and Passionate actually finding a sick timing to try and push this bomb side. Although Youngster he's the only defense here. He swings wide, and I don't know if that's necessary, right? You already got the 4 on 5 at that point in time. It might not matter here because suddenly it's X-Cloud and Tania stepping up just a little bit, and yeah, they'll be able to defeat it. That's a shame. Passionate actually had a great timing. If they could have, even if they don't actually kill Youngster, if they could just grenade him out of there, it's going to be fine. They could at least get the bomb plant.
Yeah. It's a big round for Heroic to respond. And actually only doing it with kind of just the one casualty makes a huge difference. For Passionate, they just tried to go simple. They tried to kind of brute force their way into basically winning the map, but instead it sort of works against them. And this is where it comes back to, as much as Passionate are happy to play this puggy style of play, Heroic are happy to do it as well. They have the individuals to mechanically step up. They're not a completely system-based side. They can play on vibes. They can play off how mechanically strong this team is because, you know, the core of this team were sort of tier 2 grinders in their own regard. Let's see. 10 to 11. Passionate UA. They reinvest in similar talks once again. You lose this round, you're in trouble. You win it. On track for maybe a map number 3, but we're going the distance here. I said overtime felt like it was written in the stars of this one, and it's going to be more so the case. Tania for the first. Jambo round that corner will trade, though. Great shot.
Ooh. Youngster gets a kill, but gets traded almost immediately here. 3 versus 3. Oh, that is insane.
Can't believe it.
Sunpires, he should be dead, but he's back running with the AWP. And takes down Zero Fix as well. Oh, Jambo. I'm surprised if his keyboard or mouse are going to make it through that round. Like, I'd be breaking something after that.
That's
You're
so
crouched
tilting.
down behind that AWP.
Oh, it's so tilting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Either way. Where we're at. It's Topper in a 1 versus 3. At the very least, B-site's open. So, he should get a bomb plant down. He should be able to keep the funds alive for Passionate UA, which is a small silver lining. But anything outside of that feels pretty unlikely. Sunpires is rotating over now. It's just about whether he catches it on timing. There's so much of this site that has to be cleared by Topper. I mean, they could literally be anywhere. And all the time that he's wasting on clearing here is actually more time for Sunpires to rotate in behind. Swing on towards the site. He spotted nobody, and he's probably actually perplexed as where are they, but he should be able to get a plant here. It looks like he's going to get it down. Sunpires can't deny, but he should be able to close the round just on his own. I don't know for checking apartments on this timing.
Yeah, you're right. It's a little bit early, perhaps. We'll see. This would be an insane round for Topper to try and clutch, right? 1 versus 3. Took a long time to get here. That smoke is interesting, though. We'll see if he's going to be able to find a way through. Linus is kind of checking it, but not really. They do have a smoke and a kit, so if X-Cloud gets close enough, they should be able to stop it anyway. Missed shot here. There should be no chance. Oh, they grenaded out in front. They already used the smoke, but he's missing the grenades. Oh, it would have been sick if it would have worked out, but the defuse is in, and Heroic, they gain another round.
The idea is actually really nice. But it's so unfortunate. It must have been just a pixel or 2 off the angle. Tied square 11 apiece, 2 in a row for Heroic. Like I said, that bomb plant is so important though for Passionate UA. It keeps them financially stable to rebuy back in some regards. But this is such a tilting round. Just a bit of a Sunpires masterclass. We just know how good he can be. And well, that's exactly what he does best. Nade tagged up Kavem. They look like they want to hit towards A again. They've struggled here before. We saw that earlier round where they tried to go quick. It looks like they want to do it once again. This time it's Kavem who cracks it open. Youngster for 1. Make that 2. As he pushed in towards Palace. He's feeling like he wants to fight, but he maybe overfights.
3v3. I mean, so far so good. A little bit of a dangerous boost here. And what a spray! He continues it right onto the second player that was being jumped up there. The timing could not have been worse. And for Jambo, it means a 1 versus 3. No bomb plant. Plenty of time on the clock. If he wanted to try and, you know, make his way somewhere else, he could. But he seems happy to stick around here. Linus repositions really nicely and should be hard for him to take this fight, but he will anyway. Oh, spins around, trying to go for the 180. I mean, he was kind of cooking. He maybe could have landed that spray. But it's not going to work out. And it will be another round for Heroic. 12 on the board now. Passion UA fighting for overtime and fighting to stay alive here too.
Yeah, well, 12-11. Heroic map and series point. Semi-final point as well for them. Chance to play. Just a little bit later on, just checking now as well. They'll be playing that winner of the Paravision Game Legion game. Of course, that'll be tomorrow in the opening game. No. Close, just one round away. Again, you look at this by X-Floud. This is interesting. He does get out of mid and he gets on towards shore. He's into this top area. This is very weird, and he will actually get one before he falls. So not bad, but still feasible for Passion UA.
Yeah, so I'm going to work with 4v4. Krem gets caught trying to relocate. Man, if he could have got around the corner and sort of snuck in there, it obviously is a great position to be in. But now they're facing another problem here. It's a 3v4, and with the Palace position that's forward here from Youngster, it's hard to hit the A-bomb side. They go back to B, and that might be the better choice. Like, there is a chance here that if they can just straight up fight Linus on that corner, and you know, even if they trade 1-for-1, which obviously would be better if they could just shoot him straight in the face, but even at a 1-for-1 trade, at least they get a bomb plant, 2-on-3 after plant. There's some in the build on top of it. 40 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised if they walk the whole way and never throw any grenades, because they just don't want to give it away too early. We'll see how this one plays out. Got to be careful. A little bit of noise being made, I think, and now the grenades are out, so now they're going to start to rotate on the CT side as well. 30 seconds on the clock, and Linus is trying to make himself hard to find, but eventually they will, and they get him for free.
Yeah, that was a little too open for my liking. Taneer potentially might have been heard there by Zerofix, so this might get held. This is a doable 3 versus 3. It has to be said. There's a small amount of util, i.e. one Molotov to work with, but Taneer might want to go quiet. There's the first. He'll take that, but a quick trade coming through as he tries to get that Molotov off. And now we're retaking with an AWP for some Pious. This is not easy. A lot of heavy lifting has to be done by Youngster. The first could be found here. He's not clearing. Get right, and he will get caught. We should be done here. 1v2 for an AWP. Too many angles to clear and not enough time. Overtime is required here in our second map. And what a stark difference from map number 1 for Passion UA.
Yeah, that is super, super interesting. And I mean, I don't want to take away from Passion UA, because I feel like, yeah, you're right. Like, they definitely played better. They definitely started to get warmed up a little bit more. But I must say as well, Heroic kind of, you know, giving away a couple of rounds that maybe they didn't need to. I would have expected that more of their players would be, you know, just, again, more focused in taking these fights, because that really has been the thing that's been propelling Heroic forward in every other game I've seen them since this rebuild, right? Like, I thought this was going to be a stone mess from Heroic. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was a bit too chaotic for my taste.
Yeah.
But they've come in with such strong focus that it's actually been really fun games to watch. This is one of those games where you start to think, man, guys, what's happening with that focus? Where is it? Because there's way too many fights here where, you know, like, either they have an advantage, you know, where it kind of give it away, or again, a little bit slow. I mean, to the end of it here for X-Cloud, it was really sick and on Pious as well, but, you know, for the first map, it was all 5 of them, more or less.
Yeah, it is true. Heroic, I think they've let a lot of opportunities sort of slip away, unfortunately, and this is still where things feel, for me, potentially like Passion UA could push this towards a third. I felt like this one had overtime written all over it, and, you know, I can safely say I was right there, but it's just about where this goes from here. Heroic, they've had opportunities that they let sort of slip away, and I think this is where they do need a little bit of a breather. Of course, you get extra sort of, or you get an extra pause in towards overtime. That pause that you can take to have a breather and reconverse, but I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see some more wild fights coming out of Heroic. I feel like it's what I want anyway, you know? I like the push up into Palace that they've been doing quite a bit. This time's going to backfire on them. Giacasimo beats Sun Pious to the punch somehow. And maybe that could be the beginning of something for them here. Passion UA, a lot of control near the palace and ramp here. If they can win the fight in the middle, it's like a ready-made A split for them already. Although the bomb is quite far back, which is a bit awkward, but yeah, they get the first kill at any rate.
Come down and forth. Under Jumbo just to swing off the back of that util usage. And, well, it works against it. Down he goes. And there's that opener coming forward in response, I guess you could say, for Heroic. It's still a 4 versus 4, but it's at least good control for Exloud to field here. Youngs has been doing this so often. This time, Jacasmo reacts accordingly. And it will actually completely fall apart for Heroic. What an 8-8.
Just one player left, and even with the overtime economy, why would you do anything here? So, kind of interesting. So 13-12 scoreline after this, and yeah, Jacasmo has come into his own. 3 kills. He's up to 22 right now. We did say it at the end of the first map, right? There was just really nobody for Passion UA that was stepping up to match even one player on the Heroic side. Like, it was so one-sided. So somebody had to do this, and you know, maybe the unlikely hero. A lot of us are looking at you know, at Jambo to maybe solve some of these problems for them. But so far he's not been missing, but we just haven't seen the big impact.
Yeah, it's true. We do need a little more from him. He is meant to be this sort of star player for Passion UA, and he is, you know, of course, currently the lowest rated here. He's really been struggling. You know, on the flip side, credit to Kavem too. I think for Kavem, he was the only player at one point that was on single-digit kills for Passion UA, and he's really picked it up and sort of come into his own. Jacasmo was a name that I brought up at the start, and he doesn't always pop off, but when he has these sort of on-fire games, he's very hard to kind of slow down and to stop, and this is something that Heroic are going to have to try and figure out. It's not a good start. That first round that we've just seen in overtime was pretty damning of Heroic, who obviously still struggling on this CT side. It feels to me if we can just get just one round actually on the CT side, it might even be enough for Heroic. Their T side work felt a lot more consistent, a lot stronger at the very least.
Yeah, no question about it.
Yeah, still a lot that for me I'm questioning about Heroic. It all comes down to, why did we even pick this in the first place?
Yeah, you did highlight it at the start, and maybe we are seeing some of the cracks in the game plan here for the map in itself. Maybe that is part of the reason. So we'll see if they can pick up a round in the next 2 here. Good mid control, pretty common setup coming out here from Passion UA. Nothing wrong with that. Tanir, he's got the confidence to take the fight, but unfortunately he doesn't win it. So looks like another B split is coming in, and with 2 people in the window, it could be absolutely massive. I say that as Linus very nearly gets the double. He's so close to taking out Topper as well. And if he had, the B split might have been killed right then and there. Krem waiting for any sign. Timing is absolutely insane for him, and he's going to take this shot for free. Spins around. Maybe could have had Youngster as well, but regardless, he's done enough here. Oh dear, Zero Fix trying to punish that AWP, but that might have actually given a chance to get Heroic back into the round. They should go for the retake here. Even if they don't have that much money, it's surely one of the better chances here. 2v2 on top of the smoke, though. And Sampires, this would have to be almost insane. He does get the first flick, takes down Topper, runs close, tries to go full brokey on that one, but Jacasmo will stop him.
It's a nice effort. It actually is a really nice effort, but unfortunately, not to be. 14-12. This is a tough spot. I don't really know, again, for Heroic, what this CT side protocol is looking like, because it just feels like, for me, they really want to fight, which I have nothing against, right? This is mechanically a very skilled, but you keep leaving yourselves in really awkward post spawns. And actually, from what we've seen at the tail end of the regulation, now in towards overtime, a lot of the weakness is actually coming from this B side. You know, it's pretty standard to have a one-man setup towards B, but it does feel at times that maybe you want maybe like one towards B, one towards short, which they're sort of doing now, as a better way of holding this, just because it's always a sort of a 1vx trying to hold against his execution. It's just not working.
Back to the A splits, and honestly, they're getting so much window control anyway. Passion UA, this might be like another defensive failure coming up for Heroic, is that they're giving up that window position so often that, yeah, it's too much, right? All you have to do is miss one timing for the CTs here, and suddenly there's a player shooting in the back. It happened last round, and it could easily happen again here. Bomb is sliding towards the A ramp at the moment. And X-Cloud's going to be trying to, you know, slow something down there, but ultimately it's about that window position for me. If he finds the right timing here, Krem, then, I mean, it's on. It's absolutely on. 40 seconds left, and with only 2 people in the A bomb side anyway, like, this should never be a good defense. X-Cloud gets traded. Youngster, he should be dead 5 different ways. The backup is still a little bit too far away. And remember, the backup can't get there anyway because Krem is here ready and waiting. Now, Tania does try to get that fight, but this is just a little bit sad for Heroic, to be honest. They shouldn't be giving up this much in the middle.
Agreed. This Heroic CT side has just been completely manipulated. It's going to be a flawless C side from Bastion UA. I think we're going 3 here. And Kavem trying to make sure that that is the case. Umpire's gets nothing. So, for me, a third map, may I say, is absolutely brewing. Wow, this is, yeah, crumble from Heroic. Heroic should have closed out in regulation in the position that they were in, but the tail end of the second half really fell flat, and now we've got a non-existent overtime. They themselves having to go 3 for 3 on T side is a big ask from a side that feel like they've lost all of their confidence. And then the fact that we've got that map number 3 of Anubis setting up, which has been a good map for Passion UA and not a fantastic map for Heroic. It comes back to the initial conversation. Why do we pick Mirage, first of all, when there was other maps available, sure? And how have we not capitalized upon the winning spot that we were in? We've just won 13-2, map number 1, and we've completely fallen off a cliff in towards our own map pick.
Yeah, I mean, there are just a lot of big questions, right? And again, for, you know, for Heroic, if this was like a different scenario where there wasn't so much on the line, maybe I would say, you know what, maybe it's fine to pick, you know, Mirage and kind of like try and get some exercise, some practice on the map and all the rest of it. I feel like this is super risky and it could absolutely backfire on them. We'll see how the third map goes if we get there, but yeah, right now, this is a tough position to be in no matter what. So, second half of overtime in effect, and let's see how this one plays out. Heroic back on the T side. X-Cloud's trying to do the best they can. And Pies up there, you know, 22, 21 kills. They're doing fine on the kill front. Like, that CT side is just pretty broken for them.
Nice shot. So Pies to start, but a quick trade from Kavem, who takes that mid control, gets the orb, and he positions himself. He's happy to fight. Just before that smoke pops, takes a pop shot.
Ends up putting us in a 4 versus 4. Mid smoke once again. Important to recommit, obviously. Missed flick is in so much trouble, and eventually he will get run down. No real surprise. You're not going to get many cracks at that. Remember, Passion UA just have to win 1 round in the next 3. Probably not going to be this one, because the bomb is going to be planted here, and it's not much they can do about it, but they still have another 2 chances. Otherwise, it's double OT, which, I don't know. If you're Passion UA, on the other hand, I guess that's the other side of the coin. If you give this opportunity away, I mean, yeah, they've already given a couple away this game in this series. Like, they can't do it again.
No, it's true. I think you're right. I think kind of in the position that we're in, if Passion UA, when you go flawless in that first half of OT, then sort of quote-unquote choke, and it goes to double OT, all eyes should be on Heroic closing out, and it should be kind of the flipped narrative and talk about how Passion UA didn't close out their opportunities. Now, 3 map points to work with. But it's not a good start. Youngster, pretty clear. Well, he gets cleared off his shoulders, that's for sure, by Topper. That'll be it. Good round there from Tania. Not seen enough out of him. Of course, he was 1-7. So, it took him a while to get into this game. He's still not fully in the game, but better work from him there. He's just wanted to fight, and, you know, he does exactly that. Gets his bomb down, and something to work with. A lot of the heavy lifting still feels like it's been done by some Pious for me. And even in that round, going 1 for 1 does worry me a tad. They actually sort of need some Pious to get a kill, get out, and just be a presence alone. Even just the small things like his supporting utility have been so influential for that rifling core.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's a standard kind of opening here. Actually, pretty non-committal. Just limited grenades being thrown at the start for Heroic. Be careful, Tania. Not too much noise being made. Jacasimo's on the other side, but he is just looking to disengage. Maybe call in a grenade from the back line. We'll see if this ends up an A split or an A fake, because it could be either one, depending on what happens over at the B hallway right now. You can see they don't have the bomb here, so right now we are just waiting. There's a double setup for the B defense, though. This could be kind of explosive. 55 seconds. There comes the grenades towards the A bomb site. So really pretending, really selling it. Like, here we go. You know, 3 smokes down. We're trying to grenade our way through, but this is all just a ruse right now. That B bomb site's where the real action is going to be. Tinier pushing forward. He does go down, but oh, the timing is not good. They're all waiting, and Zero Fix, he's just here catching them. X-Cloud goes down. I don't know what's happening, Heroic. What, like,
yeah,
they need, even if they die on the A bomb site, like, they should have already been engaging that B defense.
Yeah, exactly. The timing seems off, but also it doesn't help that the fights are so off as well. I mean, look at this. 20 seconds. Lannis has to make this jump, and he misses both of them. Can't jump in towards window, can't jump in towards shore. It's falling apart. Young's just got to do all the heavy lifting. The get-right fight is everything, and he will get it. Now we've got to get on towards the side. We haven't got time to dawdle here, but it won't help with Gavem finding Youngster. This is rapidly looking like a map number 3 here. Some Pious, big shot, needs more, but he's now going to 1v1 against Jambo, and he hits it. Spots the second as well. Some Pious, heavy lifting from him. That's why you need some Pious to get a kill and stay alive. He, so many times, just is the difference maker for Heroic. And if he goes 1 for 1, or if he dies without a kill, you kind of can already assume the round's lost by Heroic. If some Pious stays alive, you know there's a chance. That's just how good he is.
Absolutely no business getting back into this round here for Heroic. That's really, really absurd. I think they completely misunderstood the timing in that round, and unfortunately for Passion, there's a chance there, right? Big chance to close out the game, make it a 3rd map. That's what they needed to do, but it doesn't work out that way. Now instead we're at 15-14, and let's see how this plays out. Double overtime on the cards here, with Sunpius hitting 25 kills, actually catching up to Jacasimo on the other side. Oh man, Passion UA, like, they managed to build some good opportunities, but now they need to actually make them work, you know?
Well, one round deciding whether we go to map number 3 or a double OT. Let's see. This is a kind of a wild predicament. If we go 3 for 3 on C sides for both sides, then we've got to have serious discussions about what's going on with this CT side on a CT-sided map, no less. A passive start, though, for Heroic, as they're just slowly taking a bit of map control and just a bit of contact plays, in all honesty. Not doing all too much, but X-File the first to fall. Jambo gets a kill and goes untraded. Linus is probably dead here. He should be. That's smoke. No. He has no idea, and that will actually... No, it doesn't cost him. Linus couldn't capitalize.
Unbelievable. Youngster is not able to get the kill either. This is all out chaos now. Finally, they get the kill on the Zero Fix, and we're still in a 2v2. They've got plenty of time. If they want to, they can try and escape. It's a lot of damage through the box there. Some Pious, yep, he's able to connect on that one. 2v2. And let's see, Grenade just being tossed into CT spawn, trying to make it tricky.
Massive.
Topper didn't realize he was going to get traded then. It's Jambo in a 1 versus 2. Let's see what he could do. He's up to 17 right now, but it all hangs on this. Otherwise, it's going to be double OT Heroic. I feel like they should have lost this map already. Somehow, they've clawed their way back into it here. And the AWP trying to get the swing, but they're everywhere on top of him, and he misses the chance. It's Sunpius to take him down instead, and we go double OT.
And it's some Bias again, by the way, to bail them out. Another great round coming through for him. 2 very important kills in that post plant. Especially when, you know, Linus should have got the kill that he missed it. Tanier steps up to the big way too. But my, oh my, how influential some Bias has been on these C sides. And how lackluster both sides have looked on the CT. 0-6 CT rounds in overtime. You don't really say that all too often on a map like Mirage, but... that is what we're getting. That is what we're getting. So, we go again. Heroic looking to close this in 2. I mean, this double OT is basically making up for the 13-2 that we had to start off the day.
That's true. That's a good point.
This is a good time as well. We can check in on the other game. And on the other game, currently, in map number 2, which is Mirage. It's Game of Legion's pick after losing, well, they were 12-6 up, lost 16-13 to Paravision on Ancient, which is Paravision's map pick. Now map number 2, they're on Mirage. That's Game of Legion's pick, and it's Paravision. They're 6-3 up. Paravision winning that 2-0 would be a big upset by my books.
I think so. Yeah, that actually would be a bit shocking. But then again, like, I mean, I'm shocked that we're still here with Heroic. Like, so maybe some of these teams again, like, as people are slowly discovering some of those tier 2 type teams, like, you know, the jump into tier 1 can be hard to make, and maybe even harder this year for some reason. But you know, they play a lot of Counter-Strike, and they have like a, you know, they can be hard to get rid of. I think people are finally starting to respect 3D Max a little bit. I think, you know, obviously some people, yourself included, were kind of keen to their potential success last year, but I think this year they're opening more eyes. So hopefully that'll be the same for some of these other teams. You know, it's cool to see teams break in and have some better games. You know.
See. At least for Heroic, the good news is with Double OT, they stay on T side, so they're pretty happy. 3 rounds in a row for their T side. Let's see if they can make it 4. Let's see if Passion UA can, I guess, fix the slightly rogue CTs. I took a start 0 fixing it. The first one towards LNZ, who's gone a little quiet. Granted, he's doing the calling, but you know, a bit more from him in terms of the numbers.
Trade here, 2 for 1 though, favoring Passion UA's side. I can't believe that's not a kill. I don't know how X5 wins that. Like, he's not checking the corner. It's a kill for the smoke. Oh, not even for the smoke. With the flash on top there. X5 goes down. Topper's doing a great job ducking and diving, but he does get shot in the face. Did he not have head armor in overtime?
Surely not, right?
Well, one of them, Jambo doesn't. I mean, again, normally it's not a.
Oh, yeah, I guess
not a big deal, but.
You're against the AKs, I guess, for the most part. That's fine.
Yeah.
But you got the money. I mean, I guess for Jambo, it makes a little bit more sense. You want to keep as much money as you can. Time is ticking. This is a tough one for some fires, and it doesn't help that he gets stopped getting out the window. Finally, a CT round in overtime. And it will go the way of Passion UA.
Okay, that is... It's good that they didn't lose to, like, a head armor. That would have been really rough. But they're going to be fine. So they actually do win a round on the CT side. That's good news, you know? Keep it going. And maybe there is a way to find. Again, that third map, which hangs in the balance right now. It's just... it's suddenly become a very different game.
This game is opening up. Heroic. Go 2 for 1. OT, and it's fine. But you allow Passion UA to get a couple of rounds in the CT side, it does change things once again. This has been a game that's ever developing. Linus does do well. Good fears. Tania going to find one as well before he gets traded. A swing and a miss from Youngster. Kavem getting both there is wild, and with Linus being so low, Exile's not exactly any better. This is very doable for Passion UA to get another. His 2 versus 2 opens up massively, but that's a good nade.
Trade. Just making a lot of noise here, Jambo. Got to be really careful. X-Cloud has the right idea, but so does Jambo. All right, they find each other. Potentially a risky situation there, but it does work out in a second round on the CT side. All right, this is that's turning into a bit of an adventure now. Heroic. Can they overcome this?
That's the question, isn't it? Let's see. For Heroic, who are falling flat on the T side, it once again feels like map number 3 is going to be required here.
I mean, it does feel that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. Anubis will be really interesting. I gotta say, Passion UA have played some pretty good Anubis. Now that they're really warming up in towards this game as well, and Heroic are crumbling, could be an upset brewing here.
There could be. What a disastrous day in the opportunity for Heroic if they actually somehow got the third map and lost it as well. Like that'd be kind of heartbreaking with everything that we've seen so far. Passion UA, I was so unimpressed at the beginning. Like, you know, a lot of people in the chat I noticed early on were rooting for them, saying, no, they're really good,
yeah,
like they're gonna win. I was like, nah, like not from what I've seen so far. But again, always happy to be wrong. Bomb going to get picked up back here, but it is a 4 versus 3 right now. Make it a 4 versus 2. St. Pius, he's got the bomb, but again, they're bleeding players across the map, and they're just under a minute now. See what they could do. They've got the smoke already set up for the top connector, so there is that, but that's also their last smoke, so how much is it? Oh, trying to get in there. Yeah, this is it's not getting any easier, is it? Looking like 3 in a row here to overtime. Nice wall bang. He's actually nearly got the kill, but Topper, just stay alive. Just stay alive as long as you can. Make it hard for them to rotate on over. The bomb should be planted here at the B bomb site, so can he do it again? Can he do it one more time, Neo? Pius alone, potentially, at that site.
Well, Linus, what can he even do? He's just stuck here. But at the same time, it makes it maybe slightly doable. He's drawn attention. They now know where the last is towards Marcus. Pius trying to play around back pillar. He's posted with AWPs, and Pius does not miss those. That was so needed. So needed. I mean, if you go 0-3 on the T side, especially with how both sides are struggling on the CT side, that would have hurt. But they've given themselves a lifeline once again.
That's another absolutely wild round to be winning, you know. 2v3, caught in the middle. I don't even know how they make it out. Obviously, Linus doing an amazing job at, you know, ducking and weaving and taking the fights, and ultimately they find a way through. Is it enough to save Heroic? I kind of doubt it, because, again, their CT sides have looked pretty miserable. And we've already pointed it out. That window in the middle is just open access, way too much open access for the Passion UA side. Once they get into the middle, they are very, very good at navigating the space on the map tactically. So that has to change. It just has to. Like we got to see Heroic stop that from happening.
One-run game, but it feels anything but close. It still feels like Heroic are on the back foot here. And I'll continue asking, why did we go for Mirage? What was the idea behind it? But just stop, regardless. Tanir will catch Topper, and that will give him something. Monster does a lot of damage towards X-Cloud, so he's forced to retreat pretty early for that mid-control.
Yeah. See. X-Cloud doing excellent work. Tanir? Weirdly having a bit of a quiet day now. Maybe again that's down to the map here, that he's just not feeling it 100%. There really are some players who just hate playing on Mirage, so maybe that could be part of the reason. But so 4-5 nonetheless, and an absolute must-win round here for the side of Heroic, trying to recover the lost confidence and trying to recover the game in general.
See, Molly down as I'm trying to get a bit of control. It's Jambo to get the first in response. Tanir will get one of his own. Good trade. 3 versus 3. This is scaling up rapidly. 40 seconds on the clock as Passion UA trying to barrel in towards the A site.
Yeah, someone cut it back into a 3v3. Could get a bit interesting all of a sudden here. They do need the bomb plant, though, and unfortunately, time is running a bit low. 25 seconds left, and they are walking into a bit of a potential crossfire. Noise being made, and Youngster, all he has to do is swing. Oh, but they fake it out. They want to spend a little bit of extra time. It doesn't even matter. He's ready with the spray. It's an amazing double kill for him, and it should buy plenty of time here for the rest to start to rotate on over. Jambo, yeah, he can't. If he plants, they're going to peek him, surely. Oh, no, they don't. They actually give him the bomb plant. Might not make a difference, but that was maybe the only way he could even stand a chance of winning the round there. Interestingly, I just looked it up really quickly while we were going through this here, but actually, Tanir, as far as I can tell, this is his second highest rated map, like only outdone by Dust 2.
Wow.
For, you know, like statistically, his T side is a bit worse. Oh, wait a minute. It's actually, hold on, let me see for the full buy. No, it's still pretty good. Like,
yeah.
Maybe his third highest rated, so Inferno, Ancient, Mirage. Worryingly, Dust 2. Oh, sorry, Anubis is actually his worst map. So, yeah, I don't know what to make of it, but that's yeah, he should be playing better. Let's go, Tanir.
Yeah, Tanir, we need to see a little bit more from him, but 17 all. Game is still, it's absolutely anybody's for the taking. This is a very, very weird game of Mirage, though, because every sort of incremental little half that we've had has sort of put us in a spot where the narrative around it has changed massively. We're talking about how neither side were getting good CT side rounds. Now it's all about the CT side. We're talking about how Heroic should have closed out in regulation, then struggled. Passion UA should have closed out in overtime, struggled. Every single incremental half has something different growing up, and you just wonder what OT2 is going to do. Oh, Ben, good shot for him. Oh, Chikazma, another great one on towards Tanir.
Yeah. Tanir needed some distraction, but unfortunately the distraction was killed instantly. Oh, trying to plant the bomb, but not quite enough cover in xCloud. He just sneaks in a kill. Puts it back into a 2v2, though. Jukasmo, who's been the real hero for this team, at least for a while here, to even get them into overtime to begin with. 2v2 now. Jambo alive as well. Bomb not planted. Gonna pick it up here, try and see if they can find it inside of the smoke. Oh, but the lineup is almost perfect here. Linus very nearly winning the round with that spray. But you know what? They get away with it. And that means it's not over yet. Jambo is going to make the oh, the fact that they get that kill so early. He wants to run back to middle. I doubt if he's going to be allowed to. If they call him on this and just start smoke defusing, he's going to be a million miles away. Yeah. Oh, this is a sad way. Heroic. Gonna get to 18. So now instead, it's Passion UA fighting for triple overtime.
Nice shot on towards some bias, but it is it's a real consolation kill of, you know, no sorts, really. Wow.
Yeah, not much you can do with
tough way to lose that one. It's just like, we just see it happen, of course, with the benefit of hindsight, and just saying, that's rough. That is rough. Either way, advantage. Heroic. Again, 18 to 17. Map point, and now, of course, map and series point as well. Passion UA, no more margin for error.
Yeah. What I mean, again, I guess it's hard to really, you know, make sense of this. If Heroic win this #1, I still probably will be a little bit critical of them for what happened on the second map. Like, I'm not just going to be celebrating it, but at the same time, for Passion UA, if they end up losing it now, it's like, come on, how many advantages can you have, even on, you know, starting all the way back on Ancient, where they definitely had a chance. They got wrecked on it, but they could have done more in the first half, and they just keep throwing away some of these big opportunities. Again, they're trying to go for the the jump, but they wanted to. And again, it makes sense because we've already been pointing it out. Heroic have done a terrible job at controlling this window. Could see xCloud heard the fall off, so he knows that. Well, he doesn't really know if they're in the window yet. They could be, but they're going to be aware that someone's down here. Yeah.
xCloud's position here is simultaneously really strong, but it also could be the difference maker between A side being completely cracked open. Linus, we don't need to overextend here. Let's just take a little step back. Holding window control is a smart thing to do. We know they were making noise. Window swing and a final towards Kabem. Does he expect a second? Does he get out? He does, in fact. That's very important for xCloud, and it gives him the ability to reset. Time ticking, sub 30. We got to hit towards A. We haven't got a lot of time here. Zero fix gets caught by Linus. Quick trade, but there's still something brewing.
Yeah, and again, maybe not a necessary repeat there for Linus. You are right about the time, though, and that's the big concern. 14 seconds. Jambo moving up with the AWP. It's a good flick to take down xCloud. 9 seconds now, and they will be getting that bomb plant here. It's on highest to try and stop triple overtime. They know exactly where he is. Nice dink, but not enough. And we get another round of overtime. My God, this is a never-ending story right here.
What a game. This game continues to deliver, and maybe in ways sort of not in the right ways, but these two sides are so evenly matched on Mirage. We know this is a map in which, we kind of said this in the pre-show, of where we know Passion UA can do a lot of great work, and obviously it's such a simple map fundamentally, and it's showing to be exactly that. So 18-all. We once again go back into it. I don't know though. As we go to triple overtime, we said every single half has its own little story, and this one, I can't even imagine what it is. Maybe it's a battle of fatigue. Who has the mental fortitude to stay at that top level in this game? That's the big question for me. Let's see. T-set start for Passion UA. Heroic on that CT side. All in and play, of course, as expected for both Jambo and Sunpias. And as Jambo starts well.
Okay, let's get Jambo warmed up. At least, oh no, Sunpias. He was playing the edge there for a long time, but something went wrong. He just burns alive. I don't know what's happening anymore. I might be losing my mind a little bit myself. Linus and Youngster in a 2 versus 5 here to start triple overtime with. I mean, it should be straightforward, walk in the park to get this one back. The bomb is being picked up in T-spawn, so there's not even a chance that they're going to run into Linus over at that B hallway. This is mental. Like, what a weird day of Counter-Strike. You know, we said it was going to be, you know, potentially some exciting Counter-Strike coming up, and it kind of has been, but it's been some wacky Counter-Strike too. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, nice shot. Jumbo gets caught. Don't think it's going to make too much of a difference to this round, though.
It shouldn't.
Yes, yeah, I was going to say, can he creep through? No. He was just trying to get a bit of timing on that con smoke. It won't be the case. All in all, it's actually a pretty good round for Passion UA. Only the 1 casualty. You're not too upset with that at all.
Definitely not. It was a good thing they shut it down again. Like, we've had way too many wacky rounds. You want to see them close out a round like that without too much trouble. So, good job. I still feel like, I don't know who's going to lose their minds quicker, the players or me, but, yeah, I wasn't again, like, it's just I'm gonna chalk a lot of it up to the map. Like we said, Heroic just don't have a lot of practice in it. It's gotta be part of the reason here, because in every other game I've seen Heroic in for the new year, it's been a lot more focus, and I feel like they've come in with with a lot more killer instinct than I've seen in this map. So maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know, I think even win or lose now, we can very sort of happily throw it out there and say, why was this Mirage the choice that Heroic went for, especially with their, as a core, the struggles, and of course, maybe just the lack of reps, right? You're playing against a ugly side. Passion UA are always going to be sort of happy to play this sort of a map. I like this from Zerafix. It's not often you hold here. As a Molotov gets thrown deep in towards apartment, it should be expected from Zerafix that there is somebody around the corner. It's just a question of, does LNZ have the chance of getting a couple here? As Youngster finds a big kill, no one towards ramp. You could get both, and Linus does. That's the bomb spilt forward. Can't get the third, but it's at least bought a little bit of time for rotations.
X-Cloud down next. Very tough to make it out of this one. The one big advantage for Passion is the time that's left here. Okay. Yeah, disengage Youngster. Even though we know that he's been willing to fight almost anybody, it's just not worth it at this stage. I like the setup, you know, cross in the middle with Sunpius holding the top mid position with the AWP. So Youngster's trusting a lot in him, but again, I don't really hate it. It means they're close to rotating to the B bomb site. So on that Molotov or Incendiary, brutal. They're hearing the damage. They know that they can't really easily rotate back from the hallway here into the A bomb site. So now they can rotate everybody over. Topper's going to go down to the Orb of Sunpius, and that leaves Jacasmo in a 1 versus 3. Again, it should be unwinnable, and it will be. Tania will find the kill, and Heroic, actually, good job on the CT side here for once.
Yeah, it's true. I really feel like, as well, there's still something brewing up with Heroic. They've got maybe a little bit of an extra level above them. 19 all. Yeah, Passion UA, you see these moments on the T side where the ideas are there, but just can't hit the shot. And, you know, even Linus getting both probably shouldn't have been the case. Definitely wanted to, you know, you go for a 1-for-1 trade there, it gives you a real good run in towards that B side, but it's just not the case. 19 all, and going for mid control. This is interesting though. You've seen that nade that gets banked down, softens up Topper quite a lot. This hold from X-Cloud in towards Connector's been so strong from him. You need another big performance.
Gotta be careful here. Gun barrel nearly showing for Topper. He could have potentially had a nasty surprise. But again, they go back to the window. So we've already pointed it out like 20 rounds ago that was a big deal for Passion UA to get somebody in there. They're being heard, and they definitely know about it. Tania, last time he tried to challenge, this time he's just ready for it. So good little flick. And the window boost has been denied. So what's up next now? This is what they've been doing, right? Boost window, try and split, well, really either the A or the B bomb site. But this time it was obviously going to be the B bomb site, even as they are still trying to put a little bit of pressure on the A side. I don't think Heroic's going to be buying this one. Linus with a strong headshot. And this is now looking pretty damn good here. I believe it's first to 22 rounds now in this third overtime. Torpa alone and goes down. All right, this is looking a little bit more solid.
Yeah, nice. Nice little swing there from Tennant. Right at the tail end. Okay, 20-19. Match number we're looking for, of course, is 22. And Heroic have had very good showings on that T side. So there might still be a world for something to work with. But it's such a weird game. It feels like making predictions just feels completely useless at this point. Every single time we've kind of come in towards a half and said, okay, this should happen. It doesn't. And that's just been the case.
Yeah. I mean, like...
There's just no point anymore, is it?
There's been some rounds, that's for sure. I don't know, like seeing... I feel like Tania is slowly waking up a little bit more, and the fact that they've started to really understand it, right? You can see now on the CT side, it's like they're putting together all the pieces. They're realizing, man, that mid position, the window is too scary. We've got to find a way to stop them. And you know what? As soon as they've done that, Passion have had a bit of a rougher time at trying to come together with some of these rounds. So I think they've solved one part of the puzzle. Let's see if they can actually, you know, keep doing it on the T side though as well. There is a bit of a setup here towards the A bomb site with 3 people there, 2 of them quite close to the front of the palace, and a third player in Yambo who's playing that connector with the AWP. So not necessarily a bad setup here for the defense, but great Molotov. Flashbangs everywhere. Nobody can see anything right now. It's madness in the A-bomb side. Jacasmo goes down, and Jambo smoked off and locked out of the site. Man, that is very efficient chaos.
That's an insane sort of double, triple flashbang play that basically blinds everybody. It's the question of who can recover first. And, well, it was heroic. I mean, really good work from LNZ and Tania. And, well, I think now for Pashy Way, despite it being overtime, you just save. There's just no point. Keep hold of what we've got. And go in towards the next. Double AWP will be brought in towards the next round, which is something, but it will be, again, now where Heroic have map and series points. Can we just close it out is the question that we continue to ask ourselves. Jambo, nice couple of shots. Not going to say no to those. The consolation kills doesn't make too big of a difference. Let's see. Hit 21 for Heroic. For, what are we at, like the 3rd or 4th time now for Heroic is a map and series point. Let's close it out. At least you got 2 opportunities to stand rather than just 1 in that previous overtime.
It's absolutely, you know, a labored game here coming up from Heroic on the second map. I mean, they're going to be learning something. Again, I say this is maybe not the forum to try and learn new maps in, but they're going to have a lot of rounds to look back on and say what worked and what didn't, and, you know, how's everyone feeling about the different positions. They haven't really played it much, at least in officials, so we'll see. 1 more round to go, and they will be able to find a way through. It's 23 kills on St. Pius. He's overtaken everybody, but, I mean, the rest of the squad, they're not that far behind. Like, this is the full 5-man Heroic machine that's up and running. That's typically where they are quite scary. So, plain A execute. I don't hate it. Let's see if they can find the one opening kill that they need. Jambo somehow not traded yet. He escapes through the smoke, which is in itself a little bit ridiculous. And a 4 and 5 to go with. But the lineup for Tania. How has he done it? Jambo good on the return, but still 3 versus 3. And Tania very nearly winning the whole series on that spray down.
Ooh. Shot. The orb gets close, but not close enough. This could be curtains right here, right now, as some Pius just posters Jambo against that back wall. It should be done. Missed shot. Zerofix opting for a rifle in this 1 versus 3, which is the right call, but I don't think he's going to be getting a chance to use it. Swing and a miss. He looks to tap on towards that bomb. He had to really stick it if he wanted a chance, and it's not going to be the case. Finally, after a marathon of a game, it's Heroic who see it off in a 2-0 fashion. We basically had 3 maps worth in that series.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. What a way to end it. Obviously for Passion, I mean, they just had so many opportunities. It's gonna be a rough, you know, thing to go through and sort of like do the post match for themselves to think about how this all went down.
Yeah.
It kind of sucks. For Heroic again, It's not a map I want to see them play in official games right now. I feel like there were some
Agreed.
big problems there. But you know what? They found a way through, and I guess like the longer they went, the more they powered up, and that is kind of good news, you know.
Yeah, I think it's probably a case for them. They're just lucky that Sampaius is as good as he is, because if Sampaius isn't playing to that level,
true.
they are losing that map. I mean, you've got to just rein it back in hindsight. That was actually terrible from Heroic. That's their map pick, and they looked so uncomfortable for against a Passion UA side who, you know, of course, have made 2 changes in their own regard. So, you know, Heroic haven't even got that gamble, that excuse to kind of use it, saying, oh, we've got Tania and Sampaius playing of our core. Same vibe on the other side, where they've got Topper and Kavem playing with that Passion UA core, and, you know, completely different IGL over there too. So for me, very worrying signs. I know we could talk about official practice, but this is a single elim tournament. This is not the time to be testing a map like that. They're
Definitely
lucky
not.
they get away with it, but I don't think they're going to look back and say, oh, that was good, right? This is a struggling Passion UA side who are nowhere near as strong as they once were, and Heroic have only just squeaked past. And if that had gone towards Anubis, I generally was worried that they could be losing the series. So they're lucky that they don't. It's okay in the grand scheme of things, but that definitely did have a lot of cause for concern for me. I think, you know, like I said, without Sampaius, I do actually think they're in a lot of trouble there.
Yeah, that definitely was the vibe as well for me. We're not through yet, obviously. This is only the first game of the day on this stream. There's another stream as well, so you guys can watch a lot of Counter-Strike there. Paravision, won the first map there, against Gamer Legion. We'll see how this one plays out.
They're,
you know, as we
11
stretch
all,
on.
by the way, in the second map right now. 11-11,
okay.
so who knows?
But the next round of matches there, we've got Astralis in 9 and Big and 500. So I think both games, I think I'm super interested in for that one. Astralis for the super obvious reasons, but like the second game, even for like 500, I really like the squad. Like, they're really fun to watch. I hope they bring the same energy. Like, they're a crazy team if they get up and running. So, you know, obviously Big, the bigger name at the moment, but I think people might be underestimating the Bulgarians a little bit. So we'll see how that plays out.
I think myself a little bit of a ship's masterclass to really cement what we've seen, what we
Hell
know,
yes.
but we need the people to know. This is the issue when you're watching tier 2. It's trying to convince people this guy's good. I promise you. Just let him cook, and then you get one opportunity or very few opportunities to play against the big boys to really prove your level. But it should be a really cool game. Of course, we're gonna be covering the big 500 game. I'm actually super excited for that. As much as Astralis 9 is also a cool game in its own regard, you've got Astralis side that basically feel like they're dead from the inside, and 9 that have been going through a variety of changes themselves. I'm actually not really convinced of either of those two teams. So as much as maybe Astralis take a little bit of the name value, I actually think we've got the better game here on the B stream with Big 500. I generally love this big side at the moment. Crimbo is a god. JDC is super good. Hyped looks insane at the moment. Like, he's been one of their best players by a long margin. He's like just shy of a 1.2 rating at tier 1 level. So should be a cool game. But that is got a bit of a break. We've actually got about 30 minutes until that one is due to start. So we're probably going to take at least about a 20-minute or so break, and then we'll do the pre-show and all of the rest. Ladies and gents, sit tight. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
We are back once again. We've got another best of 3 coming up here. Qualification for the Blast Lisbon event is on the line. Amanda's, this is Neo, and we're going to get through this game. It's going to be 500 versus Big. I'm excited for this one. I think it's going to be a really, really fun game. You know, Big have been looking better. Still don't know if I trust them. I have a long and complicated history myself with Big, just as a team. They keep, you know, enticing you, and then they kind of let you down anyway. 500, I mean, they are the underdog, but they're a fun team.
It's true. I've been liking what I see from this 500 side. I mean, we've only caught them in one tournament, but the one tournament we did catch them in, they looked really good. It was, you know, it's a substantial kind of step up for a side who've been slightly missing for a little bit. And of course, this is their qualification route to get here. They did have to go for the lower bracket against Saw, but they, of course, were able to beat them 2-1 and then take down BC Game in the revenge match as well, 2-0 in the grand final to get here. So for them, big win to get through that bracket. Not an easy bracket by any means as well. Saw, BC Game, both sides that actually look, you know, substantially quite scary in a sense, in terms of at least qualification to this sort of, I guess, kind of close qualifier in its own regards. But this is now a big step up for 500. Of course, we've seen them scalp some pretty big teams. The M80 win in particular, really good. You know, that's a tier 1 team, but it is a tier 1 team with a stand-in, so you do have to take it with a bit of a pinch of salt. But if you look at their recent form, it's just a sea of red. There is a sea of green, I'll say. Sorry. There's so many wins coming through for them. Some of them, granted, have to be set against sort of quote-unquote lesser teams, but still decent to be getting streaks going by all regards, right? I think that's the main thing that 500 want to try and work with. Now they've got their first true tester, right? We've got Big, a side who are a tier 1 caliber team, ranked 18th in the world currently right now, and obviously are considerably quite scary as well. So for 500, this is going to be a true test of actually where their levels are. I think they're getting the litmus test of kind of maybe a lower end, a kind of rebuilding tier 1 team, and to see, can we actually kind of fight against the big boys? It's, well, now time to find out.
Yeah, and also, you know, potentially a fun test of Big's mental coming into this one. You know, we've seen like some of the members look, you know, hyped as sort of bullying people on the server sometimes, right? Sure. Crimbo's playing really well. Like they have sort of a same kind of passion that you see out of like you know, some like a team like Heroic, even though they kind of screwed up that second map just now. But still, like you've got that feeling of like we're all together, we're all pointing this in a direction. It's really sick. Obviously, Tamsin, the savior of German Counter-Strike, you know, at the helm of things, which is really cool. I appreciate that. But I think this lineup is actually pretty sick. Like, if they can keep their mental straight, if they can come into these games with, like, the right balance of, you know, like, tactical play and some respect for their opponents, but also, like, when they've got the advantage, like, let somebody like Crimbo or Hype really go nuts.
Yeah.
For this other side, you know, Circus returned, and last time we saw him, he was playing very well. You know, Rainwaker, we know as well, had like a stint in tier 1. Ships is, I think, is a wild player. Like, if he's feeling confident, it's outrageous. Spellen's been around for a really long time. Oxygen, I didn't know him too much until like really a couple of weeks ago, but honestly, he was actually pretty impressed. I think he had one bad map, and then pretty much everything else was good. So could be another interesting talent coming out of Bulgaria.
Yeah, exactly. I think from what we saw, at least when we caught them maybe a week and a half ago, something like that, Ships was unstoppable. So if we can get that level out from him, I'm actually quite excited for this 500 team. They're a side who genuinely could come in towards this matchup and scout Big. As much as Big are and will be considered my favorites in this kind of game every day of the week, it's just the fact that 500 have this level about them. They are able to play up against some of the big boys. We know what Cirque's level is like as well. When he gets going at a tier 1 level, he can actually put a bit of pressure on towards Hype, who is, you know, so far since his sort of increment back in towards the big lineup, and now of course playing tier 1, he's been insane. 1.17 rating for him, as his recent form is nothing short of ridiculous, right? But it's just the fact that we know Cirque has this level about him. We know he can play at a top level. It's just about unlocking. I think sometimes for Cirque, it's, you know, that ceiling's super high, but sometimes the floor can be a little low as well, and it's just making sure that we get kind of the middle ground and not too fluctuating in terms of the performances. But I think there's a lot to like in this 500 side. You got Rainwaker, who also had a bit of tier 1 experience, of course, with Liquid, Cirque, who we know has been in tier 1 for a long, long time. And then you've got kind of this Bulgarian core around them. Spellen's been around for years, man. Probably like at least a decade at this point. Ships, finding great form now once again back in this Bulgarian lineup. He went a bit international for a while, didn't work out too much. Auction as well, a young guy who kind of has been touted for potential moves to bigger orgs, but never kind of came. It's a cool lineup. I think it's a cool team. Big definitely have their kind of, I guess, work kind of matched out for them maybe a little bit as well. We might have the veto ready for you, which would be an interesting thing to discuss as well. These two sides have been fluctuating their vetoes just a little bit. One that always seems like a bit of a guarantee is Inferno for 500. They go to it basically all the time. They do like this map a lot, and yeah, no surprises there. And we're going to get Ancient picked out by Big, which I don't mind at all, but 500 I'm not going to hate this. That leaves just 2 as our decider. So actually 3 incredibly puggy maps, which arguably maybe gives 500 a bit of an extra leg up here.
Yeah, I mean, this is I think not a bad selection. Inferno, you know, always a bit skeptical myself of that particular map, but it is played still quite a bit, and also a map that ships, I think, currently his like second highest rated map, and then it's into Ancient and Dust too. So in that sense, like he's getting like his second, third, and fourth best maps in just in terms of like, you know, raw rating alone, which is pretty interesting. Again, like I think the style that Ships played last time we saw him is hard to do against high-level teams because they should punish you more, but man, he's kind of a force of nature. Like, I kind of want to see, like, a real Ships display here, even though it's going to be hard to do. Like, it could be so much fun, you know, just from a viewership enjoyment point of view, it'd be really fun. But I wouldn't be surprised. Like, obviously Big, they're going to know all of this. They know who Ships is, and they're gonna have a sense of what's coming. So yeah, it might be hard to get the ball rolling on that, but if they do, it could be a really sick game, I think.
It is one of those where we have to look at it and say, you know, at least for now, there is maybe a chance. I mean, the one thing, of course, we've had a bit of time for Big to prepare, and they'll know as much as we know that Ships is a danger. Cirque can be a real danger as well. Auction has his moments, but it's actually just more so the fact that because 500 are a little bit more of an unknown quantity, they have all the kind of, I guess, ability to be able to say, okay, you know, Big... Everybody knows sort of what Big like to do because they've been playing so much Counter-Strike. They've been at like 3 back-to-back big events, or 3 kind of events in terms of at least 2 of which kind of massive, but that are Bounty and Kato play-ins, where we've kind of been able to see what Big have kind of got to offer up. We know what their map pool is. We know what their style of play is. 500 can do some really decent prep heading in towards this game to put pressure on towards the German side, and it could be really spicy. I'm hoping we get a bit of a game here. Of course, map number 2 in our previous series was a bit better, but map number 1 was an absolute massacre. And on the flip side, there is a world in which Big, you know, with their recent experience at Tier 1 and just how good this side have actually looked, they could potentially do more of the same, right? They could come in towards this and show just how good they actually are and say, you know, yeah, we're a bit of a kind of a gatekeeper Tier 1 team. You know, if you want to be Tier 1, you've got to be able to beat teams like Big pretty handily, and that's something that 500 want to prove to themselves today.
Well, I look forward to it. I think this is going to be fun either way. Like, it's also good again to test Big on, you know, not just like in some of the, you know, some of the high level matches, but also just like how well rounded are they? Like how much are they ready to battle? And honestly, 500 is a great test for them, right? Like if they can do what they've been doing to some of the high level teams, also to 500, I think it's going to build their confidence. Say, yeah, you know what, we don't care about qualifiers or anything else. Like we're going to be good pretty much across the board. So hopefully that's how it's going to be playing out. That would be really, really sick. But yeah, we need to see how this one plays out. Inferno to start with, a bit of a battleground there. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, are you going with the predicted winner of Big here, or are you going for an underdog pick?
I kind of want to say 500 here, but honestly, I actually do really like what I've seen from Big recently, especially from Hyped in particular. He just has looked so damn good. So I think for me, I probably actually, I'm going to go big, but I'm going to go big 2-1. I feel like actually 500 might take Inferno here, but then maybe the potential of the reverse sweep is there for this big side. But I think big are going to be made to work for this because 500 are they're no joke of a side, but they're my favorites. I'm going to go big, but big 2-1.
Big for a 2-1. Okay, so it could be a everything kind of best of 3. Yeah, I mean we thought it was going to be a quick affair for the first one, given how the first map went, but obviously at the end of it, we ended on triple overtime on the second map, and it was still heroic, sort of squeaking through with the win, but my God, like it became way more scary. So we'll see if Big are going to be able to close the book on their opponent quickly, or if it's going to be a drawn out affair. Man, I think it would be a tempting game to try and pick a 500 upset. Like, I think a lot of it is going to depend on the start of it, basically. Like, in the first, 6 or 7 rounds, I think we're going to get a really good chance to see, just how focused and how much, confidence we're going to be seeing out of the 500 squad. I don't see them defeating Big in a slower, more tactical game. I just think the level of prep for Big is going to be way too big. And, it's a classic big problem when you're a caster, isn't it? You keep saying big over and over again. But but yeah, I think their level of prep is going to be pretty enormous, and we'll see how it plays out once we get into it. So I think for the Bulgarians to win here, it's going to be a lot more, bring the fight to the big side and try and make them uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, we'll have to see. We're just waiting for this game to go live. It should hopefully be sooner rather than later, but for now, we don't know. But of course, for those who maybe missed it a bit earlier, Inferno, Ancient, and Dust 2 is going to be our veto for this one. Inferno, of course, picked by 500, Ancient picked by Big, and Dust 2 our decider if it is required. Of course, and as well, for those who maybe are unfamiliar with what this is I guess in a sense, a kind of a qualifier for that spot, that one spot available for Blast Open Lisbon 2025, which should be a really cool tournament. First of all, very cool city, very cool country.
Of course.
As a whole, but it's a cutthroat tournament. It's single elim, simple as that. In terms of, we've already had an open qual into a closed qual into this, the RES Showdown, and we've already had to say goodbye to 2 teams as well, that of Gamer Legion and Passion UA, who both lost 2-0 in their opening game. Heroic, of course, 2-0 over Passion UA, but Paravision with a 2-0 over Gamer Legion, which was maybe a little bit of a shock there, setting up for tomorrow's opener with that Paravision Heroic game. It should be real spicy.
I'm definitely shocked that Gamer Legion ended up losing that one. Just to quickly give a bit of an overview, I was looking this up a little bit earlier, and just as a brief sort of thing, if you look at the last 3 months of play or whatever of Big playing, obviously some of the lineups and all the rest of it, you can talk about that, but just generally the tendencies, they play an enormous amount of B executes on their T side. So that's kind of interesting, way more than most of their opponents, and they actually do a fantastic job. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a lot of that, and obviously that means the battle for banana it's always important on this map, but it might be that we're going to see even more of it. On their CT side, though, just an interesting fact, the level, the amount of times they have an opening that's 2A, 3B is kind of wild. So just if you look at that, and it's more than other teams like Spirit or Navi or Mouse or whatever by a significant amount. So the question sort of becomes, if 500 know this, could we see some quicker attacks towards the A bomb site? Obviously 3B is not a permanent fixture. It's not like you run 3 to the B bomb site and they stay there forever. Sometimes it's even just to run there and throw some early grenades or, whatever it is. But still, it doesn't matter. If you're quick on the T side to get up the middle, you can sometimes beat that timing. So, it's a pretty shocking statistical difference between, how that plays out for the big side of things. I'm a little bit curious to see if we're going to see something like that out of the 500 squad once we get into the game.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, for those as well wondering, we do have 2 simultaneous streams running for this one. Astralis versus 9 is over on that A stream. That one also should be kind of interesting. This is a 9 side who've gone through sort of quite a big rebuild, in all fairness themselves. They've been kind of making a couple of changes. Kragan, Bob XD, Favon entering in towards that team alongside Mantu and Rolls. It's a bit of a change up for them for sure, right? So they've got a pretty tough task ahead of them. They're going to be playing, of course, against Astralis, but an Astralis side that have been struggling. But one thing I'm kind of jealous of over there, they get 2 of my kind of 3 favorite maps to watch at the moment. They're getting trained to open things up that 9 have picked into, and then Nuke is their decider there. And I actually, Danish British teams on Nuke. It's an age-old story, and so I'm a little jealous of that. But I do think we've got kind of the better game. I would say. I really feel like for me that Astralis are struggling, Nine are rebuilding. This one feels like two teams who actually are trying to fight for their place and their secure lineups in a sense. So I think generally speaking, the level of Counter-Strike, in my opinion, should be a little better here. Is my assumption. Whether that's the case or not, though, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Like, I mean, you look at the lineup there for the Astralis game, and you think that's a game they're winning every time, right? Like, yeah. But I found myself thinking that a lot about Astralis, and for whatever reason, there's something that's missing. So I don't know. Like, it's also like a lose-lose situation. Like, if Astralis beat 9 here, no one's going to be celebrating that. We're just going to be saying, well, of course, right? But if you lose, people are going to say, oh, come on, like, this surely can't happen. So it's like, there's not a lot of... You have to keep fighting for Astralis, right? If they can qualify all the way through, that's obviously a big deal, and that's going to be a different story. And that would be, I think, a nice win for them right now, to be honest, to just, like, make the tournament itself. But that's still a little bit into the future. So I guess we'll see how it plays out. Just because we're a little bit delayed on the start here, just go through it again tactically for 500 on the CT side of Inferno. Their main opening actually is 3A, 2B, right? So, okay. They're a little bit more, towards that side of it. Just to point it out. But funnily enough, like all their top 3 executes all have to do with B. It's just a question of, like, how they actually smoke things off and all the rest of it. But, like, they have an enormous tendency to end up in the B-bomb site. So, kind of curious how that plays out. Both teams just really loving that. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of this fight is going to be dictated then about, like, the banana, aggression. Like, do you take it early on? Do you try and do, like, banana retakes when you're on the CT side? Like, how do you actually play this one out? Because just from the stats alone, it looks like there's going to be quite a lot of battles happening out there.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. We'll see. For now, it seems like we're getting everybody sort of slowly in the servers, just getting, slight server and anti-cheat issues fixed, and then we can get things underway. But before we get underway, we're going to throw this one to a little bit of an ad break and hopefully get things fixed in the meantime. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We lied. It's not going to be a break. It's going to be into the action. The teams managed to ready up just in time. We are on Inferno to begin with. It's going to be big starting on that CT side. And actually, in the pistol round, they've chosen to really stack that A-bomb side. I feel like this is probably one of the most common setups, and you're just kind of hoping that Crimbo here can get 1 kill and live, or, 2 kills and die. It's got to be one of those two. The third option here, which is straight dying, is a real big problem, although 500 are not exactly speeding up. They're a little bit suspicious here. Rainwaker in the middle, going to be taking down a quick double kill, and that should seal the deal. If they weren't already winning, they definitely are now.
Yeah, this is tough. Okay, you see in height. Big arse then. Bomb will go down, and a 2 versus 4. I don't really even know what you can do in this spot. I mean, you're going to rotate over and try and give it a little go. Kid in the back pocket of hype, so maybe a whirl, but it would require 500 to massively overfight here, and it just feels so unlike them. They don't need to in this spot. Double stacking towards Dog, 1 new box, 1 deep banana. This is an unstoppable setup, and that'll be that. They pull it away big, are going to save, and that'll be 500. Kickstarting Inferno very, very well. We know they've got some tricks up their sleeve, and we're going to see them in this game. And I think Big have really got their kind of hands full. This is not an easy matchup. 500 are a difficult side to play against right now.
Yeah, they are. It's a very, very nicely constructed round, honestly. Just not a lot to hate there. They managed to get the opening, that's kind of one thing. But, you know, the little detail on top of slowing it down, just kind of like giving a chance. You never know, because there are teams, I mean, where you'd put one player out in front, and then there's like another, 3 people inside of the B bomb site. So if you just rush it after getting the first kill, you can wall into a stack. Bit of a risk, but we've seen it in the past. So it's good to see that 500 also, thinking the round through and not just going too crazy with it. Scout in the middle for height, and some 5-7s on board as well. We all know what they could do. So should still be obviously around for the T side here, but a couple of chances for Big maybe to have an impact.
Yeah, and the same. Oxygen looks like he wants to start things off by cracking open B once again. Quad stack here now, though. No, it's read well. CT smoke that goes down. Not the one for plant pot, though. So just the standard smoke, and Big will respond with one of their own. So maybe even it wasn't a commitment by 500, trying to bait out the util, see what the response is looking like. But nonetheless, a 1-0 start for 500, and want to make sure they make it too, because it just breaks the econ of Big, who force bought in. I love the stack, though, and the stack feels like it could be strong enough to make this very expensive.
Yeah, it very well might be, maybe even worse than that if it keeps going, although a couple of good kills coming in the back here. They know that QB's by the fountain. Scouts in the back line, and yeah, they have time. You don't have to commit into this. Again, this is probably a good sign for 500. Sucks that they lost a couple of players, but you know what? Making the choice to kind of like pull back the troops, it's not necessarily a bad idea. Crimbo's going to be here in time to try and catch them. He's out in the open, and yeah, no surprise. He's going to get completely run down. So, maybe a chance if QE would find an AK shot here, but otherwise, so far, I think it's a well-called round out of 500, and they're staying far away from the action. They really don't want to lose a player early on. Grenade does nothing at all. There is a smoke on Rainwaker as well, but they lose Cirque in the meantime, and that's a bit awkward. No head armor on anyone on the CT side, so in a straight-up fight here, oh, he needs the headshot. He's not going to be able to get it. Spellan, he gets one, and now he's hiding, trying to buy more time, but there is a kit in play, and Hyped, he lands the headshot and wins the round in a 1v1 clutch.
Yeah, that was so close, but Hype does so well. This is a kid who is in an insane run of form right now. I mean, he is in such an insane position where I think for Hype, he's completely sort of rebuilding the narrative around himself. He was sort of seen at one point where it was like, you hate to put it, he was basically a failed academy graduate, right? You know, he went up, stepped into a tier 1. It was too early. It didn't work out. Went to alternate attacks, kind of was here and around the German scene, but it looked like his chance at tier 1 is gone. And then, you know, Season doesn't work out. Hype gets a second crack back in that big main lineup, and man, is he impressing so far. And that's another showing of just how good he can be. 4-0 to start off, but expect big numbers from him. He is more than happy to plug against 500. I'm sure on alternate attacks as well. He had a lot of times playing against them. And just as bigging him up, Hype will go down, caught by Spellan, as he just has a little peek in towards mid to see what's going on.
Yeah, I'll second that, though. It's been really, really fun to watch the return of Hype. Chef's going to get caught off guard in a bit of an awkward position. But then again, Crimbo swiftly traded out. Smoke goes down towards that little pit position, and it's going to be a 3v4. So, wow, what an interesting trade back and forth at the start of this game. 500. Kind of a sour feeling losing that second round, but
yeah,
if you come back and win this one, you might say, who cares? You know, we're still doing a fine job at the end of the day. They're going to be walking away with the AK and the M4, and obviously retaking that A-bomb site is probably not the best choice, so I can respect it.
Well, yeah, saving an AK and an M4 and an MP9. Not the worst thing in the world. It starts quite badly for Big, and they just couldn't respond well enough, unfortunately, for them. It's, you know, Hype that gets caught. He's just looking towards mid just to see what's going on, but it's Spellan there ready to instantly punish, and they just use that in terms of sometimes, you know, we see a lot of teams, they'll get an opening kill and they just slow down. They wait, see what the reaction's like, this, that, and the other. 500 like, we get our kill, we're in there. Let's just take that space in towards A. Let's barrel in quickly up short and punish, and they do exactly that. So, simple work for them. I'm assuming Big are going to want to try and buy back in. It's just what they bring, and it's honestly, it's feasible. It's double MP9 FAMAS, AK and M4 to work with. Not the worst in the world. Especially as MP9s, they do actually get a lot of favor in towards a map like Inferno. There's a lot of close cubbies you can sort of play around from. Or you can take banana control like Tabson wants to.
Yeah, I don't hate it again. We did preview the whole game saying it's probably going to be a lot of a struggle for Banana because both these teams love executing into that B-bomb site. So, yeah, if you're big and you can deny that or make it expensive in terms of grenades to try and just get banana control, then obviously you're making the follow-up B execute a little bit weaker if they don't have the same amount of grenades. So, there is some logic behind this. A minute and 10 seconds, and unfortunately for big, they are the ones running out of grenades right now. Smoke goes down. Tabs in here on the other side. MP9 as they come running through, and yeah, that smoke probably needed to be like a second earlier, and maybe that would have slowed them actually running through it, but it kind of landed almost on top of them. So now it's JDC here. Crimbo started to walk up behind. He's got another smoke, but can he even throw it in time is the question here. I don't think so. JDC is going to be engaged. Oh, they slow it down a little bit. If they swing him there, I think they probably have him. Now we're down to under 40 seconds.
He's got out as well. That's not bad. He's been given that luxury just a little bit. Top banana control is great, but actually now we're in a spot where 500 basically have to commit here. If they want to rotate, I think this rotate is so risky. We're not giving ourselves a lot of time to clear anything. And there's still 3 players towards A. In they come back in this position. You got one in towards Apps who's late lurking, but you got no time for mistakes. If that bomb spills again, we're in trouble. 10 seconds, sub that. Hyped on the side, could do it all. Andy Will, brilliant from Hype, gets 2, nearly the 3rd as well, but Hype's done an insane job. I don't know why 500 have decided there that we're going to go for a sub 30-second rotate back over towards an A site, which we have 0 information on. That's a wild call for me.
That is, I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Like, the fact that he waits that long, someone could have peeked him from the other side and killed him before he got the shots off there, but fair play, it actually works out. Yeah, the rotation back as well from 500. I guess they just felt like it was going to be too telegraphed if they go into the B-bomb site at that time. Like, they kind of had been read pretty hard. So, might have just been like one of those times where it's like you feel like either way you're not going to have a great time in any of the bomb sites. But, yeah, it sucks and it's not a good feeling.
No, it's tough. This is a very interesting game, though, that we've kind of got built up here. Back and forth, neither side taking control, no consistency just yet. It's a kind of a wild position that we're in. Triple AK, Double Tech 9 is the buy for 500. Not the worst in the world, but Double Tech 9 doesn't leave you full of joy. Anyway, see. Baker took that double MP9 to wheel, so still could be doable. 1 kill for 500 with those AKs and a rifle to be scooped up for 500, and it just completely flips the script in this round.
Okay, well, Tech 9.
Oh, the kill with the Tech 9.
Yeah, I mean, you trade it, that's worth it, right? For 500, I think they'll say, all right, whatever. Especially with Spellan going down, we're not looking for him to be necessarily the top fragger here. Pretty early timing to try and get something through, but the incendiary going down kind of slows them a bit. Now the smoke and a flash, and they're really being denied the entry here. Some damage being exchanged through the smoke, and over at the A pit is Crimbo on his own. So you can see they are well aware that 500 just love finishing on this bomb side. Like, QB's really cheating his way on this onto the side, and I can understand why. They are going back a bit, so 500, maybe they could make another interesting call. They got more time at any rate, so at least they're not going to be suffering the same kind of fate as in the last round.
500 grouping up back towards A. This time, though, feels a little stronger. Only 1 player here. We know Crimbo has his moments, but he has to really step up in a massive way. And P9 QB could be pretty important here. It depends whether we're going to wrap towards a B split in through CT or we're going to commit towards A. Now Crimbo's in trouble. He's in the open. He's very much in the open. QB gets caught too. That's the round done. Just safe. Tabs and JDC have got no chance of putting off a 2v4 retake. Not towards the A site.
Good call right now for 500. Said at the start, and you know, I'll stand by it. I don't feel like 500 should be able to defeat Big in a slower kind of, you know, where we're moving the troops around. But so far, it's actually working pretty well for them. So Again, usually quite happy to be wrong. Yeah, they're taking banana. They're forcing Big to rotate over to that B bomb side quite a bit, and then they just walk it back to the A bomb side. So, I mean, if they had more time in the other round, that would have worked as well, right? They just ended up with, you know, not enough time for the hyped MP9 in the corner there. But otherwise,
Yeah.
the fundamentals of the round are pretty good.
It's true. 500. We know they're a scary side, and it's rounds like this that sort of prove this to us. You can play, you know, lightning, you know, blisteringly quick in terms of their pace, but they can also slow things down, and both are equally as effective for them. Having this versatility, it's pretty huge. 3-2. Should be made 4 as well, as it is. What, M4, and well, no, maybe no longer the M4, just the FAMAS MP9 557 to work with.
Yeah, no surprise they can't get too much out of this one. Looking for the M4, right? Tamsin's got the job done. There is a FAMAS on Crimbo. I don't know. There is some to play with here, but 500 have shown a remarkable amount of patience in these rounds. Like, I don't see them running into anything crazy, and that's a really good sign. Nice nade. It was also their last, but, you know, you like it anyway. Ooh, that's a bit awkward. Tabson was flashed, but he still winds up with a double kill, being hunted now, and the Molotov at the corner there. I was going to say making it impossible to trade, but that was wrong. Hype decides to step into the flames to avenge his fallen captain. Makes it suddenly a 2 versus 2 with Ships and Rainwaker. Trying to see if they can rotate back. And I mean, there's a potential weird engagement here. If Ships making enough noise, you gotta wonder if Crimbo feels like, yeah, he's gonna push right into it. I was gonna say he could have been surprised by that, but somehow he's not. So now Ships is in a very tight spot right now. Big. If they win this round, it's a huge W for them.
Let's see. He alongside everybody is tagged here. AK and a FAMAS. If Big win this round, it's going to really hurt 500, who felt like they had a real good chance here. Bomb going down in itself is good for the money. But how do Ships play this? He could get caught. If he pokes his head up, if he stops crouching, he's dead. Nate banks round. First going to try and cross in towards this left-hand side. He will spot the first as well. Does well. And the second Ships. That is a stunner of a round. Crimbo and Hype just caught. Pants around their ankles as he swings on that back box and gets both. 500. What a time for Ships to step up. Like we said, do not sleep on this guy. He is ridiculously talented. And that's why.
Yeah, that's, I don't know. I would have never picked him to win that 1v2. Even if he is good, that's just such a weird position to be in. But, yeah, they were a little bit deer in the headlights there. They were just kind of sat waiting, saying, you know, what's happening? And none of them even seemed to be able to fire back. So, already low on health. That is a shame for Big, because there was a real opportunity to steal a round away there. This time, we're down to 1 Deagle, 4 USPs. And which should be a bit of an easier time. I say that the Ships does get punished, and Crimbo can't escape. Oh no, the Deagle's gone.
Nice shot. Nice shot from Crimbo, but it won't amount to anything really. Oxygen and Cirque. Kill a piece. And down goes JDC. So that one was simple. Last man, a QB should get caught here by Rainwaker on the lurk, and that is to be the case. Nice angle for him. Waiting. And yeah, that'll be that. 5 rounds up for 500. Honestly, this is a pretty good start. I'm pretty happy with this.
Yes, a lot of interesting back and forth here. Does kind of make you wonder how this will affect the mental. I think mostly for Big, because I bet you 500 are happy to play some real chaotic Counter-Strike where, you know, it is back and forth, and there's a lot going on, right? They're also winning the T side a little bit right now, but you know, if Big had the expectation of coming in here and saying, wow, this is going to be a bit of an easier time, then they're going to have to recalibrate that expectation quite a bit right now.
Top round. Second smoke will come down towards top car, so we shall see. They might actually pull back from this banana control just a little bit. It's a little janky fighting around that second smoke, because that should instill the idea that Big are actually trying to play up close, as Crimbo did with the Deagle in that previous round, but of course this time with guns. See, Oxygen does get Out towards Car, but a Molotov will stop him in his tracks once again.
Still time. 55 seconds. You don't really have to do anything crazy at the moment. They've drawn in a third player towards the B-bomb site, so already kind of a success. And remember, I mean, they've done a great job right now at posturing on Banana, you know, making the rotation happen for Big, and then going back to the A-bomb site. And I mean, as long as that game plan works, why change it? You can see Big are worried about the rotation. They might have been looking at the same stats that I mentioned, saying, man, 500 do love to go to the B-bomb side. That's huge for Oxygen. He gets that first kill. They're going to know now, all right, there's nobody else really following behind it, but they have to keep one player at the B-bomb site, and the rest are far away from rotating. Tabs, you can see he's running over here. We're down to 17 seconds. What an entry for Ships, and Crimbo going to get traded no matter what here. So Bomb is going to get planted. Just don't fight Tabson. It's not necessary, and it's going to be another round for 500. Very, very similar playbook from some of the other rounds.
Yeah, it's a great T side that we're seeing it from 500 develop. It's very simple hits towards his A site. Quite consistent just to the A site as well. They don't even need to do that much towards B. Yes, we're kind of in the early part of these rounds, you know, testing the waters, seeing what's sort of brewing there, but for the most part, it's been really nice hits towards A. They're scaling up very quickly. We're going to kind of just shy of a minute mark, and they're happy to just rely on their individuals because they are so crisp right now. More or less everybody on the server with these rifles, there's just nothing really Big can do. We haven't really seen too much out from Cirque, but at the same time, T-side AWPing on Inferno is just not really that big of a deal. You don't see it happen too often. Very few people make T-side AWPing on Inferno look good anyway. And that's at sort of the best of times. So I'm not expecting too much art from him in this half. It's on the CT side where we should expect Cirque to come alive a little bit more, but we'll see. Either way, they might not need him right now. 6-2. We will get the second timeout used by Big, as they're hoping to try and fix a lot of the issues that have kind of been plaguing them so far. 4 rounds in the hole. It's not been good. But it's a good time as ever. I was told to kind of shout out Zonix. He's one of the German watch party guys, and there's a lot of the Big support and kind of fan base and all them. So shout out those guys. I'm sure they, Big at the moment, kind of need your support. They've been looking a little lackluster, so they need to step up.
Zonix is a bit of a legend. He's been around forever and ever. So
yeah,
it's good to see him still out there streaming. Yeah, the German community is pretty strong when it comes to, like, you know, supporting their streamers and their players, which I think is a cool thing. So yeah, that's really awesome. Him and I talk every once in a while when it comes to, like, co-streaming and all the rest of it. So
nice.
You know. Anyway, it's a 6-2 scoreline with 500. I mean, fair play. It is their map pick, but I think, you know, if you haven't been paying attention, you could have easily thought this is going to be a walk in the park for Big, but not necessarily so. It's a nice kill with the 5-7. Hype this here. Ooh, risky play, and that loses them an important rifle. They're going to get chewed up in this round with only 1 kill really happening, and well, that's very interesting. 500 just running away with the game at the moment.
Yeah, this is a one-sided showing. And again, we'll be come back to saying, you know, it's sort of an unfortunate spot that we're in, but this is sort of how good 500 can be. You cannot allow this side to sparrow. You can't allow them to kind of play this puggy nature, because they will punish. And this is what they're doing at the moment. They're 5 rounds up. Only got 7 on the C side, which is great. Any more that 500 get on this C side is a real cherry on top of actually a really fantastic first half performance on your own map pick. And this is sort of where it comes back to what I was saying of how I think if Big are going to win this, it's going to have to be a 2-1 fashion. And I said that they're not going to take map number 1. 500 on Inferno, it's a match made in heaven.
Yeah, they're certainly having a fantastic time right now. Flexing back towards the A-bomb site. Hype with a nice little flick here, but gotta be careful. Down to the pits, and he does get taken down. Oxygen able to beat the timing, and QB is next in line. And they're just rotating in, maybe a little bit too disconnected. Didn't really manage to slow down. It was a 3v3 for like a brief second there, but I think every member of Big thought, oh, if I swing right now, I'm going to have a decent fight. And unfortunately, they all get picked apart instead. So the madness continue, and Big stays stuck at just a couple of rounds here to begin with. 8-2 in favor of 500, and everyone's playing well. Funnily enough, it's Oxygen leading the charge with 14-4.
Yeah. Wow, wow, wow. This is something. Execute's again a fantastic hit. I love this little play on towards Hype as he's tunnel visioned in towards Big Pit, and it's a coin flip for Hyped, right? Where do I hold? Which is the angle that I take? And he just calls it wrong, unfortunately for him. The swing from Baug is also brilliant too. QB getting caught back sight like that. Important work. 8-2. Back and forth to start off this game, but it's only been one-way traffic for a long time now. 500 have already hit a fantastic mark. The flash on the corner is good. We need the support there. Team damage isn't going to help, but it's Tabson who gets a team kill. A scrappy start to this low buy for Big, but it might still have life left behind it.
Plenty of time in the round for Big to be made more uncomfortable. Smoke goes down. They do have smokes on the A bomb site, but that doesn't really help just yet. I mean, you can obviously throw smokes from Arch, but wonder if they're going to be able to do that from here. Grenade goes out, tickles Rainwaker a little bit. Apart from that, when that smoke fades in another 5 or so seconds, it's going to be real rough out here. Hype started to walk his way back, and they're already setting up the initial grenades for the execute. But once again, they have enough time that if they realize this, if there was a stack here, they could walk away from it. Oh, it spreads far enough. The Molotovs are so wacky sometimes. You never really know, but good job nonetheless. 30 seconds. Hyped on the other side of the smoke, and the bomb being planted here. It's a real nice idea. If you could have found that headshot and that kill, it would have been different. But the reload is going to get him. And just like that, it's another round here for 500. I don't see Crimbo winning this 1v3 with an MP9.
Yeah, it gets a couple of tags, but with that Deagle, it's just not enough. It's a big ask for Crimbo. Doesn't even have a kit as well, so really, chances should be incredibly slim. Smoke down towards CT. Now Rice at the angles at where he can be from. This one should be done. And it is. Time so far tick now as well, so not unfair. He was looking for the extra kills. It will not be the case, and now he's got to get out alive, may I say, with life intact and all the rest. And he will, so it's okay.
Yeah, you know what?
9 rounds though, dude. This is an insane showing for 500.
It is. I mean, it's very, very impressive, and again, maybe even more so because they have been very measured. They've been much more tactically minded than maybe I was giving them credit for, and that's just really nice to see. Like, it means they have some more strength in them. They're not relying on, ships to just crack on through the rounds. Like, that isn't the game plan, and I think that's good news. Also, to be fair, if we're dealing out a little bit of criticism on the big side, right? QB and Hampton and JDC are hardly playing the game right now, so yeah, that's a bit of an issue too. We'll see how this one plays out. A lot of chaos again, and somehow they come out on top. I can't believe they didn't burn alive in that corner, but Big have made it out, looking for a 3rd round at the end of the half here. If they can get it, I mean, they're still really far away from a good job, but at least they can begin something.
Let's see. Spelling up close. Hyped here. Not an easy fight. He might get one at range, and he will. Should have been traded immediately there. It isn't. On the second shot, you got to get him, and Spellin and Cirque combine well. That's a lovely way to get a lot of space towards B. If they go quick, they can beat Tabs in here, and they will.
Yeah, they thought that might have been a 3rd player there, but slowed them down a little bit. Tamsin walking right through the smoke, and the lineup is insane. He's going to be able to spray them both down for a double kill. So a 3rd round for Big. It's not that much, but it's something to work with going into the second half. I guess we'll see how that one plays out. But I mean, like, this was a very, very one-sided game so far.
Yeah, no, exactly that. What a showing, though. I think from 500, looking insanely good. That's a better round, sure, but in the end, you're only getting 3. Is it enough? No, it really shouldn't be at the very least. We'll have to see. But for 500, I'm really impressed with what I saw here. 9 rounds already. If you get a pistol round here, you should be done. But we're going to throw this on to a little break. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't
play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
We're back once again. Not much of a delay here as we crack on with the second half. It's 500 versus Big. It's the beginning of the best of 3. There's still more to come, but right now on 500's map pick, it's a pretty one-sided game. The Bulgarians have shown up in a big way, and honestly, the other side they're lacking right now. They've got 2 players that are doing somewhat of a reasonable job, and Tabs ended a double kill at the end to get him to 6 kills, but yeah, we need to see a lot more out of our T side now for this to really be playing out. It's a good start as JDC will win the battle against ships, but again, they're selling this like it could be, you know, weak defense at B now. They're actually trying to bait them into a late stack over at the B bomb site. So, funnily enough, we had this discussion in the first half about, you know, why you don't just always want to run, even if you get a kill there. It can be dangerous, and that's exactly what 500 is trying to sell.
Let's see. Crimbo moving forward. In this 4 versus 4, you generally favor the T sides in these situations. Have that trade ability, and especially considering that Oxygen's all alone, he's got to go nuclear here. And instead he gets burnt to a crisp. That's going to really hurt. They've got the A site. Bomb should go down momentarily.
Yeah, quick rotation coming in. They were already moving out of the bomb site. Tabs and Crimbo, though, making quick work of it. They go and challenge Cirque in the middle. They didn't have to, but I guess it doesn't really matter in the end. I did like the idea of 500 sort of pushing down Banana to try and get to the A-bomb side a bit quicker, but, you know, they needed more time and they needed more kills, so ultimately it's a good start for Big, which, you know, you needed it right now. It had to happen for this map to be even halfway interesting.
Oh, well, for Big, they had to start off into this half very quickly showcasing that we're not dead just yet, and we've still got some tricks up our sleeve, and that's good, right? Pistol round taken with maximum efficiency, really never in doubt from the first kill. 500 not going to buy in towards the second, so they're going to wait for round 15 for their first investment. And it should, at the very least, be an opportunity here where Big can just build something to work with. Give us a bit of stability. Give us just a bit of consistency out, something that's eluded them all of this game thus far. Build that economy. If they can make this quite a seamless round, take no more than like 1 casualty, you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think start to get a little bit more stuff. And we saw in the other game what happens when, you know, when a team has a slow start, but eventually they start to make it back. And at the beginning of the patch anyway, that's, you know what, fair enough. A bit crazy, but I like the spice anyway. Trying to work on the AC at Crimbo, but Hype is maybe looking to help out. Crimbo is a bit low on health, so I guess it's fair enough, you know. Sometimes you just need to find a way to get by. Quick round, no casualties for Big. We're back on track for a... I don't know, if they win this, the first spy round here, that could be interesting, right? 9-5, if they get this round and it's 9-6, I think we could have a, you know, still maybe an advantage for 500, but more of an open game.
Yeah, this is where we're at. 4 rounds the difference. I mean, in MR12, things can so quickly change, and that's the thing, you know. Big get this round here, it should only be, what, a couple of rounds difference as well. The economy gets broken to 500 again. Not a good start for Ships. Tries to swing in to make the difference, and he gets just owned there by QB. So that's exactly the start we wanted to see. Rainwaker spotted 1 towards second mid, but he doesn't want to stick around for the fight too much. He knows Oxygen was making a move, but then he also gets spotted out too. So that's those second mid ruse completely foiled.
Well, back to Banana we go. Cirque counting the seconds in his head, trying to find the perfect timing for that HE. And you know what? It's not half bad, but they are still making their way through. And this is a bit dangerous now. Long spray for Spella, and it's Rainwaker to show up, and he mows them down. It looked like that first kill took a long time to find, but once he really got cracking, it was fine. Nice triple for him, and a good defense. 500. It's a really important round victory. Like we said, Big is a strong team. You don't want to give them time to get back into this game. So if you can win this map really swiftly before they really get their boots on the ground in the second half, you should do that, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Either way. The fight. Still feels like for Big. If we had won that round, we give ourselves such a good chance of kind of getting into it, seeing as it was a bonus round, but we can give them the benefit of the doubt because it was a bonus round. Ships goes for it again, and again fails as it's QB who finds him, but Circle back Crimbo. So at the very least, it's a even sort of trace. Two very important rifles getting caught early. Ships is so desperate for this mid control, and now that it's not worked both times, I'm assuming he might just call it there and say, right, this is not the idea.
Quick trade, 3v3. They are powering through. See if they can find anything more here. Boost. Oh, it's so dangerous with the Molotov down, and they do get the kill in the trade as well. Bomb not planted yet. The boost was good for that much. Church is being held here, and you can see Oxygen not quite ready for it. He wasn't really thinking that far ahead. So Rainwaker in 1 versus 2. I don't know, like, they had low health. There was a way, but QB's holding the smoke. He gets a good triple. And Big win. Probably around they absolutely had to win, to be fair.
It's true. 10-6. Keeping this one afloat. It still feels like we're in a spot where it should be closed out by 500 regardless. The gun rounds are so good. But a couple of mistakes that need to be cleaned up. Especially, you know, I already touched on the sort of ships in particular. I don't think we need to be fighting that. It's not gaining us anything. Let's just... It's going to wind it back in a little bit. But 500, I don't really know if they're in a position to be making risks like this anymore. Just in general, right? You're looking at them with... You know, 1 M40 brought in towards the next round, and that's it. You're in a financially quite weak spot. Can't be affording these sort of mistake spots. Hang on a moment. Circin Ship's going to kill a piece, and then Ships gets deleted. I thought there might have been a moment that Ships could get another to give them a chance here, but it should be Big's round.
Yeah, I agree. Could have been interesting if they could have kept that fight going, but 3v3 now instead. AK picked up on Circ, and you know what? That's probably a tool you're going to want to hold on to here. Don't mind if the pistols go out looking for a bit. You know, find some extra kills. Maybe find another rifle if things go extremely well, but... 10-7. It's still... I would say it's a comfortable lead for 500. Like, they probably feel pretty good about it, but...
Yeah.
It's not locked in yet. There's still a way to lose this, and especially if you consider just... For the first half, it was really hyped and Crimbo that were like doing almost anything at all for Big. Now, you can start to see that the rest of the squad is waking up. Like QB and JDC and Tansen, they're kind of getting there. So, if you're 500, you got to be worried about that because, you know, even though you kind of managed to smack them down in the first half, like the second half might not be quite the same. Like, they're starting to get there.
There we are. 3 rounds. It's a very workable deficit to try and break down. Something still brewing here. There was nearly a chance there, I gotta say, 400 or 500. If Ships gets a second, we might have had something on, but either way, 500 gonna call for their first tactical pause, and I don't blame them. They're now actually in a slightly scary predicament because, you know, you buy back in towards the next round. If you lose this game more or less should be tied up, or at least be a 1-round game before you rebuy back in. With how Big or snowballing in their current sort of trajectory, you haven't got a lot of gun rounds. If you are 500, even if your loss bonus gets up towards 3,400, it's still a little bit uncomfortable. You're on 29 right now. You can't really be affording to take more than sort of 3 or more casualties around, or else it makes life very difficult for you. So 10-7, Big. In a really good spot at the moment. This is a scary one for 500. They do have an AWP to work with. Maybe we can start seeing Circ come alive on the CT side. We said if we're going to see more out from Circ, it would come on the CT side. CT side AWPing always difficult, hence why we haven't seen Hype pick it up yet.
Yeah, it can be Inferno. Could be a very weird map for it here. Spellan, I like the idea of how on earth did he get behind them. I thought for a second they hadn't actually spotted it. Maybe they hadn't, but it's a good flashbang for Hyped to set up a couple of kills there. And that banana defense blown wide open leaves Rainwaker. I mean, again, sure, if you get like 2 kills with the smoke here, we can have a conversation, but barring that, probably better to save, which will give Big an 8th round. And this one, like, very quickly done, but it's not even much of a fight.
This is tough, man. This is seriously tough. 2 rounds of difference. At least with 3 being saved here for 500, we can buy back in. Like I said, if 3 or more die, that's it. Your money's short and the reinvestment kind of opportunities aren't quite there. But at least for 3, we can go for a buyback in towards this one. Especially, you know, for Sir can drop over something. Got 2,900 loss bonus. Now up to 3,400 after this round being lost. But it's big. Aren't even breaking that much of a sweat into getting these rounds. Another flawless one for them. A double opener by Tabson. Rolling back the ears, showing he's still got it. 2 rounds in it. This is a 500 side. They're definitely feeling the pressure. I don't know. I wouldn't even mind another pause actually by 500. At least if it, whether this round or the next gun round, take a pause, take a breather, and say, right, this is how we're going to break them down. And there it is. So I'm glad they've actually gone for this. That's the right call. For 500. You are in an incredibly precarious position right now. Slow this game down. Try and ice out big if you want a chance. If you lose Inferno, I don't know if you can take Ancient.
Yeah, and it just what a devastating loss if it ends up there, you know. You'd hate to see that, given all the work that they put in and just like the lead that they had coming out of the first half. Emotionally hard to justify losing it when you're that far ahead. So 10-8 right here. Deep breath for everybody in the server. 500, there's no doubt about it. They are slowing down a little bit, and and Big are maybe warming up a little bit more too. So yeah, the game just got a lot more difficult, no question about it.
Let's see. What have we got? Still very weird game that we're in. Well, very much worry for 500. And Mike 7 in play. Don't get to see that all too often, but it's Cirque to start things off. Hype gets caught through the smoke.
Yeah, that's a way to get started. Ship's taking a bit of damage. She's also got a Max 7, so kind of a rare sight, but you know, whatever. If it gets the job done, who really cares at this stage? Rainwaker in a corner that can be Molotov. QB's got one, so if they want to risk it, they can try and burn him out. But instead, it's a flash to set it up, and Rainwaker with a big chance for a double spray down. It doesn't really work out in his favor. We're back in a 3v3 now. And Oxygen playing by the pits. He needs some backup right now, and he needs to go huge on this defense. There's the first quick headshot, drops down. He's been playing excellent Counter-Strike here today, but he can't get more than 1 kill. So the bomb is definitely going to be planted, and a troubling retake potentially for 500. If they give away the AK and the AWP, they got a bit of money in the bank, but it's not a lot.
What now? Spelling. If he can't get a kill in the first sort of 20 seconds of this bomb, I can call it, or just get deleted. What a shot by Tabson. Round should be done, but it's not. Ship's giving himself a chance, but Tabson swings out for another kill to his name. 3rd in the round as well. Tabson, 5 kills across these past 2 rounds, and he's single-handedly sort of won both of them. Stepping up when it matters most, leading by example. All the rest, it's a 1-round game. Loss bonus allows for the reinvestment for 500, but still, they have lost control of this game completely.
The lead was so huge for them, right? They really had every opportunity to kind of like, you know, run through, you know, win some early rounds here in the second half, and then it would have been maybe job done, but it's worked out anything like that. And now instead, you're right, a little bit of trouble here. 10-9, and Cirque again with a kill in the middle. That's a good start. Hyped is AWPing now on the T side. Can he find a kill to get him back into the round? He's pretty sure that Cirque is completely relocated, so just going to be checking this out. Rainwaker once again in the same corner as last time. He only got the 1 kill here, and he should be dead in this one as well. He's calling in for a bit of backup. All right, expecting the Molotov. It's honestly a decent job staying alive. The question still is, can they do anything to actually have him have more of an impact in the round here? I do like this attempt, but so far, the trace continues. Spellan goes down. Rainwaker is still in that corner, by the way, for those of you who are keeping count. Somehow he's lived like 30 seconds longer than he should have. He's finally dead, but he sucked all the oxygen out of the room. It's just Tabson left.
What can they even do now? Tabson, last 2 rounds have been won single-handedly by him. A 2K and a 3K. Can he get another big moment? This one will be a 4K clutch. 30 seconds to try and work out how to play this Oxygen. You can still see him toying with the idea. Tabson waiting for a mistake. It's not often that you get given them in this spot. Does he clear back corner, though? Is that heard? The scrunch of the trousers can sometimes be heard depending on how close you are, but it seems like Oxygen hasn't reacted. His gun barrel betraying him. Tabson now knows where he is. This should be done. There's one. Bomb goes down. 1 versus 1. Anders, we've got a chance here.
There is a chance. Oh, dear. Imagine if he wins this one. Tabson with a 17-10 scoreline. He's playing so well. And now he's managed to escape up in the back hallway. It's made it very, very hard for ships to come and find him. I like this for Tabson. He's got years of experience playing Counter-Strike at a high level. Why not put it to use and make it a little bit more tricky? Now, the smoke is going to put a lot of pressure on ships. He does actually have the kit. If he just went straight for it, he might have won it already, and he might do it anyway. Wow, not bad. Ships with the clutch in the 1v1 here. And that's going to get 500 to an 11th round. So I still like the attempt for Tabson there, but yeah, the fact there the smoke kit combination puts a lot of pressure on.
Yeah. It's just now where for Big, you got to look back at maybe that first half. Even though the second half has been great, if we end up losing this map for Big, we just look back and say, if we had just come online a little bit earlier, we might have had something maybe brewing for us. It just wasn't, unfortunately, enough. Still, 7-9. Still be a world in which it can be recovered by Big. On plants are always going to help. Lose this round, you can financially be in a bit of trouble. Nade damage early is not bad. So, oh, tag through the wall towards QB as well. Second time of asking missed shot, and that will cost Chips his life.
He's dead once again. Very low on health, some of the big players here, but if they can find a way to get the bomb planted, still very winnable. Spellan swings wide. He's going to get traded immediately to boost on over, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. More damage landed, and this time it's the MP9 just sipping through the smoke to take one of them down. JDC and Hype in the afterplant here. With the bomb planted, I mean, at least they're going to be able to buy a little bit into the next round, but they are low on money big here. This might be one of the big chances that they have to get something done. Hype missing a chance, and I can't believe it. Oxygen. How does he hit that headshot? Now it's on JDC. Alone versus 3. And smoked out here. He's going to throw a flashbang, but the truth is you have to get this spray for the smoke as it's fading. He will get the first one, but traded immediately, and it's going to be round number 12 now, coming the way of 500. So they're living through this. They're actually denying Big a little bit. Yeah, they are. There was a moment where it felt like Big were on this insane resurgence that they might have actually had something to work with, but unfortunately, I think for me, like I said, it will all come down to that first half. If we had just had a little bit more to work with in the first half for Big on that CT side, they actually could have really put that pressure onto 500 and made this game prolonged in a way which could have led to a map 1, but it was a slow and less than adequate start on that CT side. It's obviously just costing them later down the line. Can't be putting up a 9-3 half. You find yourselves 2 rounds behind now, having to try and claw back and save some face with a Deagle, a Tech 9, a Galil, and a double AK buy. For the German roster, it is a big ask here. With 500 on map point, they're that big. Yeah, how do they get out of this one? Is it even possible at this stage? 500. Took a while for the second half to really work out for them. Good flash for a potential peek there. And it's 2 headshots, I believe, as well. So even if he doesn't get the kill, man, he's really softening them up. And as a result, JDC is quick to go down. Tabson is low. He's going to be the next victim. Ships with a good couple of kills. And a 3 versus 2 all of a sudden. Thief grenade landing. They kind of have the bomb site, but it's not a comfortable position. Let's see if they have the nerve to just stick the bomb plant here. It seems like they will. Yeah, bomb down. Flash comes over. Doesn't do anything. They need Oxygen to pounce it on this retake. It's all really down to him. He's actually going to just try and bait a bit of attention away. Here's the big thing. Flash round, and the flash is doing so well. Grimmer gets 4. Oxygen drawing them away, and Oxygen getting both. Map 1 by 500. Anders, that is a really good showing. Yes, it was a little scrappy at times on that CT side, but it's still a really good showing by the Bulgarians. And once again, reaffirming this narrative that we built up in the pre-show. 500 are no joke. This is genuinely a scary team. Yeah, they really are, and I think the way that they got here as well was just really heartwarming, right? Like Oxygen, the young kid on the team coming in with some huge round wins, 20 kills at the end. Tactically really good on the T side. Like it looked way more respectable. It wasn't necessarily crazy ships running through the map, which obviously I like. I think it's great fun. But in terms of 500 and their longevity, it's probably a better place to win like this. So pretty good job, I would say.
Yeah, I got to agree. I liked what I saw there as well. So it's given us at least now something to work for. Oxygen, really nice moments for him. Ships, I think at times maybe he was just a little desperate to fight, and that could cost them, but I think ultimately it didn't cost them, right? It didn't cost them out. It didn't cost them too much. So I think 500 have really given us a really decent shot in towards this series. I think we need to see a little bit more out of JDC. Single-digit kills for him at the tail end of that map. Not good enough for my books. And as well at times, Hyped is meant to have been this kind of, young star back in towards this roster, but he did struggle. He really couldn't get going in the way that he wants to. So Ancient is coming up next. It's a map that both of these sides play a lot, but it's more so played a lot by 500. Has been very successful by 500. So even though it's Big's pick, 500 aren't too, they're not too annoyed at this map pick coming up next. It's not so much a punish pick by any means. So we could actually still have a bit of a game on our hands here. I think if Big want to win this series, they've got to do it in 3, and they'll do it 2-1 with a reverse sweep. But even still, 500 have shown they've got some real nice tricks up their sleeve, so it could be spicy. But before we get there, we're going to throw onto it a little bit of a break. We'll see you all soon for map number 2.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Here we go again. We are back. We've got more Counter-Strike. This time it's a second map between 500 and Big, and our Bulgarian friends showing up in a massive way. I was going to say,
In a big way.
I hate them. I hate them. No. Why have they done that to us? But anyway, they're doing well. 500, and they did it in a way that, again, commands a little bit more respect. Again, I'm a fan of watching Ships and Cirque just kind of, tear people apart, but
Agreed.
again, against high-level opposition, it's hard to do that, and they did it the old-fashioned way. They actually out-called Big on the T side of Inferno. That's pretty sick. Yeah. So we'll see if they can continue to do that. If they can on Ancient, there might be a 2-0 victory on the horizon for them. That would be interesting.
Yeah, and they didn't even require as well the kind of quote-unquote big names in this lineup as well. Cirque went 13-12, lowest rated player, kind of on the team for him, 0.97 rating, and Ships 15-15. It wasn't like they were going lights out. We saw a good performance from Oxygen, sure, 20-13. 1.51, but like you mentioned, there was no standouts, nobody dropping close to 30s, nobody going insane multi-kills each and every round. It was actually, like you said, just complete outcalling and outplaying done by 500, which is what we want to see. This now shows there's real depth to this 500 roster, right? They can play at an incredibly high level. We know they've got the individuals that can step up, but they can call at a high level too. They can have this ability to break down games, slow it down, force Big into tempos that they're not that comfortable with, and that's something that 500 did so much. Their T side was actually, it was a real joy to watch at times in terms of just the way in which they would manipulate play, and you can see that the Big were really struggling. That first half from Big was, it was pretty woeful. 3 rounds, no two ways about it. It was not a good showing, not what we want to see as well for a side who are meant to be of this sort of tier 1 caliber. But good news is Ancient coming up next. It's Big's map pick, and this is where you should expect them to kind of come alive a little bit more. We should see a little bit more of the hype as well on towards that AWP, which is exactly sort of what we want to be seeing. On the flip side though, and I touched on this right at the tail end of that map number 1, 500 do not mind this map, Ancient. It is still quite pluggy, right? This could allow for the rifles to get going. I mean, remember when we cast them just a few days, well, about a week and a bit ago as well. Ships, his control on mids, especially on T side, insane. He is so aggressive. He will fight you out of elbow every single round, and he's relentless with it as well. The supporting utility gets they give him a lot of the facilities to be able to fight it in a really easy way. It's a joy to watch. So Big have got to find ways to break that down.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they're going to be playing it. Hopefully, we'll just see more, excellent Counter-Strike out of them. And B, if you're a fan of them, you're cheering them to wake up a little bit more. Over in the other game that's happening at the same time, Astralis did actually beat 9 on the first map of Train, but only barely. It's 13-11. So I don't know. Make of that what you will. I think Astralis, they need more victory. As far as I can tell, it was Device basically carrying them through that game. It looks like without him, they would have probably lost that first map. So yeah, I mean, crazy scenes. Don't know how that series is going to be going, but for Astralis, it would be a bit of an embarrassment, I think, if they couldn't defeat 9 at this stage. So I don't know. I don't know where they're at right now. I'm a bit confused,
Yeah, I think we all are. I think it's a weirdly sort of worrying time, I think, is the thing for Astralis, because they should be waltzing in towards that game like it's nothing, and they're not. So we'll see. I mean, maybe 9 might even be able to respond a little bit as well. That'd be quite interesting. I'm just looking now at the veto over there. So it was map number 1. It was 9's pick a Train. That Astralis just squeaked by 13-11 on Inferno coming up next. 9 play that a decent amount. Who knows? It could be a little bit spicy. But yeah, without Device, they probably would have struggled. 22-17 he went, so he really did farm. He got Stown going 9-18, which is not what you want to see really at all. But back to what matters most, our game at hand. It's 500 taking on Big, of course. It's map 1 in favor of 500. They head on towards Big's pick, looking for a 2-0.
Yeah, nice to get the show back on the road. It's looking like a fairly fast A execute, which honestly looks like if 500 have read. They're already rotating in. This is going to be a near 5-man stack at the bomb site, and Rainwake hiding in the corner. Nobody's looking. It a little bit late, and he's missing the shots. Oh dear, he needs the backup. He's still coming out after the reload, which somehow he got through. And now it's a 2 versus 3. QB running out of bullets himself. JDC. If anything touches him here, he's going to be dead. What a mad way to start this half with. It's Rainwake with 3 kills, in spite of missing like almost every single bullet at USP. But then after the reload, he came back for more, and somehow that worked out. So the bomb is on his back, so theoretically he could try and sort of make a play for it at the B bomb site. Instead, he's going to get challenged, and Oxygen will take him down to 500. Yeah, I mean, some of the shots there may be a little bit chaotic, but ultimately they had the right read, and they won the round.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. 1-0 for 500. I am really interested to see whether 500 are able to sort of beat the brakes off Big again in the opening sort of half. I mean, know that this 500 side have actually showed real depth across both their T and their CT side, and Big have obviously had their problems. Big could go for a forced buy here. Tech-9s across the board.
Wow.
That, for me, feels like quite an interesting call to make here. And quite a risky one, too.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Tech-9 rushes to the B bomb site are crazy. So if you can get the first kill, this will probably work. But I think if you're a little bit slowed down, if you struggle to get that first kill through, you're going to get crushed. Especially because there's actually 3 people at the B bomb site, which is a bit rare. So, yeah, I would say it's a calculated risk, and it makes sense, assuming we can get that first kill. But if not, I think they're going to get completely destroyed here. So, flash through. All right, Oxygen is traded out. It's still kind of doable, but a nice kill from Cirque on that one. Spellan's going to get overwhelmed. 3v3, and you can kind of already sense that, like, this is doable. But they are dropping a little bit low on health here. Oh, Cirque, he was almost consumed by a bit of a fury there to try and find that player in the tunnel, and maybe too much so. 2v2, still no bomb plant coming through. They're going to give it one more shot here. Oh, and this time it's Ships running in, and he will get both of them killed. So bomb is planted, and again, like I said, imagine if they had the first kill and it wasn't the MP9. Like, they could have really found a way through Big. It's a much closer round than it seems.
Yeah, that was a little chaotic at one point there, a little bit of carnage. I honestly felt like a chance there for Big, but without the bomb plant, though, it does still kind of make us look in a bit of a macro sense of it and say, was that force buy sort of worth it? Sorry, even with the bomb plant, was that force buy even really worth it? I don't think so, right? Because we could be talking about a full buy right here, right? With AKs coming out, or at least, you know, Galils and full belts of util, but instead, because you've gone for a Tech-9 buy here, you kind of basically only get the same again. Just a Tech-9 buy again. And sure, we got a few kills. Sure, we got that bomb down. And it's good for small bits of cash, but you have given 500 a 2-0 start.
See what they managed to do here. Oxygen, maybe not the best position with that weapon when you're getting rushed down like that. They gave her the M41. I mean, I'm going to repeat what I love to repeat on this map over and over again. Just never take your eyes off that B ramp.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. And 500 is showing us exactly why you can't do it. Like, once they're on the bomb site, it's really scary. Nice kill there. But again, all the work is still ahead of them here. QB in the back line with that stolen M4. And Spellan trying to get the jump on them. Not really successfully so. One pistol versus the low health Cirque. He's trying to find it here, but he's going to get killed instantly instead. And Big still around. They had literally no business running. That is... It's not okay.
No, 500 shouldn't be letting those sort of rounds slip. That's got to hurt the confidence kind of a hell of a lot, in all honesty. Oh, that's tough. That's a tough one to let slip because it has given a very quick kind of response available now for Big. As, you know, Tech-9 round that has not only got the bomb down this time, but then got the kills behind it and the round one. And now we've got a lot of money to work from the C side. With 500, they are going to be reeling in some regard. And look what we got. 1 rifle, 2 MP9s, 2 upgraded pistols. Not an easy round to try and respond with. Smoke broken over. Tabson spot on that right-hand side, but Spellin spams, Tabson spams back, and his gun hits harder.
Good mid control, which is Gonna open up the playbook a bit, I think, for Big at this point in time. JDC actually pushing really close to that red room position, and he's gonna catch ships in there. Yeah, so now they've pretty much cut the map in half, and we'll see if they can continue to do anything beyond that. Crossfire setup here, which obviously there's no reason why, even if Big wanted to go there, why wouldn't they just throw an interesting Molotov, you know? Rainwaker. Yeah. Oh, checked. Crimbo. Well played. That should be the end of the round, pretty much.
Yeah, should be. Sometimes it's a little easier said than done, but yeah, we'll see. QB. He's going to drum in the pack here, and for Oxygen and Cirque, I'm not expecting a hell of a lot, in all honesty. Should be a simple one. Moving into a completely barren site. I think you just keep all of what you've got. As weird as to say, but just the upgraded pistols and half armor, it's just better than nothing.
Yeah, and it, you know, for Big, seems a bit boring to watch them sort of like clear an empty bomb site, but you know, credit to them for taking this a little bit seriously. There is so much on the line to qualify for this tournament, and you know, again, some names here, like, would it be sick if 500 could do it? Actually, I would love that. I would super love to see 500 at one of the bigger tournaments.
Yeah.
But you know, everyone would probably say, man, it's such an outside chance they're going to be able to. For Big, it's one of those things where you say, well, the problem is if you can't as an organization, that really hurts. Same is true for Astralis on the other side, right? Battling against 9 at the very moment. I would have said the same for Gamer Legion. Like, I'm shocked that they managed to lose that game earlier. Yeah, they some of those orgs really need to qualify for these tournaments.
They do. It's actually a massive necessity for them in terms of, you know, we speak about BRS ranking and this, that, and the other, but it's actually just about being still considered a top tier 1 side, right? This is what we need. So, yeah, 2-all. But still, most definitely feels like there's upsets brewing in some regard. Unfortunately for 500 though, nothing ready to work with in this one. So it should be Big taking a third. Really, well, having to work for it too hard.
We're down to no real economy for 500. So it could be another round of less action, less excitement perhaps. But that's just the nature of the game, isn't it? I think, was it Elige that made a point, not that long ago? He thought that the round loss bonus for CT should be upped a little bit to kind of,
yesterday he said this thing, right? So rather than 1.4 to 1.9 as a starting, I think was what you're saying. Yeah.
And I've heard that said before. I think people have brought it up in the past. So, you know, like maybe it is a thing that is, and obviously the logic being that now that we're at MR 12 instead of 15, you've got fewer rounds. If you know, so every time you have sort of a round like this one, the weight of that round is so much higher than it would have been if you had a couple more rounds to play with. I understand logic. Don't know if I have a very strong feeling about it myself, but I can understand. Like, it's an interesting conversation nonetheless. I would probably side on not changing too much at the moment if it's me, but I don't know about what. Do you have a preference at the moment?
I think I can understand it just because there's less gun rounds, you want more of them. But the thing is, I just think it completely changes the game, right? You know, this is a game that is already inherently CT-sided by having... Oh, hang on, that's a lovely shot. By having more CT gun rounds, it actually then makes it probably even more CT-sided, which in itself... There's probably a worry to be had there. The game becomes quite unsustainable. Yeah. So... I think it's a tough, narrative to have, right? Just because I understand what he's trying to say, but the repercussions of making there be considerably more CT gun rounds, or even the fact that with the MP9 being so strong as it is, being able to pick that up basically like every single round is kind of worrying in itself.
Yeah, you could end up in a position where you essentially outlaw the idea of an eco round, and you're just never gonna see one, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Some food for thought out there. Maybe it could be fun to have a panel discussion about it where people sort of bring some prep ideas for it. Classic flashbang thrown from the middle to try and set up that play for Spella in there, but he does get traded. Rainwaker, most excellent work in the middle. Hyped is very nearly dead, and if they'd had him, the round would be instantly over, but there is still a chance to throw this one away, though. I think for 500 is super important. If they lose this one, they're beginning a very bad spiral.
Yeah.
They're going to lose the money again, and Big will just kind of march on. But if they can pick this one up, then it's once again an open conversation, I would say.
Molly down for Tabson. Here's our backside. Setting up a nade for CT. Shouldn't do that much damage, and it won't. Just slide the mountain towards Rainwaker. Cirque should be able to see it off here. Oh, hype. Right idea. Preemptive shot, and it deals some damage. Cirque is so close to dying and just survives.
That's mental. If he had died, I mean, the round would have been right back on again. It still might be. 35 seconds. Oh, but Hype is going to die in the middle. And these Tabson, he doesn't realize yet. He might actually think this is super clear because he already checked down his lane, but Oxygen was hiding in a very narrow spot. Like, he was tucked up against the wall, trying to stay hidden. And you know what? He did a good job. So, scary round for 500, but one in which they make it through. They end up winning it. And that's going to give them a tied scoreline.
Yeah, bomb goes down, which in itself
both
is...
yours?
Yeah, I wonder. Double op setup would be kind of interesting. We've seen actually a few different people pick it up alongside Cirque. I've seen Ships pick it up at times, Spellin as well in a couple of instances. So, yeah, it's going to be Ships this time who wields it alongside Cirque. Yeah, double AWPing here. I think Ancient's one of those maps you can double AWP. You can put an AWP literally to both sides and be really effective. We saw earlier some Pious AWPing out from the A site, looking really, really good. But it's pretty common to leave one on B long as well. So let's see how this one's going to be played.
So they're gonna put one of the AWPs in the middle, and then they're ready with an HE to blow open the smoke that the T's universally throw for the middle, right? So they're not. They know they're gonna get smoked off. They're just saying, "Oh, we're gonna ignore it and try and do it anyway, and just blow it open." Oxygen keeping his eye on the A ramp. It makes me very happy to see some wall bangs are coming through. Oh, with the grenade on top, that could have been absolutely sickening. QB, I feel like he's got a good read at the fact that someone is close by, but now they've been smoked off, and they might have to cool down. And that's really. It's unfortunate here for Big because they've lost the mid control too. It doesn't feel good to stick around on this tiny part of the map. Oh, they're going to go for triple boost. There's no way. Oh, why are they trying it? Yeah, calm down. There's the jump up. How far in can he see people? He's really... You got to remember, you slide off. Oh, it's so close. Can he come back for it? Cirque might be dead. If he goes to take a look here again, Hype, there is a chance that Hype can just find it. It's a long time to wait. I think Cirque has slid back out of the range of the scope here. A little bit of a wall bang. You need something to distract them with, and they have to get rid of it. Oh, it's such a shame. I wanted that to work. We have seen the triple before, but it is obviously rare in official games.
Yeah, especially just because you are sliding, you have to get the timing absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
This is going to be a tough setup to break up, though. Doing about the Molotov, and that I never like. You're going about the Molly. It is such a tough ask. There's the Molly now, and it does fed towards both sides. Oxygen should fall. He will. Spellin should also get caught as well. Hype gives himself a chance. 2 versus 3. There might still be something here, but look at the time. Yeah. Sub 10 seconds. Crimbo's given up, and that's that. 500 take back a lead.
You know what's almost offensive is that the Molotov works so well. You got to think like, man, if you guys had thrown that beforehand, how sick would that have been?
Yeah, exactly. I really don't like when people like to contact play through there. It so often doesn't work. It's such a difficult angle to actually clear properly, and you can understand why it sort of doesn't work out for them. So well done by 500.
I kind of agree. I think the reason people don't, really often don't throw the Molotov is because if nobody is there, then you've just Molotov yourself from entering the bomb site and basically told the enemy team, hey, we're setting up next to the B bomb site. You guys are ready to rotate over. Let's go. You know, like you've given them. Yeah. So that I think that's the reason, but I do agree. Like it's a hard position to clear. I've made some videos for how to clear it. I have another Molotov you can throw from the B ramp that actually flies through the scaffolding and lands behind those players so that they can't even see the Molotov coming. But nobody's using it yet because nobody cares about my grenades, but, I mean, it's it.
Maybe.
I'm waiting, soon. Okay? I'm out here waiting.
Yeah, I'll respect it. Maybe soon somebody might start to get a bit of some use out of it. Either way, 4-3 for 500. lead taken for them. Double orb still in play for them as well. Win this round here. Economy broken towards big, which is what they want. Fight! Walking straight in towards ships. Secondary orbing, but makes it look natural.
I wonder if they were waiting for a bit of a signal outside of the B bomb site to maybe hit this A. Oh, wow! What on earth is happening? Ships just don't even know how. Taps and dies and can't even really tell them anything. What an upsetting way to potentially lose a round here. Sometimes what you can do on this bomb site is you can stretch like 4 people to the A bomb site, 1 person outside of B, and if you hear the right grenades, you can hit that A bomb site because you pretty much know it's going to be empty. Like you can know from grenades in mid and B what is happening in A. So it could have been that big were looking for something like that. Whatever it was, it hasn't really been working for them.
Spam. He's trying to catch somebody on the corner. Oxygen not giving up the fight just yet. He's sort of just praying that they don't push through the smoke that he's not holding for. At least for now, you feel like it should be fine. Shot just whizzes past it. Very lucky to stay alive, but a 5 versus 3 feels tough to lose now with 25 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they're just going to have to save it.
Yeah.
Bit disappointing, but at the same time, 500 are giving you nothing to work with. They're not fighting anywhere. I don't know if there was a different choice.
What can you do? Yeah.
Right, they went fishing in the cheetah cave for a couple of kills and never really got any. So back we go.
Exactly that. Back again to 500, building a relatively substantial lead, all things considered. Up to 5 for them now, and 2 rounds that buffer zone is 3 in a row as well, and the last 2 being one off just forcing big to save, I think really does help the confidence quite significantly. Oh, let's see. We got a triple AK, 1 Galil, 1 Tech 9 for Tabson. And big, it was a T side where you saw moments of them, but it was better, I guess you can say, from them in Inferno as their CT side, which is seriously lackluster. So it worries us that if they are struggling to get the T side going here, that this could be an early indicator.
Look at it again. Spellun's already checked out the B lane, so they're actually already rotating back to the A bomb side. It's very good information for 500. They know what's coming. They have the right read, and the rotation's looking really good. Let's see how much Big slowed this down. I actually think if they slowed it down, it might be harder for 500 to win this round, because if they keep going, like the stack is here, they should be able to lock it down. You can see already 500 are walking away from the defense because they're not quite to like, wait a minute. Now they should kind of realize, okay, it was just a bit of a break in the action. They send in 1 Tech 9, and then the rest sort of follow a little bit later. I mean, either way for Big, they just, one, didn't really sell anything else, right? They were nowhere on the map. No B, no mid presence at all. So once Spellan gets flashed in, which he's been doing almost every single round from the cave position, he checks out the B lane, he sees nobody, and they're ready to rotate. It's pretty easy work. Cirque here sees the shadows, but there's no bomb plant. There's no pressure. They can wait. Yeah. They're in a great position right now, 500. Again, the leadership here, the IGLing is actually pretty cool.
Crembo. Gonna try and get this bomb down. Tap, commit, but there's the bomb getting dropped. JDC now known. Yeah, time ticking. Ships nearly gets a second as well. JDC 1 versus 3 for him. Tagged up on towards 1. He's still so worried, about this donut position. He's got to stick a plan here if he wants a chance. They swing out and he gets traded. Do we scoop up one of the orbs? Yeah, we do. We could have had both maybe, but it does not matter all the same. Good round for 500. Absolutely brilliant patience from them as well. They're not in a rush. They're not worried. They're not concerned. They just wait and hold. Another one. And that pulls them further and further away from Big and closer until tomorrow's semi-final, which in itself would be wild.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be a really, really big achievement. I mean, again, I'm impressed. I'm quietly impressed with 500. I feel like they're making some very, very good decisions, and it's, you can't always tell whether a team is doing that or not, because, sometimes it's obscured by the kills and whatever else is happening in the server, but, like, that's one of those rounds, like the 5v3, you can see. They have such a good understanding of what's ahead of them. They have the information pretty much from the start of the round, and Honestly, if Big want to do this kind of an A hit, they need to do more to sell that there's something happening in mid or B, or they need the information about what's actually in the A bomb side, which they haven't really got yet. Which is kind of interesting. Let's see if Spellan's gonna go for the same peak again. Oh, he's gonna be slowed down this time a little bit, but in the middle instead, it's throwing a flashbang for ships, and they execute JDC.
Spellan doesn't want to play up close behind this. He does. I like this. Oh, double ding from QB on a drive-by Tech 9. That ain't bad. Bit of an off angle here. Could potentially get one, but he gets his crosshair drawn away. This is really well done with the pistols. It's still far from a one round, but I like the idea. The nade does so much damage, though. Oxygen, they're right there. They're lining up for him. It trades a one apiece and a missed shot with the AWP. Pistol pulled out, and Cirque bails 500 out of a really potentially quite dicey spot there. And that's going to guarantee them the lead at the half. And, I mean, they're technically still on for that another 9-3.
Yeah, I mean, even in that one, a bit close for comfort, perhaps. But the fact that the bomb was lost in the middle meant Big had to try and find a way to return there. Looking at the scoreboard, Crimbo with 2 kills, JDC with 8, who's top fragging. Man, it's a bit lackluster still. You want more out of them. Cirque with a mental push into the middle. JDC has no idea. He doesn't know. He must have thought, there's no way that I'm being pushed by a shotgun AWP through the Molotov. Like, it can never happen. I don't even blame JDC. Maybe he should have known. Maybe he should have heard the massive cannon right next to his ears. But at the same time, like, what is even happening? Like, that is so crazy. It's QB taking out Rainwaker as the madness continues. Shots to the smoke. Ships showing up for a double kill, leaving hyped after a relentless 20 seconds of chaos in a 1 versus 2. With the bomb planted here, it's a winnable round, and one they must win here on the Big side.
They're both tagged. They are both tagged. It is very doable. Oxygen and Cirque are body shottable away, and Hype gonna wait. Util non-existent over towards 500 here, so it feels like there might be something brewing. Cirque wanting to take this first fight. Hype does also want to tap a ball. There's the first shot with the assist of Rainwaker. Molly on towards the bomb as well, just to secure it in place. No smoke to douse it out as well, so Oxygen got to try and tap in the flames, but it was never going to work for him. He tried to hope it wouldn't spread, but not to be. So a big 1 versus 2-1.
What another absolutely crazy round. But you know what? Good job. They needed that one, and the difference here between getting 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 rounds is massive. This is a crazy start, and I mean, yeah, just a round consumed by chaos in many ways. Let's see how this plays out. 7-4, leading in a round number 12. And the weapon's not that great on 500, so they're going to flash their in the middle, swing in a fight, and one that Ships probably could have won here. It's Spellan again. I've been saying it over and over. He's been clearing this corner with the help of Oxygen with a flashbang almost every single round, and he's picked up the AK and got the kill on Crimbo. So Spellan, you know, in terms of kills, only 5, but in terms of information, he's found a lot. Cirque nearly standing in between those 2 players. I don't know what's happening anymore. This is a crazy game.
A bit of a weird one. 2 versus 3, but a tough retake once again. And the split up to make matters worse for 500. So this feels like it doesn't really have any life left in it. And it should be a 5th for Big, which is, you know, a much better half than what we saw in towards the first. Still a lot more work that needs to be done. And I will throw out once again, that Ship's T side on this map is incredibly scary. But this round's not done just yet. Rainwaker is caught by Hype. Swing, and I find it's a 1-for-1 trade. And it is Big who put up a 5th. So, a slight recovery. There was a moment which it felt a little awkward, but in the end cleaned up, and it will be a close game. I'm going to throw this one to a little break. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Well, here we go. Welcome back, everybody. Quick break. Second half is coming up here. It's map number 2 between 500 and Big. Qualification on the line to try and get to Lisbon with Blast. And obviously, it's a bit into the future. We're not really there yet. But, yeah, that's what these teams are playing for. And it's massively important for everybody involved to try and get there. So far, it's 7-5 in favor of 500. It's going to pop around in the hut in a couple of seconds. So it's a decent first half for them, but by no means is it a job done. They did win the first map on Inferno, so they're on map pick, but yeah, they got to do some hard work here to really make sure it's not a third map, which, you know, could be scary.
Yeah, some real heavy lifting actually got to be done. This is a game that still feels like it's got plenty left in it. If you can get a pistol round here for Big, we are without a doubt back on, that's for sure. But it is just the fact that we have seen just sort of how good 500 can be on T sides. And that's the thing that really worries us. We know that 500 have this ability to be the sort of unstoppable side on T just because they control that tempo. They did it in towards map number 1 of Inferno very effectively. And the CT side is where Big struggled on map number 1 too. Only putting up 3 rounds, which is, as we know, not good enough. They already find themselves at a deficit. They can't afford to fall back into those problems once again. But let's say we're just getting ready to get things back underway. And a pistol round that is so necessary for Big. If 500 find it, you start to believe that 2-0 is possible.
Yeah, that's going to be our first big indication of how this is going to be playing out. You're right. Pistol round victory would be important. The T side though, the calling that was going on Inferno was really sick. And I've got to be honest here, for Big, I don't think they should have even lost won the last 2 rounds. I think this should have been, you know, potentially like another almost like a 10-2-9-3 type scenario.
Yep.
So I'm really not loving their T side here today, and I guess we'll see how this plays out. I feel like there's some standard control for B that I just didn't see Big do a very good job of. Like there are
agreed.
Like one, Spellline was allowed to run the gauntlet, you know, running through the cave and just swing out into the B lane, flashed in every time. There are ways to deal with that, but I mean typically they also didn't have enough players there to begin with. Also, if there's an attempted mid control from the CT side, then there are ways for the mid players on the T side to try and stop that. Like you can Molotov that position so people can't run up the way that they otherwise would, and that way you at least isolate the actual B defense from any mid pushers coming in from the CT side. So like there are protocols to deal with all of this. I don't think Big managed to execute any of them really well, but that's a bit concerning to me. I don't know why that would be the case. I feel like they surely know how to do it.
Yeah, I hope so. A team of this sort of stature, for sure, but it seems like we're a bit of a tech pause before we get underway, though, in towards the second half. Unfortunately, a little longer than we would have wanted, but these things happen, so we'll hold and wait. You normally know when things are okay when you start hearing typing like that. There's a little bit of typing there, so that might be the indicator that we're good to go in a second.
Yes. Seems like our countdown has begun, so I'm seeing 2 smokes, 1 Molotov. That, I mean, could be really anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a B execute with the Molotov on top. We'll see how they end up running. A lot of ways to go with it. I feel like whenever I see a Molotov in a pistol round, I always hope it's going to be to stop a defuse. In reality, it rarely is, but just it's my brain that loves the idea of waiting, of saving it for you know, for once the bomb is down. But typically that isn't how it works out. 1 smoke on the CT side, but no defuse kit either. So if the bomb does get planted, it could be real trouble here. Big need this badly. They need to try and find a way to get us onto a 3rd map. It's going to be deep Molotov towards Donut. It's a bit of a fake here, so they flash on over. It is causing a rotation already. If QB dies, it could be trouble. I don't think they're going to stop. They're going to run right through this one. Yeah. Unfortunately, that just doesn't have the respect that it would otherwise in other rounds. You know there's not going to be an M4 and MP9 on the other side, so why on earth would you stop? Ships with the last 3 kills, all of them headshots. Sickening round here, and absolutely outplaying Big at the start of the second half.
There's just, yeah, absolutely nothing on offer there. What a showing from 500, and Big go further and further behind and now get to a position where things start to feel potentially a little uncomfortable now. You know, you're 3 rounds in the hole. Probably should be made 4 as well. There's no real buy-in for Big. A 9-5 scoreline is not the easiest to try and respond to.
No, it isn't.
What have they got for us? I mean, I do actually worry now for Big a lot. This is, you know, sort of upper echelon tier 2 stalwarts of 500 looking as scary as they always do.
Yeah, they're playing really measured Counter-Strike. You can see the thinking that they're doing in getting into these rounds. There's not much to criticize at the moment, I've got to be honest. Couple of rounds maybe with some individual slip-ups, but who really cares about that? Like, the structure of the game for them is really well put together. Ships looking to farm up. Obviously, only USPs on the other side here. The Mac 10, pretty decent. A couple of kills, maybe some more to follow. It's a very nice round. The Mac 10s get all the kills.
A lot of money in the back pocket. Not that they're short of it, but be a bonus buy here for 500. If they win this, I think it's done. I think it's a 2-0 and it's taken by the 500 side. Big only managed to get 9 rounds in that first map, and 6 of those that were kind of recovering off the back of a really lackluster first half, and it was that CT side that played them. Let's see if the CT side issues have been fixed yet. Already see making the jump across on towards Shelf. This is good. Nothing spotted in towards Elbow. Nothing spotted in towards that of Shelf. So they know they're going towards A, but it's all on the hype to stop them.
Get the first kill at the very least. Rainwaker down and out. Spellan committing to the bomb plant. It's scarily tricky on this map to actually plant the bomb at A, even when you have the sights, because you just get spammed from so many directions. Good kill on the hyped. They finally get rid of him. 2 versus 3 here, but a very tricky round to win in the afterplant here for 500. Cirque playing it close with the Galil, but they're just taking so much damage. He's going to get a headshot, but ultimately run down by Tabson, and the defuse is going to be coming through. So a kind of a must-win round for Big in many ways, but they do a good job. They're going to be picking up the M4, and we'll see if they can find anything more desirable. Yeah, another one. Okay, that's fair enough. So it's a good start. Big. They needed this round. Now the question is, can they stand up to the AKs that are going to be coming up in the next round? Maybe the AWP. They can buy one if they want to.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, 3 kills and a bomb plant, not too bad.
No, definitely not.
Not too bad at all. I don't actually think 500 are too upset about that. Like you mentioned, you know, the buyback in the Orbs in play now as well for Cirque. It's still a decent spot. And Big still needs to be very careful. Ships. Here's elbow control. I've touted it already a couple of times, but let's see what he can do with it. Oxygen. Oh, he tried to catch a bit of a gap there. Just unfortunately couldn't make it work in his favor. He'll cross. They know Tabson's close towards Cave. Just how much they want to fight him.
Very default setup right now. And these are the kind of T-side protocols that I was really hoping that we would see out of a team like 500, right? They're controlling the B lane. They've got some mid control now. Bomb is leaned towards the B bomb side, so wouldn't be surprised if they try and clear out Donut a little bit, because it will force probably one of those 3 B players to go back. As long as they have Donut control, they can be pretty sure there's not like any kind of imminent attack on the A bomb side.
Yeah.
But if they lose that, it's going to be different. Spellan here. Bit scary if the bomb is spotted. 45 seconds. Oh, the timing is absurd, and they have a sense now. They definitely know somebody was down there. 40 seconds left. Ships is in the middle. If they get even a halfway entry on this bomb site, it's going to be chaos, and they will with a wall bang. QB goes down. Absolutely no way. 30 seconds. They might go back, because Ship's position is so powerful. If he kills JDC, the only one that can stop the madness here is going to be Crimbo, or he might get shot in the back himself. 20 seconds. That is so close. It's silent on the map for Big. They have no idea about the disaster that's about to hit the bomb site. Ship shows up and executes Crimbo, and this round is over.
such a great round to watch it sort of all transpire. You really see as well just how good 500 are manipulating the space that gets given to them. They don't need utility. They don't even really need flashy plays. It's timings, and they all work out to perfection. That's such a good round. And even if certain things had gone south, they had contingency plans, plan B and C, to make things work in their favor. That's 10 for 500. And remaining 2 for Big or save. Double M4s. I don't even really know if we can actually properly buy in towards the next round either. That makes things just a slight bit more uncomfortable again, right? Because you got a double M4. Hype's got enough money to drop over 1. But Tabson can, drop 1 himself. He wants no utility. So it's a big question. Do we actually buy in here? Or do we maybe try and half buy around those 2 rifles and full investing towards the next? But by doing so, we're giving 511. So it's a question of, do we give 511 here for a chance at buying back in ourselves? Or do we buy in here, and if we lose it, basically gift them 12? It's a really awkward conversation that sort of Tabson's now got to try and relay to the team and decide upon. And I can understand why they've used their 3rd and final attack pause.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting pressured in a big way. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing here. Like, that last round was, look, very well choreographed coming out of the 500 camp. It's such a joy to watch. If they can keep doing this and keep this kind of a structure, they are going to be a team that could upset a lot of bigger teams. And maybe that's kind of what we're starting to see, because again, sure, it's nice to have somebody like Ships or Cirque when he's playing well, or even Oxygen as the up-and-coming talent. But the calling to back it all up, I must say, I'm really enjoying it. It's 10-6, 4-round difference. We've got 2 M4s on the CT side. I like the aggression though here from the M4s, even if they walk into Spellland here, which is a bit unfortunate. I still think it's a good idea, because you've got to create something. You've got to manufacture some sort of an opportunity here. Oh, trade happens once again, but we'll see if the other M4 in Tabson in the middle could do anything more.
Still, that 11th is looming unless Tabson can go big for both. He now knows Ships is here. Oh my god, Ships. Feels like a man possessed at times. JDC going to take a tag. It's only a double pistol over there, but you just want to make sure it doesn't go south. Nice nade from Rainwaker. QB will get himself a gun. That's an AK-47 to work with, but he walks into the orb. He does miss the shot, though, Ships. Seconds out of asking as well. Glock pulled out and Glock converted. It's scrappy. It's a little weird, but Ships actually looking nice with the AWP. That shot towards Tabson in particular is... super well done. 5-round lead, 2 rounds away. And Anders, it's as simple as this. You lose this round for Big, you have lost the series, and you are not going to blast Lisbon. That's it.
Yeah, everything on the line, and struggling to find a way to break through. This is it's not what I think most people were expecting. 11-6. JDC taking a bit of damage in the beginning here, but he will be flashed around the corner, and Oxygen does go down. So, could have been around here, I think, where, again, depending on the level of information, they could have tried to hit that A-bomb site a bit quicker. They certainly were in position to try and capitalize on it, but for the minute they're slowed down, and Big are actually making a rational decision to try and go to the A-bomb site. They've got 2 people already here. JDC looked like he was going to rotate quickly as well, but... for now, alright, he is coming in from CT spawn. There we go. So, not a bad setup, although I say that as JDC does go down. Nearly flashed and killed was QB, but he's done a fine job. It should be a free kill for Tabson. Runs into Rainwaker, though, who's going to get eventually overpowered. If they had a bomb plant, then Ship's position here in the middle would be kind of sick, but they don't.
Yeah, this unfortunately is not going to transpire positive Elite 4 500. It shouldn't anyway. Ship's 1v3. Yes, 2 of which are tagged, but I mean, he basically should get caught by Hyped here. If you can bail out a show. Barrel. No. Barrel. Yes, barrel. There we go. There's one. There's one. All right. Let's not. I like that as well. Just throw away the AWP. We've got money in towards the next round. We know you don't.
No way. I mean, he's got the time to win this, right? But
yeah,
1 versus 3. Crimbo's up there. He's already spotted him. Ships.
No way.
Just tickling away. He's looking for it.
No way.
on the other side. And Ships has torn them apart. I can't believe what I'm seeing. 24 kills. Big, you should never be losing that clutch.
Oh my god, Big, you've lost a 1v3. How have we let that one slip? How? That sums up Big's performance today, unfortunately. Actually, no, not even just the performance. That sums up Big's CT side today. It has just been lackluster. They have not been able to make anything stick. They have still, so far, as we're heading towards the tail end of map number 2 of this series as well, Big have only picked up 4 rounds on their CT side. That is, simply put, not good enough. And 500, credit where it's due, their T side has been excellent. A little late to the back 10. Glock will do the damage. Spellen should be in trouble here, will be dead. And he finally goes down, but then it costs QB his life as well. And this is a wild round, and this could be it all over in a matter of moments, Anders. AK tapping away through the smoke. It is carnage in the server.
Okay, Ships actually somehow loses in the middle, but smoke goes up. Tamsin, he wants to go right through. You can see it. Oh, and actually, he very nearly wins the fight as well. Oxygen, got to be ready for those kind of moves. But now, Crimbo, he's got 3 kills and 14 deaths. He was hardly even here on Ancient, unfortunately, because they really needed him. Now he's been spotted. There's no way. He doesn't have a kit like this. Just can't be done. It doesn't even matter if Oxygen wins or loses this fight. All the work still ahead of him. And with the MP9, he's going to smoke it, but nobody cares. 10-second defuse never happening. Grenade on top, and 500 eliminate Big on 2 maps in an absolutely beautiful fashion, I must say. I'm impressed by the Bulgarians here today.
I am actually really impressed. 500, I think, as well for me, and this is something that I said at the tail end of kind of the ice tournament that they want to land. I kept doubting them, and they kept proving me wrong. And I said, I should probably stop doubting this side. They are really good, and they have good kind of players on the side. But for me, the reason why I came in towards this one is that they hadn't actually been tested properly. They were playing against kind of, M80 with a stand-in. They were playing against sort of, tier 2 teams like Sashi, for example. So it was one of those where it was like, okay, it was a good tournament to win, but we know, they haven't been really tested there. That's a big win. Big are a gatekeeper team in towards tier 1. If you want to be seen as a tier 1 side, you've got to take down teams like Big handedly, and that's what they've just done. They've done it with ease as well, actually. If you're looking at it, Big, incredibly lackluster CT sides, and we have to definitely hone in on that and say what went wrong. 4 rounds on the CT across 2 maps is by no means good enough. And I think the issue is now, I mean, you touched on it. We could have very easily have gone in towards that half being 9-3, never mind 7-5. So Big, it was a sort of a lackluster performance across the board. Not only on your opponent's map pick of Inferno, which is, a quite simple map in the grand scheme of things, especially comparatively to maps like Train and Nuke, etc. But also then Ancient, your own map pick, meant to be the strongest map in your pool and looked anything but. Credit where it's due. I think everybody really had their moments. Again, no surprises to see Ships at the top end there of the scoreboard. He was unbelievable, and not only with an AK or an M4 as well, he was crisp with the AWP too. So continues to prove himself as a bit of a superstar. But you got to look at the flip side, and we got players going missing. We're heading into the final round with like Crimbo going 3-11. Like, it's just not where you want to be.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it? There was an opportunity, I think, for Big to have, which is more of an impact. But I mean, the thing that really stood out to me was just the game plan here for 500. Like, they had such a good read. They knew what they were doing on both the maps. If they can continue to build their map pool and keep this up, it was really sick. Honestly, I think Big might have underestimated how good the calling was going to be on 500 here. And you just can't be doing that. So really well played. That's sick. One of the few, again, nation type lineups that are left. We don't have many representing Bulgaria. It's pretty sick. Obviously, the other game, by the way, is still live at the moment. Astralis look like they're a little bit behind against 9 on the second map. So there is obviously more stuff happening over on that side to try and find a team to make it to Lisbon with Blast. So what a day for us here with Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm just checking over as well to the other game. Currently 9, who find themselves 10-8 up against Astralis. If that goes to a map number 3 of Nuke, that could be kind of spicy as well. I mean, there's prime for an upset there, because just for those who don't really know, 9 play Nuke so much. They played it 17 times in the last 3 months compared to Astralis played it 5 times. So it is actually one which that goes to a third map. That could be very, very interesting indeed. But that is our second kind of proper upset, I think, today in terms of how things have panned out. Of course, you saw their Paravision upset Gamer Legion. For our money, we were saying Gamer Legion were the favourites there, but 2-0 for Jame & Co, who did really well. Heroic, and expected 2-0 over Passion UA, but a good game nonetheless, especially that map number 2, triple overtime and all the madness. But we'll have to see who 500 is going to be playing in towards tomorrow, right? So I guess it's a good time to say, if you guys want to go check that one out, that's over on the A stream as well. You can you know where to find it, but go and watch that one. That one looks like it's got a pretty spicy tail end. It's just gone up to 11-8 as well, so that one might be going 3 maps. But for myself and Anders, we're done. We're going to be back tomorrow for game number 1, so we'll be doing Paravision take on Heroic tomorrow at 10 a.m. UK time, 11 a.m. on the continent. So be sure to come join us and all the rest. But thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure, and until tomorrow, we'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.